Bathurst, a little town in New South Wales, but high above out of this place lives a mountain that needs no introduction, Mount Panorama. A track carved into Australian motorsport legend, 6.2 kilometres of glory, danger and history. Every corner has a story. Every lap has a price. From Hull Corner to the cutting, it's tight, steep and ruthless. Climbing through Reid Park and McPhillamy, those walls close in millimetres between mastery and mayhem. Across the top, courage is your currency, precision your only weapon. Then comes Skyline, the drop, the blind descent, the heart rate before disaster. Through the S's, the dipper, GD3 machines dance on the edge of grip, and Margin Ferreira vanishing into the wall in a split second. Then you go down Conrod Straight, the engines roar, hearts race, and the mountain answers with thunder. And then the chase, brakes glowing, tyres screaming, and one of the fastest, fiercest corners in the world. But it's 6 hours of endurance today. It's 6 hours of strategy. It's 6 hours of mateship, madness, and pure motorsport. Today, the ATR 6 hours brings the mountain to life once more. 6 hours, over 30 drivers, one mission to survive the mountain. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Mount Panorama. This is the ATR 6 Hour, and this is Sensational TV, where the brave go racing and the mountain decides who makes it home.
Oh, yes, indeedy, everyone. Welcome to Sensational TV. Welcome all the motoring maniacs, the lovers of loud noises. Welcome to the ATR Bathurst 1000, the crown jewel of chaos, the spiritual home of horsepower, and the only mountain in Australia where you can lose friends, tyres, and your dignity all in the same lap. Or if you're sitting up on the top of the mountain there, spectating. The air up there is thick with ethanol excitement and the distant cry of a bloke who forgot to turn the fuel mix back to race mode. Ladies and gentlemen, joining me in the commentary box tonight, the people's champion, the mystery wrapped in a high-vis vest, Zach O'Reilly, a man who can reverse park a trailer uphill, blindfolded during an earthquake, whilst giving commentary on the cricket or racing or two flies going up the wall. He spent 3 weeks living exclusively on shapes and Pepsi Max for scientific purposes. He was briefly detained at Taronga Zoo after trying to interview a meerkat after about its racecraft. Goodness me. Buckle up, Australia. Lights are about to go out. The mountain is calling and Zach's already trying to parallel park his headset.
I'm here, don't you worry about that. And I can fix your windmill out there, you farmers, with no tools. That's how good I am, but I'm not as good as the man next to me, Chris Munro. in the commentary box with me. A man who makes Cliff Burton on the base look like an absolute rookie and makes Murray Walker just think he's twice about his own vocabulary and puts him to shame. Christopher, it's great to have you here with me today, and this is going to be a beautiful event where you've got GT3 cars firing the way around Mount Panorama. 6 hours of absolute endurance specialists coming your way. And after all that, there may be multiple race leaders, there may be multiple bins, but only one person, Chris, comes out the victor. And who is that going to be?
Yeah, well, two people in this case, because we are team racing here today. We've got two drivers per car. So which team is it going to be? We'll go through all the grid later on, but at the time, well, right now, let's go and have a look at the track flyover, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go and have a closer look at where we are racing today. That's right, it's Mount Panorama, 23 turns at 6.2 kilometres of madness coming up. 6 hours of it too. Gee whiz, turn one, hell corner. Who will get the whole shot here from this 32-car grid, I believe? Heading up Mountain Straight for the first time. There will be jostling for position. There will hopefully be a lot of respect between these guys because you do not want to mess up your race or anybody else's on the way up to turn two. Griffin's Bend, an absolute beauty, especially in a downforce car such as the GD3s. You could just rip it into that apex and hug it and send it right out wide. Not to hit the walls, mind you. You might see a couple of those here at the cutting as well. Very hard to keep it on the circuit there. Late braking, early apexing up the hill. Still going up in altitude through Quarry and into Reed Park here where it gets a little bit dangerous heading down through the grate there. Mind your outside right-hand side of that car. You don't want to scrape it up the wall too hard through Salmon Park and then through McPhillamy as well. You've got no time to enjoy the view, and what a view it is as you go down the hill again through Skyline, through the S's and through the world-famous Dipper. Oh boy, we're going to see some absolute flying cars through there today. Don't you worry. Now, down through this little section, buckle up because it's time to get on the anchors again through Forest Elbow and then focus your energy on the exit because that's where you're going to make up time. That's where you're going to make up some opportunities to get some overtakes done as you head down the mountain, down the world-famous Conrod Straight. And these cars top out at about, 280 kilometres an hour. I tell you what, I don't know what your kinks are at home, ladies and gentlemen. My kink is right here. Turn 20 at Bathurst. The kink, 280 k's an hour in a GT3 car. What more could you ask for? Then on the anchors, hard into the chase, turns 21 and 22. This will sort out the men from the boys down into the final turn. It seems like an easy one, an easy 90-degree turn, but I tell you what, after you've had 22 corners flying at you, Murray's Corner seems a bit more difficult than it is. That is a lap of Bathurst, ladies and gentlemen, and we are just ready and rip-roaring here in the get started here, ladies and gentlemen, for the race. I think we've just about ticked over the end of the practice session, and boy, oh boy, I can't wait to go racing.
Yep, it's going to be one of those amazing spectacles. Ladies and gentlemen, strap yourselves in. I hope you've got yourselves nice and cozy in that armchair of yours or the bed, wherever you're looking and watching here across YouTube. We are global here at Sensational TV around the world as well. So it's going to be a fantastic event, and we don't want too much of that happening. Cars spinning off into the bunda, but we are getting fired up and ready to go. Yes, that is the end of the session. Cars are pulling in, and that means some people out there are just getting a little bit nervous, Chris. The heart rate will start to climb as you get yourselves closer and closer to the start of this race. They've got a fair bit of time to get those nerves settled in, though, once they go ready and racing. There will be a rolling start around the mountain, so some little bits of nerves could be taken away. But who's going to take the chockies here in the first stint? Is it going to be co-drivers? Is it going to be the main drivers starting? We're going to find out. But boy, oh boy, in 3 minutes' time, it starts, and it's mayhem, chaos, trials and tribulation of motorsport is going to happen, and it's going to happen here today.
Yeah, it sure is. We've got some, we'll get some results up later on, but they had the top 10 shootout last week, and these guys were down in the very low 59, so plenty of pace out there today, as well as, just a mixed grid as well. We've got cars all the way down the order, and it's not always about pace in these in these endurance races, you've got to rely on maybe sometimes a little bit of lady luck shining down upon you to get through maybe the first couple of laps unscathed, and then to keep your concentration for the rest of the 6-hour stints. It's a true test of man-machine and patience.
Yeah, definitely. And when you got that machine underneath you, thinking about what it wants to do versus how you control it, it's kind of like riding a horse with a blindfold halfway through the top of the mountain. If you're on dead tyres, you just don't know which way the car's going to go. And that is why we love watching it around Mount Panorama. Beautiful seeing views we've got. Some people are even chatting in there on the actual chat itself going, oh, rain. Oh, no, wait, it's gone. Thank goodness me. So they're already as nervous as a cat in a room full of rocking chairs, and it's going to be a barnstormer here. But we're starting under the lights, the early morning riser here at Mount Panorama, and that means there are going to be some sort of different braking markers these guys have been using. Hopefully they've been using the ones on the side of the track, not a shadow here or there across the top of the mountain, or even coming up the mountain straight too, because you will be lost as a dog with no leash at a rave. I'll give you the hot tip.
Yeah, that's true. That's a nice one. We've started off the day. It's early for us here in sensational TV land. It takes me a little while to warm up, but I tell you what, it's going to be easy to do that once this green lights start to go. We've got 50 seconds to the session start. And we're going to get our first look at these cars in motion around this circuit. And what time is it in track? It's, let me have a look, time of day, 6 in the morning. So even earlier up there at Mount Panorama, the sun just rising over the hills. What a beautiful sight to behold. And welcome to everyone tuning in around the nation and perhaps around the world. Let us know in the chat where you're tuning in from. And we'll try and take the piss out of where you live.
20 seconds.
We've got 20 seconds to start. Get yourselves involved in the chat as well. And we're going to have some drivers pop in and out of this broadcast as well. So you'll hear firsthand from them, ladies and gentlemen, as well. So keep your eyes and ears peeled for that too. It's 6 seconds before the rolling start here. It's going to be amazing, Christopher. Let's go.
It is. Let's fire up and see if these guys can get around the opening lap clean as a whistle. And it looks like we're just waiting on the pace car. Here we go. They're moving up the front here. It's Vinny Carniero for the number 45 in the Lexus off pole position. Or is it? No, it's Burton in the Ferrari as well. So let's get this off the screen, folks, because it's time to get... Is that even going to go off the screen? I have to do that, don't I? There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get the grid up and have a look at the starting grid for this race.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. That is off row 15. So we're starting from the back. We've got Macri and Watson, 30th place. House and Dow, 29th line of stern there. Your Wheeler combo with Bronze and Blue in 28th and 27th, respectively. Then we've got driver Lawford off row 13 and 26th, with Brazil and Shillito there sitting in 25th place. Ford and Winter, 24th place in the Vino Racing there as well. Then we've got Coca-Cola Racing with Cooper and Scaife from Timu, by the looks of it, without the K there, off 23rd on row 12. Then we'll go back to row 11 and 10 with Starkey and Hudson for Plan B Racing. Justice and Rao, Hops Racing team. That's a cool livery as well. Look out for that one. I'll pack on my bags in row 10 yes. In 20th place for Way actually, and one. That's a good one. Klassen and Driver off the 19th place there off row 10, Christopher.
Yeah, absolutely. Then we go to row 9. We've got Bartoletti and Benvenue for Nurofen Racing. Hopefully no headaches coming to them. Didn't take me long for that rubbish. Red Bull Racing, Stevens and Lewin. Then we've got Bracefield and Harnett for... we've got Newman and Phillips for Meatworks Racing. Then we've got Bracefield and Harnett for Team Kiwi Racing off the 8th row. 7th row, we've got the Crime Burners of Smiles and Hetchinger. Possibly a couple of real-life police officers there as well. Got their radars out across the top. Matic Racing in 13th position with Bursa and Pitchin. Number 12, we've got Tony with King and Bradley off the 6th row. YNO Legends, Murad and Bennett take up row 6 there. And now on the 5th row, we've got Beavis and Beavis from Small Island Motorsport. Next to them, we've got Red Rebel Racing with Merritt and Mags. BOW Racing with Ren and Bank, and then Neon Glow with Ren and Shine. Zach O'Reilly.
How ironic that one. Then we're getting to the pointy end here. Sixth place is with ML Motorsports with Luke and Lester. Position 6 for them. Triple Crown Racing in 5th with Hamilton and Wells. 4th place, the second row, with Griffin and Buskovus with Cone Rangers. Babby and Henderson in 3rd place. Then the prime position off the front row. We've got the final roar. Hopefully they can sing that one at the end of it with Alison Burton off P2. And right next to them, or Lina Stern, in fact, will be Vic Mania Racing with Canero and Zoo. That is your grid, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going down Conrod Straight, and Lexus out in front. Not the car that I was expecting to be taking pole here at Mount Panorama, but geez Louise, it's going to be on like Donkey Kong. You'd expect a Mercedes to be up there. You've got the Ferrari behind as well. We've got all the brands there too, so it's going to be amazing. There's our timing tower up there as well, ready to rock and roll. This is Sensational TV, ladies and gentlemen. Christopher Munro and myself, Zach O'Reilly, are going to be calling the action for today, with Lindsay Muddle coming in as well after a couple of hours. But they're set and ready to go here, Christopher. They're lining up. It's the business end of this race. We've got 6 hours in front of us ready to go. Who's going to take it? We'll find out as that timer counts down to 0.
Yeah, absolutely. On the edge of your seats, ladies and gentlemen, here, Carniero in the Lexus versus Burton in the 777 Ferrari. Who's going to get the whole shot here? That Lexus is quick in a straight line as well. There's plenty of Ferraris out there on the track, and they turn Murray's Corner for the final time under pace car conditions. Here we go. We are all set for a start. Waiting patiently for the green light. Who is going to blink first? They're about to cross the line, and now we are green light racing in the ATR 1000 at Bathurst, and the Lexus has got the good start, and there's a big send there from the Alpha Tauri, Aston Martin of Barbie. He goes up to 3rd position, and that is a great start there. Canniaro takes the cake, but there's jostling for positions down here. Buskovus in the thick of it with Babby in front, Lester just on his outside as well, and who's that? Hamilton chiming in from the back. This is going to be interesting, heading up into Griffin's. Oh, he's going to try and send it around the outside. Who's that up the inside? Hamilton there just has to pull out of it. Very wise indeed. Down here, it's just battling all up and down. Look at this. Merritt and Ren going side by side now up into the cutting for the first time, and everyone's being very well behaved here as well. Down the back, they're jostling for positions here as well. We've got Keith Bennett just in that number 13, keeping it on the circuit. Maybe a little bit of a scrape on the wall there, but very good opening stanza here, Zach O'Reilly. They're all chiming in nicely and being well behaved.
Yeah, they're very well behaved. It's a long way to go, so they know they cannot win it on race 1, lap 1. And I'll tell you what, it's going to be on like Donkey Kong once they start to spread out. But the field is so close. You've got 6.5 tenths average across the whole grid. A little bit of a separation now coming through, but look at Bracefield here. He is fanging this car around at the moment. Beautiful stuff here from him. He's on the back of Hedginger as well. So they're going 2 by 2, Noah's Ark style nearly. Now we come down Conrod Straight we go. Out the other side of Forest Elbow. Now they're going to be in a bit of a suck train battle here. So on board we go, and we can see what Lester's view is here as well. He's under a little bit of pressure here. The suck is coming hard at him from the Aston Martin behind him. But here we go, straight into the chase we go. Beautiful stuff. Then we go into a 3rd gear battle. Who's going to get this race underway here? Who's going to take the second overtake of the whole time here for the lap 1? Around the outside, trying to fight it. Who's going to dive brake? No, beautiful stuff there. Lester just comes out the other side. He's got the switchback hanging on here. And that is a very, very hairy moment. Just got it all crossed up and survives. But for how long? Because coming in to Hell Corner we go. It's in under the brakes. Comes the Aston Martin. Beautiful stuff. It's Hamilton there. Side by side. And then at the back of this one, Banks getting involved as well. Oh, fantastic. That is beautiful stuff. Cracking in driving here at the moment from all 3 of these boyos as we go up Mountain Straight. Loving this. The headlights still ablaze. There's a car going sideways into the pit lane there at the background. But at the back of this one, that's Bank, who's just watching all these guys, thinking about how the hell am I going to get a couple of positions here. It's 3 astern. Hamilton's at the back of this one. Then we've got Lester and Buskovus fighting it tooth and nail as we climb the mountain once again.
Yeah, great little battle here forming for 5th position here. Lester holding strong with Hamilton behind. And, it's Buskovus there with Lester behind. And here is Hamilton on the screen at the time being. They're getting into it up the front too. So let's go and have a little peek of what's going on up there. Burton just turning the screws there on Carniero and giving him something to think about across the top of the mountain here as they go down again for the second time. The Lexus just feeling the burn here a little bit. That Ferrari looking pretty pacey on the first couple of laps. We'll ride on board and see how he just navigates this, whether he wants to push for an overtake this early in the race or he just wants to sit behind and maybe let the pressure off the Lexus and maybe build a little slap on the wall there. That might be a little bit of damage for the Ferrari. They're going to have to think about that when they come into the pit lane next time. And now that opens up the door there for the Aston Martin of Babby, because I'll tell you what, he had a great... that's not an Aston, is it? That's... let me look. It is an Aston. No, it's a GTR. Geez, who even makes them anymore? Gee whiz, that's great pace there from the Nissan, getting a little bit sideways through the chase as well. Gee whiz, it's all happening, Zach O'Reilly. Up and down the order. Bracefield in the thick of it as well. He's got Beavis in front of him with Merritt and Wren both battling it out hard too as Carniero sets the fastest lap. There's the Bentley, number 9, or Channel 9, going up the inside there. Daniel Wren getting that job done. No, sorry, it's Merritt. We will learn these cars by the end of the 6 hours, don't you worry. They go side by side now down into turn 1. The Bentley has got the better of it. The Ferrari just has to get out of the way, and now it's an absolute gaggle going up the mountain.
Yeah, look at that. Bentley will just stretch its legs now. But look at that behind. Goodness me, and the fair into Palmer. Bracefield's under all sorts here. He's just right beside Beavis, and they're going 2 by 2. Now it's going to be 3 wide. Surely not. This is incredible stuff. Is they're going to make these cars go through? They are. Around the outside, cracking stuff there. That was a beautiful by Bracefield. Just took them all by Monkey's arm there and just said, I'm slinging my way through on this one. And now Daniel Wren's lost another position. Beavis has got through on him as well. That is a 2-for-1 deal in the disadvantage. 1 corner, 2 positions gone. It's a long way to go. We've still got plenty of time. It's only 6 minutes in. Doesn't matter where you go. It's all going to be up to where you get these strategical master plans coming into play around that 3-hour mark, around Mount Panorama. There goes the skyline just straight through there. Oh, that was very, very hairy. You don't ever want to do that too many times. But these Lexus and the Ferrari stretching against the legs of Canaro and Burton. They're just splitting the field here at the moment, and they're still only separated by 2 or 3 tenths. The Lexus has got some sort of straight line speed, I guarantee you, but that Ferrari is getting a nice hole punched in the air in front of it at the moment from that Lexus too. But I'll tell you what, Burton here just needs to think about the long game. Don't try to overdrive the thing too early. These tyres do not like to be pushed to the limit too early, and this is all on like Donkey Kong. Speaking of too early, it's too early for this sort of action, ladies and gentlemen, but it's happening. It's already on like Donkey Kong. Down Conrad we go. Goodness me, 3 cars all of it. Bracefield's under all sorts of pressure here. Burst is there right next to him. And then we've got Phillips also chiming in. Then it's all through the kink there. Sideways, crossed up, nearly absolutely lost his plot there and rear-ended a Ferrari too. Oh, they're all off everywhere in front. There's Phillips in there. They're turned around. There goes Nicholson. He's been punted at Bevis as well. Oh, no, you would have right about that. Unfortunately, Phillips is involved in this one too. He's right there. Bracefield's come out unscathed. Somehow, I don't know how that's happened. There's Bevenew as well in that BMW, just nearly poleaxed by the side of that Ferrari there by Nicholson. Nicholson's under pressure here from Yuan as well, sorry. He's going for it. ATR, subscribe to the channel involved. Why not? Because this is unbelievable. Cannot wait to see what this rest of this race is going. It's feisty early on, Chris. It's only 7 minutes done.
Yeah, they took their time to get into it, I suppose. The first couple of laps, everyone behaving nicely, and now it all just came to a head. I don't know what was going on there. It was 2 by 2 Noah's Ark style down the Conrod straight. It looked like it was a formation lap. That's it. And then they came into the kink, absolutely balls to the wall, and the inevitable happened here. But look, here's Bennett. He's just got the inside run there as well and overtaken by Simon Phillips. And now they go back to a nose-to-tail style. Up the front, it is still about 3 tenths. Burton just on the back of Carniero at the moment. No real headway there in that little battle. But I tell you what, that was an absolute cluster F of rubbish there at the first couple of laps. So I'll tell you what, these guys are going to have to go back to the pits, maybe screw their heads on a little bit, get the old damage fixed up from that, and try and get back out on the circuit. Beavis just going off the track there again as well. A little white flag for him, but he'll be looking to come back from that little what would you call it? A little brain fart earlier on.
Look, it's just all getting a bit of the old testosterone injection early on into this race, so it lasted for the 6 hours, and it came to full head of steam. As we saw, it went straight to their heads, but it's all out and over by the shouting. Beavis was just absolutely punterinoed there, unfortunately for him. He's now going for a little bit of a move on the Lamborghini. No, that's a McLaren in front of him. Goodness gracious me. No, 2 Ferraris, in fact. I've lost the plot as well. But that is huge. Oh. Massive moment there for Kozak. He's gone. He's just punted it straight off, and then Beavis has just seen him coming, and he's lost it as well. Connor, eat your heart out into the wall. That's damage too early in this race. 8.5 minutes, and there's a Mustang as well. We've got Thomas Brazil involved there too. Oh my goodness, it's all happening. See what one person does. They're like sheep here at Mount Panorama, still trying to flick spin it back onto the track. It was Brazil. Oh my goodness me, if there was a Brazilian for OSH1T, that would have been it there for him, because we're all gone here at the moment, and this is still heading up here. There, look at Scaife, he's just under all sorts. There, one is next to him as well. This is Bevernew. He's having a good old tussle here as Davide, and now they're thinking about what way they're going to go. 2 by 2. Again, you have got to be kidding me. Up we go, turned it right in, fang it in on that BMW. He does. They come out of it unscathed. Behind them's a little bit going on as well there. I think that's Ford involved too as well. We've got to get a little bit of a better view from all these drivers. On board we go. We're seeing what these guys can see. It is the Tropicam not even been able to catch up, because the action is all up and down the field, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful racing. Now we're single file. We've calmed ourselves down, going up the mountain once again. It's the only way to do it through here. You're going to have to be an absolute barnstormer of man with gutso to make it 2 by 2 through there and come out clean.
Yeah, you got to have the biggest balls on the block, as they say. But I'll tell you what, down there at the chase, I think the Igniter Motorsport team principal will be absolutely having kittens with that. We saw both of the or 2 of the Igniter Motorsport entries off at the exact same time. Monkey see, monkey do. And that's really not how you want to go about your opening stanza here in an endurance race. Igniter Motorsports are heavily represented here in this race as well. I think they've got 4, perhaps even 5 entries. So 2 of them going off the circuit. The number 45, however, a 2017, starting to stretch the legs there as well, out in front. And is that
Look
rain?
At that. It is.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't seen enough action, get ready, because it's about to go absolutely haywire.
Haywire. It's raining cats and dogs. We were talking about kittens earlier. Now they've grown up. This is where the big boy pants start to come on. How long is it going to take until that track starts to become way too dicey for these cars on slick tyres? We've already got cars coming into the pits. I think that's Bursa in the pits. It is. Bevis is in too. So now we're seeing guys already crap their dacks and think about what tyre they're going to go on here. Is it going to come down at an absolute religious amount, or is it just going to be a quick little flash and dash there, enough to wet the track, enough to go back to a slick wet tyre compound? But at the moment, it's looking pretty heavy out there, and these guys have got to see. Let's see what the onboard looks like here. Is there any spray coming up off the road at the moment? Just a little bit there. Looks a bit worse from the chopper cam, but no, but just seeing those sprinkles. So, no, massive. That was Nicholson around. He just got taken out, and Forbes got collected too. Oh, Nicholson was facing right there at the worst possible place on Bathurst to do it. Geez, he just nearly sideswiped another car coming through a wheeler. Far out. That was one car taken out. Bevis is also in the pit, still thinking about it, but Nicholson nearly took out 4 or 5 drivers there. Look at what happened to him. We'll see on the replay here. He's just making his way up Mountain Straight. Gets it pulled up, just missed his braking marker there by a country mile, in fact. Lost it, looped the car around, just planted it nearly into the wall, and someone's coming through and it's going to collect him, and bang, there he goes. That was it. All over Bathurst, and that's going to be a damage bill in absolute guaranteed department, Christopher.
Yeah, sure is. That's I'll tell you what, the rain is just starting to deliver. But down here, it's Nicholson on the back of Blue, and going down the mountain very cautiously as well. You can see the pace is just sort of slowed down a little bit, and fair enough, people just need to survive this little section. A little bit of a punt there from Cusack on Nicholson too. Got the wheels out right out sideways, and the caution flags throwing up on the old timing tower as well. Did well to hold on to it. But I'll tell you what, Nicholson just on the comeback trail gets past Blue. I think Blue just maybe held up the white flag there and said, no, you know what, you're the faster driver. You just had a little bit of an incident earlier. You guys can go about your business and keep going. But down here, Blue and the Bentley going side by side. Now into the kink, little bit of a touch as well. Geez, you don't want to keep that up. The Bentley gets right out of it, and wisely so. I think just exerting your cautiousness in this. Oh, there goes Nicholson as well off the circuit, just trying to get back on safely. Gets out of the way. The Bentley's going to I think he's going to get out of it because he's coming into the pits, I think, and everyone is now as well. Time for wet tyres, folks. That's only the 6th lap of this race, and it's already a tyre change and strategy, I think, just absolutely out the window now.
Yeah, it's gone, but the race leaders all came into the pack. We've got Venero as well. He's just come out himself. So everyone else went in at the front of the pack. This man braved it out, though, is Burton.
Yeah.
Geez, it takes absolute balls of... not titanium, balls of steel, in fact, to actually just manage and make your way around this track. 2:04 was his last lap around. I wonder what the next lap's going to be, but surely it's time at the moment for these boys to have a good old crack. In fact, it's going to be interesting to see where a couple of these boys who did pit early come out on the racetrack. Hamilton's still flying around here. You can see the amount of wheel spray just coming off the back end of this car. It is full wet out there at the moment. This is now just downforce keeping these cars on the circuit. You can even see it just dancing and aquaplaning its way across the mountain here on these tyres. It's not a very nice position to be in. But for Hamilton at the moment, he can say he's been P2 in this race so far pretty early on. This is lap 7 we're on at the moment. And is he going to come into the pits and take a bit of a dance? I hope so, because at the moment it's looking very, very dicey indeed. But our leader is way back in the field at the moment. I think he's... where is he at the moment? I can't see him on the
He's just coming into the pits now. Logan Burton just coming into the pits, having a little bit of an issue on the pit entry as well. So he'll be taking that... He'll be taking the wet tyres. Let's go and find our second leader there. Zhu's in the car now, in the car 45. So they've made a driver swap as well. So this is the net lead of the race, but he's getting a bit of a tow down the back straight here. He's been leapfrogged by this Skyline as well. So a little bit of a quicker pit stop there for him, but on the comeback trail as well. Here he goes. Oh, this is dicey stuff. I tell you what, in the wet, on cold wet tyres too, mind you, and navigating it nicely. You don't want to be doing anything silly here. The Mustang just probably holding up this pair as well. Look at that beautiful line there from the Lexus. Oh, there goes the Mustang into the wall, nosed it in. Thank you very much for coming. He's going to have to come into the pits. Yeah, not happy with it either. It gives a bit of a flash. I think the Skyline may have had something to do with that, but that will be one for the stewards to look at after the race.
Yeah, so it was a longer pit stop for these boys as the driver swap did come into play. So it wasn't just a quick bolt the tyres on, put some fuel in. Yeah, so this is effectively for the leader of the race. This was the guy out in front. And at the moment, they're doing well, is Zhu. They've got Burton sitting out there in the lead still. He came in, as we saw, and just took some tyres and stuck himself back in the driver's seat. Didn't want to swap, and he'll go for the long game. So now it's all about who can just keep it on the circuit here. With this rain falling and falling at a rate of knots here, it's going to be interesting to see what these guys could do. Who's going to come out? Because I tell you what, the real drivers, the quick ones, they say, are the ones in the wet that shine. And at the moment, it looks like Burton here is just flying around. 2:10 was his lap beforehand. So it was nearly a 9-second deficit already just with those slick tyres fighting your way around the field. It'd be silly to go out on those slick tyres and keep racing around because you'd be trundling here at about 100k an hour the whole way around. Yeah. Not the ideal position to be, but on board here we've got Macri. He's coming all over the back end of Ford now, around the outside. A bit ironic, a Ford being in a Mustang, but you know what that means. BMW, sorry. That's not the way you want to go racing. If you want to go 2x2 into here, and they don't, they go single file, happy days, and back into a formal procession of racing as you would under wet conditions. Yeah, it's very difficult. I'm not too sure if any of these drivers have probably done any wet circuit practice here as well. It's very hard to get yourself in that mindset of out of the hot lap zone and into maybe real race conditions prep. I know back in my racing career, I probably never did that. It was kind of, if it serves up a bit of rain from the track gods, then so be it. We just tackle that when it comes. So we'll see who the real, as they say, whoever can drive it in the rain, that's a real test or a real show of who's got the skills behind the wheel.
But up here, it looks like Burton's just stretched his lead out as well. That's out to 8 seconds there to Johnny Zhu here in second position. Down here, it's still battling off with Leicester and Mags. We can just see them down the Conrod Straight and just spray everywhere. The visibility would be absolutely shocking. Let's have a little bit of a look and see what the... yeah, you can see that is not ideal. You can't quite see through that big mob of spray there coming down. Oh, look at that, all crossed up into the braking zone. Oh boy, it's starting to get hairy out there, Zacko. The rain hasn't stopped either, so there's going to be some puddles forming as well. You're going to see some wet lines starting to take effect here too as well.
Yeah, hairier than the Greeks back, in fact, out there, I would say the conditions are at the moment. And looks like Leicester's doing a good job here. He's just keeping in an arm's grip of Mags in front of him too. So we'll see what these guys can do by the time they go around one more time. That is a cracking livery by Drew as well in Mags and the Bentley. That's the Channel 9 Camaro for Kevin Bartlett, the infamous one that flipped. If you're a Bathurst history aficionado, that's what that livery is modelled off here. But Keith Bennett in the car, and Bevis is just in front of him. Now they're trying to fight each other tooth and nail. Another cracking livery as well from Bennett. That thing looks like a Halloween-esque livery. If we can get up close and see what it looks like, it'd be great. But it just looks sensational, just to be matter of fact. Oh, there we go. There it is. Have a look at that. We've got skulls, we've got blood, we've got old man, young and old racing there on the side. It looks like they've hit about 5 or 6 kangaroos already and just messed their way up through the mountain we go. Cracking little livery there from these boys, and that's the credit to them. They love to do this and they love to be creative, and that is what we're seeing at the moment here on track as well. Creative driving styles just having to come to these boys if they'd never tackled the mountain in the wet, Chris.
Yeah, it's one of the hardest tracks as well, I imagine, with the rain coming down. As much of this circuit, as you come down the mountain, as we're watching on now, it's kind of a what do you call it? A balance of out of control and in control. Most of the time you're out of it, just in the flow state. But now these drivers are really going to have to think about what they do. As you can see now, Leicester, right? Oh, well, he was a bit closer there onto the back of Mags's Bentley now coming down the main straight. It's, I guess you just can't be too close with all this spray. You just, the visibility goes out the window. And you miss your braking marker, and that could be it. You're absolutely down in there, down in the bunda at the bottom of the chase here. We've had a question in the chat there from E2. Says, has the 78 car started their quali driver? So the 78 car was Babby. Did start the race, I believe. Let me just bring up the results as Zach O'Reilly talks us through this next one.
Yeah, we'll see what Leicester can do here. He's just on screen at the moment and looking very, very much like Heschinger. He's just starting to become a cork in the bottle scenario here for these three drivers. The old Highway Patrol Aston Martin out in front, leading the pack. Lights are ablaze there, not in the blue and red flashing sort, just the headlights, ladies and gentlemen. The wipers are going off. Apart from this man, he doesn't need them on, says Leicester. He goes, I don't need them. I'll ride motorbikes in the wet. Here goes a move there. That's great stuff there. Mags up the inside of the copper. He's just giving him back the defect sticker that he gave him about 2 weeks ago and says, I'll give you a bath on the way out, son. Here's some spray. Eat my spray, in fact. Go. And he's got that job done. In fact, Herschel's just gone slow again. He's just let another driver through in Leicester. So hopefully not a hardware issue there for the police car. Maybe it's just doing a good impression of the BMWs. They're always broken down here in Victoria anyway. But just a couple of positions gone. What happened to Babby there, Christopher?
He did actually qualify. So, maybe some repercussions there coming for the car 78. That's one for the admins to sort out. But the eagle eye of E2 there in the chat, spotting that one, bringing that to light. Possibly a co-driver from one of the other competition cars out there. Of course it is. It's like, who is it? It's like Lando in the mirror saying, oh, Leclerc's just had another bloody track cut. Why don't they get the stewards onto him? These boys do not miss a thing. But look at this, Leicester just a little bit closer than he was last lap on the Bentley now, coming down the Conrod Straight in an absolute cloud of spray. It is absolutely flogging it down here at Mount Panorama. The action is aplenty here today, and I don't think it's going to stop for a little while. We're going to have 4 seasons. We may as well have this in Melbourne here at the moment. It's all happening with the Aston just getting a little bit sideways through the kink. Not close enough to set up a manoeuvre though, so maybe just happy to sit there in the slipstream. The Bentley setting good pace as well at the moment, so nothing really to push or take any silly risks here for the 846. Up ahead, mind you, the Zhu has taken 1.5 seconds out of the lead of Burton, so at that rate, it won't be too long until we see perhaps a little battle there forming up the front. We're 10 laps in, ladies and gentlemen, 5 hours and 37 minutes to go in the ATR 1000 of 2025. Thank you everyone for tuning in. It's a absolutely fantastic spectacle out there as well. So if you haven't already, ladies and gentlemen, give the video a like, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell to get notified, and you can tune in whenever we go live, which is a lot. Maddie says, "Oh, this looks like fun." Yeah, you guys would have stood a pretty good chance, you and Steve-O joining in for this one, but I didn't see anything about it, so maybe next year we can get a few Fargon cars on the grid.
Yeah, maybe, and you read my mind earlier, just that's how in sync we are in the commentary box, ladies and gentlemen. 2 seconds was the gap gone, taken out of the race lead by Zhou, but he's just given up half a second there in the last lap, but this battle is well and truly on. We've got Macri here having a good old tussle here with Davide as well in the BMW, and they're just starting to find their grips now, these drivers. I think they found the rhythm, as we would say, in the night and day circadian rhythm. This is just the pure driving rhythm to the conditions, and they're finding their feet. Now they know what the car can do and where it's going to do it, and they've got to drive within their own ability, not outweighing their ambition, so to speak. And it's great to see these guys relatively calm and not having too many incidents here as the rain does pour down. You know, what already an amazing fact during this race, ladies and gentlemen, is we've had less incidents in the wet than we have had in the dry at the 15-minute mark or 25-minute mark of this race. That's how calm, cool and collected they are in the wet. Maybe the temperatures just cool their brains down a little bit too, but looking pretty racy here are these two. Lester, in fact, is still hanging on to the back of Mags. Mags is all over the back here of Bursa, and I'm telling you, the good old tussle is happening between Bursa and Ren too. So it's a four-car battle. They're all having a little bit of a go at each other. Four cars, four different manufacturers. Where do you read about it? Yeah. Davide now is starting to get a little bit of the pressure put back on from the copper behind him. So there's lights ablaze here, blue and red. I'm not too sure, but it looks like he's just had a bit of a moment coming out of the chase. And that's given Heschinger just a little bit of an invitation, but he doesn't take it. Just says, no, I'll wave you on through, mate. You go through the booze bus, and we'll keep going for one more lap.
Yeah, that's nice awareness there from the Nurofen guys. Just threw the dummy early down there into Murray's and said, no, we're probably going to go defensive here. So keep your eyes out. And look at this. Here we go. There's been an incident up here at Griffin's. There's a blue flag just absolutely causing mayhem here as the Bentley and Co get through. There's a GT3 Mustang too getting chimed in there as well. I'm not too sure if they're for position or not. It's all happening here, and I'll tell you what, the rain's coming down. That's Bursa there. He's in this fight. Where did he come from? Up the order a little bit, but sliding that thing around, and the Aston of Leicester just couldn't go through that little battle pack there with the Bentley in front that we saw. These two guys battling it out for the last few laps as well. So back to the drawing board here, but I tell you what, that was a nice little gaggle of something. What's happened here? Oh, Leicester's just sent it straight through the S's. Keeps it on the track. He slapped the wall at Skyline big time, and that punted him over the escape road there. That's going to be some damage too. I can't believe he came out of that unscathed. He's slipping and sliding his way through the field here. This is on like Donkey Kong. Burst is in front of him just thinking, crikeys, how did he come out of that one? Not too sure, but that will be a little bit of damage. Slapped that wall very, very hard. Concrete style. He's finally got the windscreen wiper mapped to his button here as Lester. He's given up the ghost of trying to be the hero without one, and I don't blame him. Look at the spray coming off the back of that Mustang in front of him. He's just getting a little bit closer here too, so as we come through the kink there, over the chase, he's gone to the outside here. If the camera can catch up, it just does, but boy oh boy, that looked like half a cent. Just putting a little bit of pressure is Leicester on Bursa here at the moment, and that could mean an unforced error is coming our way at any moment, ladies and gentlemen. The lead is still Burton, but it's 5.7 seconds now, ladies and gentlemen, rather than 8.4 as it was 3 laps ago. So it's starting to dither away here. Zhou just doing a great job as a co-driver. Burton did not change. So we've got the co-driver chasing a main driver for that team. Watch out for that one as the racing goes on here, but it's still on. Look at Leicester just climbing all over the back here now. He's got a great run out of Howell Corner up Mountain Straight. This should be an opportunistic move here, unless he's got 500 million kilos of downforce on and he can't get the suck
as we up the mountain straight, Christopher.
Yeah, here we go, and up just ahead of these two guys, it's Mags just getting the inside run there on Wren. Gets that job done. Now the back here, and it's Lester just getting through on the Mustang of Bursa as well. So both of those guys getting through, and now it'll be Lester's turn to get past that 296 Ferrari as they go up the mountain one more time. That leads to stretch back out to 7 seconds too. So Zhu just having a little bit of a moment there at some point over that final lap there, lap 12 of around 160 odd. Maybe a bit less now because of the rain, but a little bit sideways there from the Aston too. Hairy stuff. We've seen the rear end of that thing. What's happened up here? We've got white flags going off the central. Maybe just dipping a couple of wheels off there at McPhillamy, but down the Auto Hamilton with a bit of white flaggage as well. A couple of wheels off through the kink perhaps, but wow, it's all heading off. The info is all the co-drivers were meant to start this race as well, but the latest on the news is the car 78 started with his main driver in, which is a bit of a no-no.
Bit of a no-no. It was, it's okay. Austeam Racing have just come into the chat, however, to clarify. Starting driver was no one when the race started. So driver 2, who did qualifying weekends, knows that the team will receive a penalty but needed to start the race. That's life, ladies and gentlemen. You got outside little bit of expertise coming your way and some distractions. And unfortunately, they knew it from the start, but nothing nefarious. It's all organised through ATR before the start of the race. So we'll just ignore that and move on. And they're going to get the penalty. Just keep that in the back of your heads, ladies and gentlemen. But it's on here. Look at Lewin at the moment. Goodness gracious me. That is sideways and nearly lost everything. Crikey's in the fair dinkum department. That was huge there by Wheeler. He lost every single bit of traction control he could possibly imagine. It's probably the only thing that saved him in the end. And Lewin just got straight through. Bracefield's trying to get back into this one as well. He's just seen that big error. So the Mustang driver will be absolutely full red misting himself at the moment in the distraction department. Is there a move coming as we make our way back down the mountain? Through the S's now into Forest Elbow we go. Just a little bit sideways was that Mustang and invites Bracefield and Wheeler involved. No, that was Wheeler going down, Lewin, sorry, into this one. Great stuff there. And that is right out of the way now. Bracefield's under all sorts of pressure. He has got a beautiful little run, and that is the race leader behind him coming right through here, Christopher, and that is what we want to see. Yeah, starting to lap the field already. Look at that. Just sweeps across the nose there. No worries about that. Trying to get through these lap markers as well is part of the strategy and part of the, I guess, enduro racing in general. It's a skill in itself to try and navigate the slower cars on the circuit safely. We've seen, plenty of times over the years. It happened to me in the Bathurst 12-hour once. On iRacing, we did so well. We were about 6 hours in, handed the car over in P1 to the co-driver, and on his third lap out, got tangled up with a blue flagger. And it could have been avoided. David Thornton, I'm calling you out, son. Well, I don't know if he's listening or watching, but he is not a man of much patience when it comes to the criticism. So expect a DM coming your way very, very shortly if he is from the big Thornton man. But we love him here at Sensational TV. He's a good bloke. Very good racer as well. Speaking of this, Bevis at the moment is down 2 positions from where he started in 12th, but the rain has come and he's just started to shine here at the moment. You can see him catching up to Bennett in front of him in Keitho, and just a little bit of a moment there for Keith in the Halloween liveried Ferrari in front of him. And now it's 2 by 2 in the prancing horses as we make our way one more time around Bathurst. Just coming out of the final corner there. That was beautiful stuff there from both of them. I thought they were both going wide there. A bit of monkey see, monkey do action, but they came out unscathed. Held corners the next one. That's a error there. There's a car of Logan Burton facing the wrong way. Our race leader is out of the race lead, and massive damage on the front of that car. That is disaster. You can see the panels. There's huge gaps, and there's another car around at the back there as well. A Mustang was in the wall, I'm pretty sure, too. So this is huge for Burton, man. He just stuck it fat for a long time. Let's see what happened to him. Just navigates his way up mountain straight, just gets it all crossed up here, but manages to get it back in. Comes out of the ribble strip the other side. There's a blue flagger in his way. Please don't tell me. I don't think it's going to happen here, or is it? And he's just fine. Oh, no, yes, he has in fact collected him. Oh, you are joking me. Just as we say it, Chris, It's happened already to the leader. That is disaster for Burton. That is some damage, and that is P5 for him. A massive, massive loss. P1 by 6 seconds. Now he's down to 5th and lost it. He's about 30 seconds behind.
Yeah, plus the time spent in the pits now to clear the damage on that front end. It's going to be that was a big hit as well there into the cutting. Oh, I tell you what. Just, I think it was a blue flag. Just getting on the anchors there. Maybe a little bit of, I don't know, what would you call it? Blue flag fear there. Saw the leader coming up at a rate of knots. Slowed down to almost a stop there on the racing line. And poor old Burton just had nowhere to go. Didn't anticipate the car slowing right down. And that's big damage. He will not be happy about that. Big send there on the Mustang. Gets that job done. Tell you what, that team, the 777 car, are going to be scrambling for some strategy tips now, or some kind of plan B, plan C, possibly plan D in action for all of these cars now, with the rain tumbling down very early on in this race.
Yeah, very accurate to the car that they're in as well, with the strategies going through the alphabet in the Ferrari, but that is not the place you want to be. It looks like just superficial aero damage at the moment, which will hurt them on the straight lines, which is probably the worst place for it to happen. But if that just hampers and collectively, what do they call it? It just doubles and doubles. If that's anything going on to the rest of the race, it could be a long afternoon for 777. We don't hope so in the commentary box. We just wanted to fight on and get back up to where they deservedly should be here at the moment. But that inherits the lead back to Zhu in front. He's going hammer and tong. 10 seconds is the lead. Mags is just climbing his way through the field. Slowly here is that Camaro liveried at Bentley. And they are on a prowl here. One to watch for the next 5.5 hours thereabouts is this man. And it looks like it's just starting to get a little bit brighter out there, Chris. Yeah. And the rain is starting to just dissipate a little bit less in the radar department. Maybe this track will start to dry out in the next coming laps, and then we'll see some real pace and some strategies come to play in the fair dinkum department.
Yeah, it looks as though the rain's still coming down, possibly just getting later on in the day in the sim. The time is 7:24 at Mount Panorama here in Simland. But yeah, it looks to me like the rain's still bucketing down here as well. So, but I think we will see some clear tracks, some clear skies later on in the day. But it's all up to how the ACC gods want to treat this race today. You give it a percentage, ladies and gentlemen, and you don't know how much rain it's going to give you after that. Sometimes it's a bit more, sometimes it's a bit less. So I like a bit of rain racing. It's great. My PC probably doesn't like it too much, but I can't smell any smoke coming out of it yet, so that's happy days.
Happy days indeed. They call it. The rain is the great equaliser. And we see what these boys come out with in the grand scheme of things pace-wise. But this man's setting the timing towers alight here. 2:08's the time to do, and he's just, oh my goodness me, that was too close for comfort as well there. Just got past that blue flag Mustang again. It's been wreaking havoc all day, that thing, at the moment with the race leaders and everyone coming through. And at the back of them, we've got Leicester chiming in. But now Mags has got a good run. He's got Phillips in front of him. So he's just climbing ever so close to the back of that Aston Martin is the Bentley. And it's another lap to go here for these boyos. Up the motorsport we go. And it's good racing. Clean stuff, in fact, for most of the part here by these guys. Good car control in the wet. And it just means that these boys know how to go about it, whether it's rain, hail, or shine here at ATR, showing us how it's done here early on in this race. We've got 5 hours and 23 minutes left to go in this one. And that means we are by no stretch of the imagination anywhere going to get anyone to predict who's going to be the race winner. But if that ever comes true, if someone wants to put a odds bet down right now, we will pay it at the end of it.
Yeah, we'll give you some odds. We'll get the old STV bookies board up later on. But we saw the Bentley just a little bit of a slap on the wall there through the cutting. Not going to be too much aero damage, but it all adds up over the day. If you just keep scrubbing the wall here and there, it all amounts to some kind of aero damage, and at the end of the day, pace will be the one that hurts, and possibly your positioning. But let's go down here. Speaking of positions, this is a battle for 19th. We've got the number 64 car that got tangled up early. In this stint, it was the co-driver out there earlier on, and absolutely we saw it come up off the track a couple of times. So now it's King in the driver's seat, in the hot seat now, getting the job done there on row. Oh geez, that was very tight. Wowee. almost a repeat of earlier on. But there he goes, up the order and on the comeback trail. So maybe a little bit frosty there in the old team chat as well. Handing the car over, drop down. Actually, we'll get the we'll see what the old position deltas are. He's dropped down 7 positions so far. So he was up in 12th to start this race. Not bad, but I think they're up a little bit further than that once all the rubbish started to happen. So it's not ideal saying to your teammate, hey man, it's time for you to jump in the car. Yeah, I've just binned it big time, and you're going to have to start at the back.
Yep, that's unfortunately what's going to happen. And you just get the old yes sir, no sir, 3 bags of wool sir, and you just cop it. Sweet. And you just go racing. That's how it goes. It's good to see there's some sort of leadership role, and it is that rain. Just I don't know what it is on my screen. It looks like it's getting lighter and less pelting down, but it seems to be no different track conditions for these boys. Mags is still climbing all over the back here of Phillips. Great little tussle, these boys. It's been about 4 or 5 laps now. They've just been about 4 tenths gap between each other, and it's just consistency right here and that right now. That's all they need to worry about. Just be a little bit less aggressive and just be calm, cool and collected, and you'll just find yourself in that flow state around the Mount Panorama that you need to be in these tricky conditions. Look at Way here at the moment, though. He's got a great run on Davide Bevenue, and that that Mercedes-Benz, getting the M's mixed up, ladies and gentlemen, is climbing on the back of this BMW in front of him. Looking pretty racy, these two. It's a good little battle here as well. And we've got a couple heating up. We've got Bursa on Ren, then we've got Leicester as well in 8th place on the back end. So starting to chime up and heat up again here for the battle pack proceedings, ladies and gentlemen.
Me.
That's what we like to see. It's all on. Chris is going to have a fit here. Look at Leicester now, just onto the back of Mags, who's been trying to get Phillips for the last 5 laps. He doesn't want to lose one now, Chris.
No, he doesn't. This is positions resumed. We saw this maybe 5 or 6 laps ago, these two guys battling it out, and then once they start to filter through the old blue flaggage, they managed a little bit of a gap, but now it's back nose to tail, the Bentley on the Aston, and now they've got Phillips as well in the gold Aston in front. Just now maybe a little bit of a cork in the bottle situation, but with the added precipitation out there on the circuit, makes it a little bit harder to really commit to the send and do anything silly out there. So they really have to be calculated about how they do it. Oh, a better exit there from the Aston too, using up all of the track and a little bit more. And now he's in the prime position. All he needs to do is really just spot his entry and exit of this first turn here at Mount Panorama. Get the old Bathurst suck up the hill, bit of slipstream action, and see if he can send it up the inside. But I'll tell you what, that Bentley looks really slick in a straight line. You can see that they both had pretty similar exits, and the Bentley's just gapped him here, showing the nose up into turn 2 on the Aston. Tell you what, the Bentley is I'll tell you what, he's looking racy here at the moment, and I don't think he's going to stick around here. He's going to try and force the issue on Simon Phillips there in front, and all the while keeping an eye on the back, because the Aston of Leicester, he's in it just an Aston sandwich here, and a British sandwich. All these 3 cars are beautiful cars on the road and in sim everywhere, and it's good to watch them out there in battle mode as well.
Yeah, battle mode on here at the moment between these 3. Leicester's just giving a bit of the old hurry up now to the Mag Wheels, and he is now feeling the pinch from behind. He had it all in front of him. Now he could lose a position here just over Skyline. We go through the S's. Goodness me, it's just full commitment, blind crests in the wet as well, and just send it through the S's in the dipper. We go out the other side. Oh, goodness me, it's just eat your heart stuff at the moment here. The heart rates will be up here for both of these drivers. There goes Mag Wheels, and that's Ren. Oh, around goes Renbo. He was right on the back at the moment of prior to this of the guys in front of him. He's lost another one to Bevis as he goes through in the Pennzoil Ferrari. Oh, geez, that's a disaster for him. It's a long way to go, though, so he's okay. Still just outside that top 10, but it's on. Leicester is still all over the back of Mag Wheels here at the moment, Christopher. It's going nuts here down Conrod here. A little bit of a showing of the nose there at the moment for the both of them, but now Leicester just has to get the pressure point and get that kettle boiling and pour it over the windscreen of Mag Wheels in front of him, just to blind him for a hard moment, give the fog a bit of a treatment there, and hopefully he can get that job done. As the rain has stopped here, ladies and gentlemen, now it means the track is starting to dry up. That's full taily there from Leicester. just managed to keep that car off the green stuff, keep it on the black stuff, and that will give Mag Wheels a breath of pressure relief out of the old full valve that was starting to build there, Chris.
The old full valve, I tell you what, it's puckered the entire time when it's raining, but now the rain stops here on lap 19, so that's good news for all these drivers. They'll be breathing a sigh of relief too, because that is it's tough stuff. It takes you the toll mentally. But now these three guys, I feel like Lester probably has the pace on these guys around him, but just cannot force the overtake, and probably doesn't want to take any crazy risks either earlier on in this race. But the longer he sits back there behind these two, I think is just hurting his overall race pace. But now that they've settled down a little bit, we're going to go back and have a look what happened to that the 296, and see what happened coming through down the hill. It's over McPhillamy here, getting pressured by the Mustang behind. Ooh, is there going to be some nefarious actions here? No, just compression lock on the rear. Around he goes, and this is my favourite part. Nice little... Wow, look at that. How good is that, ladies and gentlemen? Little Starsky and Hutch reverse bloody 180. Beautiful stuff.
No ABS, no worries there, ladies and gentlemen. It looked like he didn't have any, but I'll show you they do. Just locked up enough there for the man to pirouette himself around, Starsky and Hutch style, get out the other end and keep racing it. And that Pennzoil Ferrari of his, 2.5 seconds, he's now behind Ren, so he lost a fair bit of ground there. But, geez, I'll tell you what, he's not leaving any ground at the moment. It seems like Mag Wheels just gets the rear vision mirror less full of a red car, then focuses on the brown one in front of him, gets the pace up, and then poor old Lester behind him's got no answers. There's a blue flag car in the way. The VB Mustang right out of the way of these boys. That's how you do it. There's no blue mist in the cockpit of that car. Just got out of the way perfectly. Let these boys go racing. No one lost anything. But look at Babby going at it here in third place. Just got past a blue flag markup. He's got a little bit of a question mark over his incident thing on that's disappeared as we go. What happened to him? Did he just have a little bit of an off here coming out of the chase? No, it's going to be happening down into the final corner of Mount Panorama. Heavy on the brakes, turns her in, gets it in there, pointed nicely. There's a McLaren on the outside. There's a car coming back on the road and nearly took all three of them out. Goodness gracious me, that is reactions there from the rest of them. Somehow came out of that one unscathed, the Bubby man himself, and race on. Third place for the Nissan. Very, very heavy car, but geez, it's got some traction here, Chris. Yeah, it's got a 2-minute penalty as well, as we have been informed in the chat. Scallywagon drops a tenner on the super chat. Good luck with this endurance broadcast. Thank you very much, mate. The 10 will be absolutely appreciated from you. Down the back here, it's kicking off for 29th position. Connor Kuzlik on the back of Malcolm Blue here as well. I've been keeping one eye on this little battle because it's sort of teetering in and out of existence. So it's now just teetered out of existence as soon as I click on it. Typical stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Up the front, and up the front by that I mean 16th and 17th. Ryan King on the comeback trail after being handed the car, dropping 7 positions down there. Last we saw he was in 19th. He's up to 17th and battling for 16th. He's got the 86 BMW in front of him as well. Got the pace in the car, and now that the rain stopped, where they're going to be searching for a dry line and see how they go. But tell you what, that battle up the front, we got Mags, Lester and Phillips still tight as a fat lady's sock. I tell you what, it's all happening here. 3/10 the difference as they go down Conrad Straight for the 22nd time. Goodness me, it's a bit early for any other, word associations there, but that was a good one. Kept the G rated there to Christopher Munro.
Yeah.
Tight as a fat lady's sock, and it's happening again here. It's nearly coming to the point of maybe getting the old veins just starting to pop out of the feet here of Mag Wheels' left foot at the moment. He's got to get on that brake pedal really quickly. There is some dry line and wet line searching there for these boys, so at 100% is starting to heat up on that compound. And when those wet tyres start to get too hot, they start to take the leading edge off the groove of the tyre, which means they're rounded, which means they don't dissipate the water as effectively, and that means less grip there, ladies and gentlemen. So you got to be on the ball there with how hot or cold those tyres get. else you're going to be losing track position, you're going to be losing lap time, and you're going to be losing your marbles, wondering how the hell did I make it around that last corner at 250, and now I can't as he slaps the wall as mag wheels on the exit. That will be a little bit of some damage there for that car, now starting to show some battle wounds, and it's sliding everywhere. That Bentley is heavy, ladies and gentlemen. It's a big boat. It's the widest and the longest car on the circuit at the moment, and it's just starting to show now with that wet to dry application coming into formation, and now being part of that big old racing equation of when do I come into pit for slicks.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, the only person that can make that call is the guy behind the wheel. They have a good idea about how much grip they're getting, and I suppose once it does start to dry up, the wet tyres start to be chewed up as well, so you'll see a lot of these guys just keeping one eye on the Delta and just figuring out when it's time to get that job done. Speaking of jobs being done, here goes Burton on Boscovis down there into the kink. Oh, up the inside. Geez, that's very tight. Oh, leaving nothing to the imagination is Burton. You can tell the red mist has descended, and he's certainly on the comeback trail. A man on a mission at the moment to try and, I guess, claw back some of that time disadvantage after that big mistake there earlier on in the race. That was, I'll tell you what, if he keeps doing that, certainly the luck will stop the shine. But oh no, what's happened here? There's debris all over the circuit. Mags is off, and he's dropped 8 seconds to Lester and Phillips. Phillips and Lester both got 3 seconds between them now as well. What just happened then? We're going to have to go to the replay and see what happened there, because we got, yellow flags. He's looped it again. Compounding injuries there for the 623. Let's go back and have a look here. We've got a couple of incidents showing up, so let's hope this is the right one. Let's go back and have a look. Obviously, down Conrod Straight, these guys have been nose to tail, human centipede style. Yeah, I reckon he might have just looped it here at the kink. No, there's a blue flagger involved. Phillips gets around. It looks as if Mags is trying to get around too. He had to jump on the brakes. That McLaren going well slow than what he thought he might be. And back to the drawing board there from Mags. There will be a few choice words thrown down there in the chat too, I imagine.
Oh, that's a tough one there. Was there contact? Was it just a blue flag and not off the racing line enough for the Bentley to handle? That's one for the stewards, ladies and gentlemen. We'll leave that to them. But the blue flags are starting to become the story of this race. Our race leader of Burton was taken out and just sent into the wall. There was one. There was another one there as well. Then we saw another one just sitting on the outside of the corner and came through at a rate of knots, did a couple of cars, and wacko. Wasn't too pretty, and it's starting to be that. They've had 3 incidents already. We've only been 50 minutes into the race, ladies and gentlemen. If you do that math very, very quickly, we're going to have about 20 of them by the end of the race. Quick 2x2, quick math. And there's one example of how to do it, in fact. Over Skyline, just get right out of the way and don't let anyone think about an alternate racing line through there, because it is absolutely spicier than a dodgy Vindaloo. Yeah, I don't know about blue flaggers going that slowly around the circuit. That causes just as much drama as them being on the racing line. I think in endurance racing, as a blue flagger, all you got to do is just hold your line. Don't be unpredictable. Don't slow down through the kink, that's for sure. When you've got the cars filing up behind you, they are faster. They will find a way around. You just don't battle them. If you start weaving across the track, slowing down in places where you might not otherwise, that's when these things happen. That's definitely how we saw Burton come to a gutser, and this man on screen as well. So maybe just a little bit of driver education down there for the guys getting lapped, but it all comes in time. Down here, King on the comeback trail. He's gone back down to 20th. He's back out on the circuit after a pit stop as well. So on the opting to take the dry tyre early. There's been a couple of cars do that too. We've got Bursa in the number 66 has taken his second pit stop. Cal Ford in the 484 as well. But no one in the top 19 so far opting to jump onto the dry tyre yet, so we'll see who blinks first in that top group to maybe take a risk. It'd probably be one of the guys within maybe around that 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th area. You might want to chance your arm at chucking the slicks on early to maybe get a bit of a leapfrog on the guys in front. Yeah, it's always a question you got in the back of your brain as you're driving around too. So without the ability of 5 people working out what your strategy is, you've only got your co-driver to be in your ear and tell you what really to do and how to go about it. So there's only 2 brains working when usually there's 5. So a little bit more difficult in sim racing land to make that decision. But you can still see that track is wet. It's absolutely damp is what the track conditions are telling me on my sense. It's not wet, it's damp. So it's drying up, ladies and gentlemen. There's no rain for the next 15 minutes at least coming through our way, so it could be that time where that dry line really starts to show. But it's drier at different parts of the mountain there, Chris, as well. Like here, it's looking very, very dry. There's no spray coming off the wheels, but when you come out of Forest Elbow through here, where the water's just been splurging its way down the mountain, it's still a bit wet down there. So it comes to that point where if it's 70% of the track surface is dry around the whole circuit, you'd be silly not to go on a set of wets.
Yeah, that's
dries.
Yeah, that's true. You just got to be extra careful in those spots where the water has started to pool. And I don't know if the drainage is that great around the mountain either. It sort of does pool up in certain areas. So you see it down the bottom of the mountain, especially in that front straight. It does seem to pool up in some spots. So we'll see. We'll see, excuse me. If some of these guys at the front take the old young and old there in the Halloween. I don't know if he's going to be able to pull this up. Oh, just doesn't. That's a little battle with a blue flag too, mind you. I'll tell you what, the blue flags are the story of this race so far. It's all just it's a lottery whether you're going to get out of the way or unscathed. It looks like Hamilton's had a bit of a gutser there as well. A yellow flag happening on his car, the number 15. Let's go back and have a look at what happened there up the mountain. T. Braz, subscribe to the channel. Thank you very much. Across the top here, spray still coming out the back, going up the hill too. So you see just maybe here, loops it across the McPhillamy out there into the kitty litter, and he'll go out on his merry way. Didn't lose too much time there either on that one.
That was a good little impression of a Beyblade there, if you're old enough to know what they are. Just pirouetting himself, no damage done, just lost it, and keeps skipping on his merry way, hoping that we didn't catch on the broadcast too. I reckon in the back of his brain, he's like, they won't see that one, boys. There's no collision, there's no nothing, but we caught you.
Yeah,
we got you, and that's unfortunate for you. But out you come the other side. Keith Bennett has started the race in 11th, is in 11th place, has not moved, and he's got Macri in front of Tyson, going for a little bit of a send himself as well. And speaking of sending it, 30 seconds is the lead, ladies and gentlemen, with Zhu now just absolutely taking it by the wrath of the Titans sort of thing, and just loving life out there. Nearly half a minute already. We're not even an hour in. How long will that lead be at the end of one? But who knows? Because there's so many strategies coming your way. There's so many abilities of racing drivers for it to come a gutser, and the mountain does bite. When it comes to that 4 hours mark of the race, it starts to heat up a bit. The fatigue sets in as a sim racing driver, as an in real life driver as well. And that's when the interesting stuff comes to play. So watch out for that. But Bennett's doing a great job here. He's nearly came off he did come off the circuit before and gathered it up. Luckily there, it didn't hamper him too much. He's back on the arse end of Macri here for 10th place, just hounding that one for the top 10. And looking very, very racy indeed, as is Chris Wren too. He's only 1.7 seconds behind Heshiger as well. So they're going for a little bit of a battle. Also in the grand scheme of things too, a couple of drivers coming into the pits in and out. Bennett is in pits now, so he'll be sending in. I hopefully think this could be a driver change here, Chris.
Yeah, possibly driver change. Definitely a tyre change. They're coming in now to get onto the slicks, I assume, because, well, the track seems to be drying up fairly fast as well. It's hot out there. Hamilton into the pits. Let's go up. Let's go up the front. Actually, it wasn't Hamilton. He's looped it again at the dipper there. Oh no, that's bad news. He's stop and go cleared. No, that's not him. It's number 60. No, it's number 15. Let's go and have a look, because he did loop it down there into... I feel like we're picking on him now. We're just going back through the replay. Across the top of the mountain. 1 lap ago, we saw him off there into the kitty litter. Now through the S's. Gets all crossed up. Goes through straight. And just the lost of all aero. Slaps the wall. reverses it down. Lucky no traffic coming there, and goes about his merry way. Just compounding injuries there for the number 15 there, Philip Hamilton. I feel like he was getting close to the back of Burton earlier on, but just giving that all back. Down here, Chris Wren, about a second difference to him, and Stephen Hirchner up in front there in the 977.
Yeah, giving a little bit of a hurry up, so it's looking good. Looking racy indeed. Just getting those pit stop times entered into my little notepad here as well as we go along, and it's starting to heat up. Lap 26 right now is what we want to be seeing. That's where these guys are coming out. In fact, Bennett hasn't done a driver swap either, so just come in, and he could be out on slicks. In fact, Christopher, that could be interesting. Is he the man out there on those tyres? We don't know as of yet, but it is damp out there. It's getting dry by the minute, ladies and gentlemen. Headlights still ablaze for these guys, and it's looking a little bit darker than what it was before. We thought it was brightening up a bit, and it's just gone dark again at a good old 8 o'clock in the morning. But these guys know what the conditions are now. They've had wet, they've had dry, and that means that they are knowing where their capabilities of the cars are, know what traction control to set up on the dials there, flick the ABS in, put the tyre pressures on, and go racing once again here for the 6 hour. And it's looking good. The cop car's just sitting in 11th place there, and Heschinger, Wren's a second behind him at the moment. It's all happening at the back here because Shalito has now got a great run. In fact, too good of a run just on the back there of Hudson. He's going to take Hudson's position away from him in the drag race up Mountain Straight. That Mustang's been in all sorts of places today. Blue Flags Racing, you name it, it's been there. It's been involved in collisions. It's been everywhere. He's racing here for 29th and 28th position, and Shalito's just coming back at him. In fact, as Hudson, but Shalito comes out on the outside. Thank you very much. Easy as you like. There's the overtake, and job done, and he'll power off into the distance once again. This is the ATR 6 hour enduro here at Mount Panorama, and we've had everything. It is now dry everywhere, ladies and gentlemen, this section of the track at any rate. So now it is looking the time and the moment to start to get rid of those wet tyre compounds, bolt on some slicks, maybe do a driver change, and set it all up here to start setting the pace alight.
Yeah, still the top, what do we got? 14 cars out there on the circuit, all just still going around with the wet tyre on. So we're going to probably see surely someone just start to turn the screws. I can't say that anymore. I keep saying it's my favourite. It's my favourite.
It's a bingo
phrase. Yeah, bingo cards for all people out there. You can pretty much tick off a whole row when I say that. But down here, the battle for 12th and 11th is on. Wren and Hirchinger down through the Forest Elbow. The cop car out in front, lights ablaze. But tell you what, Wren in the Ferrari just chasing it down, looking good too. It's a nice livery, that one, in the 538. Let's see if we can get a look at it. Let me have a look. The old free cam skills on display here, ladies and gentlemen. The M... oh, I'm so terrible at this. Hang on. Sorry, boys. Look at that. Beautiful colour scheme. Nice little accents there as well. Oh, look, we can see the action too. We can see the cop car there in front, right down into Murray's turn. Gets the job done. Pulls it up. Beautiful stuff. Let's go back to the track cameras. Geez, that's a tough little thing to do. Folks, not used to broadcasting in ACC, but we'll get used to it by the end of the day. It's all happening here. We are professionals here at Sensational TV. Zach O'Reilly, take over, son.
We are professionals, and the most unprofessional thing has happened, unfortunately, for Mr. Blue, number 420 in the Bentley. They've been disqualified for speeding in the pit lane multiple times. So that is their day done already, just as we ticked over the hour into the race mark. And that is all over, bar the shouting for car 420. Done, dusted, see you later, alligator. And he's just going to be sitting there for the next 5 hours, ladies and gentlemen, just watching the world go by. Maybe crack a couple of cans, go talk to the misso, and she goes, "Oh, you're over already, son?" Yeah, no, it was supposed to be a 6 hour, but it was only an hour, and we won the race. So, yeah, happy days. And she just goes, absolutely livid, and there goes a car into the wall. The Ferrari's massive.
Big hit.
That is huge there from Chris Wren. Huge damage surely on the side of that car. Is there steering damage? Gotta be after that mishap. Boy, oh boy, is he travelling slowly now. That was huge into the grate section. Massive tank slapper, and he is full left hand down by 90 degrees. That is huge damage, and there is witness marks on that car and the steering wheel. Can't even get it turned into the dipper and out the other side. Here's now a big bollard in the way of these cars coming through. Race control's got to be on. The headlights smashed out of the thing. The tail light's not even working on that right-hand side of the car. That is huge damage there for the big man, and he will be spewing. Just as we had a look at his livery, slapped it into the wall. There's a commentator's curse if I've ever seen one, and he's going to be trundling back to the pits, bruised. Hopefully that direct drive wheel did not break any bones as well of his too. That was a heavy hit into the wall. Let's get the replay up and have a look at that one, Christopher. That was massive.
It certainly was. Let's go back and enjoy the moment again. Tell you what, it's certainly not enjoyable for him. Oh, this was the secondary off there as well going through. We'll have to go back in time a little bit further once we get back live. It was a massive hit, and there's another one too. Just adding insult to injury there. Poor old Chris Wren and Team 538 car not having the best of times. So let's see the initial hit. Yeah, I think it's this one. Let's go back, folks. Here he comes. Yeah, on the chase with the cop car in tow, or in front, should I say, coming around, and I think just losing his marker there, a little bit wide through the great section, and bang. Ooh, that's a big hard slap there, ladies and gentlemen. Not great to see, but into the pit lane now to get that damage fixed up. It's going to cost him a lot of time too. The mechanics certainly earning their money now in overtime. But
he will be spewing because Hershinger in front of him just also came into the pits on that lap too. If he made it together, they would have come in side by side into the pit lane, or maybe an overtake, and he would have taken that position he fought so hard for off him. But just to add insult to injury, he sees the cop car in the pits in front of him. He's not going to be there for as long as he is, that's for sure. Massive shame there for Chris Wren. Unfortunately, just bollarding himself into the barrier. That would have been, in real life, that would have been a written off Ferrari, that would have been a red flag, and it would have taken 28,000 minutes for that thing to be cleaned up and towed away at the mountain. But here we are in sim racing. We just get on with it and keep going, and you roll with the punches. That's the first biggest solo incident we've seen of the day. And I guarantee you there's more to come, Chris. That curse count is up to 1 at the moment.
Yeah, we're in the greasy section here where the track's still a bit damp in spots, dry in others as well. So you fall into that false sense of security of saying, oh, no, I've got a bit more grip than I think I do. And then all of a sudden you have no grip and you're into the wall. Faster than Pink Floyd, I tell you what. It's all happening up here. Look at this, Burton and a blue flagger here at the moment. Just we'll see how Burton navigates this little blue flag section here, because what we've seen so far is he can be quite unforgiving there in the old blue flag overtaking department. Going down the hill, the Mustang holding its line, getting a little bit of a suck there, got the brake lights on, so maybe time to just get out from behind that Mustang too, because you never know when they're going to put the bloody anchors on here. The blue flags are blaze from the marshal's box there, coming down the Conrod straight. Here's Burton on the comeback trail, really close, just sending it up the inside, getting the job done so far cleanly and nicely. The 66 car getting out of the way. That's how you do blue flags, folks. Don't need to compromise your own race, just know where to place your car coming into the braking zones and you get that job done. And no tears, but the battle's on back here. This is a 1 second gap between Bracefield and Nicholson.
Yeah, good little driving stanza here from Bracefield and Nicholson. Now he's right on, because Nicholson just had a mare and slapped the wall, I think, in fact, too. In fact, Bracefield's just thinking about how he's going to go about setting up a move down Conrod here. That was huge. It was a second and a slap of the wall there for Nicholson. That was the incident. We'll have to see how that goes in the replay department later on. But didn't get the run out of Forest Over that he thought he was going to get on him. But is there some damage to that McLaren in front of him now racing to astern are the two MCLs? And it looks like he's just got the suck a little bit closer now. He's within 3/10, but not far enough up and through the kink into the chase we go. Heavy braking zone once again. Who's braver on the anchors? It seems to be both of them at the moment. From their shallow line there out of the chase, there goes Bracefield versus a deeper one for Nicholson. So a little bit difference in the driving styles, and it's back out to a second just like that. That's how quickly it can come and go, ladies and gentlemen. One little error, one unforced error yourself, and you just lose those couple of tenths. That is what racing's all about. A long way to go. 4 hours and 53 minutes left in this one. We've already had a curse count. We've had a car DQ'd already, DSQ'd in fact, and for driving in the pit lane misdemeanors. And we've had a yeet into the wall. As hard as you see, we've had collisions already. It's been hectic here for the first hour, and we've still got four and a bit left to go, Christopher. Looking very spicy up and down the field once these times start to filter out and the strategies come into play. Speaking of strategies, this man doesn't give a rat's toss bag about him. He's hunting for some wet track there. Not that there's much left of it. Still in the wet tyres. There's a co-driver here of Zhu, and he's just put on an absolute masterclass. 37.5 seconds now between himself and the second placer on the racetrack, just comfortably here for these boys in car number 45.
Yeah, that's half the reason I believe he's going to go really long and push these wet tyres to hopefully, for him and his teammates' concern, all the way to the end of that empty tank, and they can get back onto the maybe plan A strategy, where they've done the maths, they know how far a tank of fuel gets them, and make that round out so they do spend the minimal time in the pits. We saw all these guys pit on pretty much lap 6 and 7 for the wet tyre. So they're only 6 laps down on the strategy delta. So all it takes is maybe a little bit of a remap in the old engine mapping department to save a bit of fuel, to maybe collect that 6 laps back, and then they can get back onto their plan A for strategy. And he's going to try and push the tyres too, because now that gap's out to 42 seconds. They can pretty much do what they want in terms of pit stops and strategies. So push that wet tyre until it just about explodes, and until there's one drop of fuel left in that tank, and come in and maybe a driver swap, get the co-driver back in now that they're out of the, I guess, the rubbish that happens around in the first couple of laps. They've got clear air and clear track, so it's time for the co-driver to come in and just get into that rhythm and set some purple sectors, personal bests and whatever, and look towards the end of the race. But I'll tell you what, these guys are in an absolutely fantastic position here in the 45. That gap just keeps climbing, 42.5. It'll be 50 seconds soon, almost a minute, and they've probably lapped half the field now currently.
Yeah, they have. As speaking of coming into the pits, Bubby has come into the pits himself. The car 78 now sitting in 6th place effectively, so he's just pulled the pin early, and he will go for another one here on lap 32 indeed of this race. Cracking stuff here from everyone, and this man on screen has just driven the living suitcase out of this car. Lovely driving for the Lexus, and it just looks easy. Looks so smooth. Looks so calm and collected. It's like he's just doing a Sunday drive here. And why not, with your 43 seconds out in front, and you know the pace, you know the car. There's no heroics need to be done. Just got to navigate those cars that come into your way. Think about how hot your tyres are going to get, and keep pressing on. But I was going to make a point earlier, Chris, that the track itself is only 15 degrees in temperature. Like, that is unheard of. You'd lie on there and get colder than what the ambient temperature is if you just sat there. It's incredible. Usually it's about 4 or 5 degrees warmer than what the ambient is, but 15 is so cold. No wonder these wet tyres are just surviving. The tyre pressures weren't set high early on. You can see the first sort of signs there of maybe a little bit of a slide, but they're just lasting, and it's dry as a bloody Sahara Desert out there at the moment, and they're still running around on wet tyres. It's incredible to see. I think Babby made the choice to switch those tyres around and keep racing himself in 6th place. He could be on a set of slicks, and that will be very, very interesting to see. But racing on is Zhu, and oh no, that's a blue flagger in the way again. Oh my goodness me, that was a car standing still. Was that Nicholson or Rowe? I can't believe who that was, but somehow collect each other. That was hairy at the moment. You can see the different lap times coming out. 2:16s on the bottom right-hand side of your screen there for Babby versus John Zhu, doing 2:06s on the old wet compound tyre. So as it worked out, we don't know what to see. Another couple of laps to come together with that comparison. But at the moment, Zhu's not even phased. 2:06 is only about 5.5 seconds off their race pace on the soft compound tyre, or the slick compound tyre, and they're going for it. Hamilton was in 2nd place of this race at some stage, though, and find himself back down in 7th.
Yeah, he was having a hard time there as well. We saw compounding injuries there for the car 15. But back out there and on circuit in 7th position overall, and has served his 2nd pit stop, so they're out there on the slick tyre. They will certainly go up the order a bit once we get the likes of the 296, the 474, and possibly even the 87 of Simon Phillips up in front. All those guys still running on the wet tyre. After that, just downpour out of nowhere on lap 3, I think it started. It was hectic. We might, oh man, I'll tell you what, imagine if it rains again at some point during the day. We will absolutely have it all here on Sensational TV. We got action, we got rain, we got sunshine, we got rain again. Oh, I tell you what a spectacle as this race turned out to be. And we're not even a quarter of the way through yet. It's unreal. So we see a few white flags throwing up on the old timing tower as well, as the track still is pretty greasy. It looks dry, but I'll tell you what, all the rubber has been washed away. So we won't see any sort of blinding, blistering setting of the pace up the front. It'll just be in a controlled fashion, as the top guys are doing 206s at the moment. Johnny Zhu, his best is a 206. His last was a 207, but behind him, Logan Burton a 211 last time around. Simon Phillips a 210 last time around as well. So he's got 3 seconds on everyone. I'll tell you what, the only bloke close, actually, and very close, is this guy here, Skinny Luke, who has adopted the car off Leicester. And they've made their pit stop out onto the slick tyre, and he's going great guns here. 207.8 last time around, matching the pace of the driver out front. Keep in mind, he's on absolutely 27 lap old wet tyres that are probably hanging on by a whisker.
Yeah, not much left of them, I reckon.
Nope.
Probably turning into slicks at the moment too, which is also a good thing.
Yeah.
The tyre temperatures are still okay within the window thermally, but there's no chance of slowing down at the moment. Is this man just 207.8 going to cross the line now to do a 206.7 was his lap on lap 34. Yeah. So putting up the time here again, just pressing and pressing and pressing. He's got some traffic in front of him though, and that is huge. That is a Porsche off into the bunda, trying to make his way back out onto the field. But Hamilton is now climbing over the back here of Phillips. Drag race up Mountain Straight we go. I think he's got the chockies here as Hamilton over Phillips. He does. He's got the overlap. He's got the car in the position he needs. He's just braked a bit later, and that is it for Hamilton. Just beautiful stuff there. Phillips is having to settle for 7th place as the race leader is starting to climb onto the back of them. That's how long it takes, ladies and gentlemen. Hour and 13 minutes, and that is the race leader lapping all the way into the top 7 and beyond. Incredible stuff here from Zhu in front.
Yeah, just turning this. Oh, I'm not going to say it. Absolutely going great guns out in front. What about the pace? I mean, dead set on that old set of shagged wet tyres. Just still fastest man out there on the circuit. So throwing down the gauntlet indeed. I reckon just build that pace up now, maybe look towards the pit stops. But now we've got a blue flagger here. That is, I think that's Simon Phillips there that we saw just getting overtaken by Hamilton in that previous exchange. Just doing his thing. That's what you know, no obligation to jump out of the way. Just do your thing, hold your line, and the leader will get the job done down the straight, which he does now. Just sitting in the slipstream. Oh, geez, that was a little bit unpredictable there from Phillips, but gets through unscathed. That would have been a heart-in-mouth moment there from the zookeeper. Dead set, looking now towards lap 35, folks. And that gap is now 105 seconds. What's that, a minute and a half? A little bit more as well. Wow, he's coming up on, who was that? Ben Newman it was, actually, not Newman, Simon Phillips. They have made their driver swap. Now, it is the leader hitting the pits and using all the liberties of the pit entry there as well. That's a beautifully done. Shane Van Gisbergen style, just popped that car straight over the chicane there coming in. And that is lap 35, ladies and gentlemen. The leader has pitted. We'll see where he comes out. He will still be in the lead of this race, I assume, because of that massive gap there. Beavis is in second position on the circuit, still only serving one pit stop as well, so he'll have to come in soon too, as well as Daniel Wren behind them in the 296. But the next person out is Breno Ellis. He has taken over the car there, car 777, that we saw get into a massive accident earlier on in the race. So they've actually come back quite well, Zach O'Reilly, to be, well, on the lead lap still, I suppose, but in P4 currently, maybe P2 in net gains.
Yeah, net gains will probably be around that second, third place with the 10-second gap, but it is a great drive. No less at all. Burton did a great job to pilot that car to lap 33. And after all the mishaps that we saw with that thing, it hit the wall, it hit a blue flagger. It's now just navigating its way back through the field, and he's doing a great job. And hopefully Breno Alice can capitalise on that too and make sure that Ferrari gets to the end without any more damage. The panel gaps are wider than a Collingwood supporter's teeth at the moment, because it's at this point where they think, have I got the damage? Have I got the limitations? Yet we'll keep going. Just don't hit a wall, son. And that's exactly what they've done. They've navigated beautifully past the Wren there as well. So the Pennzoil car in fourth place now, and Navigator did Alice through that. Hamilton is on the prowl here at the moment of Babby in front of him. Babby came into the pit 3 laps ago, in fact, and changed some tyres, I reckon, and put some fuel in, and they're just not coming up to temperature. He's under all sorts here from Big Hamilton's. This is Lewis Lovechild here on the outside into the final corner. Goodness me, he's going for the switchback move on the skyline.
Oh,
no! They're both in the wall. You are kidding me.
No.
That is absolute disaster, and Hamilton just keeps sailing on into the distance. That is caught in 4K, ladies and gentlemen. Ridiculous stuff there. That is not how you do it. They're both cars involved, both into the wall. You're going to have to see the replay of that one. What in the absolute P155 was that sort of racing behaviour? Around the outside was trying to go Hamilton. Gets the job done here. He's just outbraked himself, then gone for the switchback. He's cut the nose back in again, and he's gone there, but he hasn't anticipated the shallow exit and slammed Babby into the wall. Both of them, in fact, got some bruised battle marks on that one as well. The stewards have to intervene on that sort of thing, and he's blue flagging himself back out of this one, redressing the position, but look at the damage now on both cars. Babby's bonnet is probably going to fly up and smash the windscreen. It's got that much of a gap.
Yeah.
And the McLaren is not looking too healthy. Ferrari is not looking too happy either in the old front bumper department.
Yeah, that car there, the number 15, more hits than Elvis, folks. It's been in the wars today. And it just gets worse for him. But doing the right thing with the redress, Zach O'Reilly. I like to see that out there on circuit. A little bit of gentleman's code. And why not in the old GT3 category? See, it's the gentleman's category, if you ask me. There's a lot of gentleman racers out there in the world. Rich old blokes that think they're bloody race drivers go and buy a Audi R8, spec it out GT3 style, and take it down to Sandown to spend half the time in the grass on the outside of turn 6, but that is another story indeed. These guys will resume the race, the battle, but down here it's Beavis and Bursa. Couple of bees, a couple of bees under the bonnet there, going up over the top of the mountain now.
Yeah, Beavis and Butthead, I thought you were going to pull out there, but we didn't, and it's still Beavis at the moment having a good old crack. He's just 1.2 seconds behind Bursa. And think about how he can go for a little bit of an advantageous pace strategy over that Mustang in front of him. So it's a little bit of a gamble on what you do. Do you push early and wear those tyres out, or you just go hammer and tong later in the stint and just think about what you can do as that fuel load starts to come off? But he's just doing a nice job. 2 different lines into Forest Elbow, one wide, one shallow. And it equals out to be no different there in the pace department for these boys. Still a second. Line astern, no chance of a slipstreamage here down Conrod as they fly up to about 200. What are we at? 265 as we're under the Pirelli overpass there. It'll be about 281 by the time they hit the anchors there, just on 280 in fact. Slams it down a couple of gears, into third, into second, slaps it back in, navigates the chase beautifully out the other side, not taking too much inside curb on the out stuff. And race on again we go. It's up on the moment again against these two. Came together last lap, ladies and gentlemen, the death of the lap. Redressed the position did Hamilton, as we saw, at 2 cars damaged, and he's just climbed back onto Babby, who will be probably struggling now with that heavy skyline in front of him at the moment. Is probably a little bit lacking in the downforce department now. He needs all of it to keep that heavy thing on the track. Just as a great equaliser. Look at him bouncing it over the outside curb there. That is just full commitment there from Babby. Hamilton's just smooth as you like here, just navigating it beautifully, trying to muscle his way back into a lead that's not 0.7 seconds is Babby, and he's pushing hard. The car behaviour is just off its dial here in that skyline. Look at him fang it in deep, narrow and shallow into the Forest Elbow out the other side. Nearly takes the side quarter panel off on the wall, the infamous DJR wall and navigates out the other side, but he's got 5 tenths now, so the gap has decreased. How much of a suck is it going to hurt the old Babster in front of him at the moment? It's looking pretty good. Hamilton's coming at a rate of knots. He's just thinking about maybe setting up a little bit of a dicey overtake manoeuvre. No, he doesn't. He's heavy on the brakes, so climbing back in is that Ferrari. Hamilton on the prow, up over the curb goes Babby. Now he's all sideways on the exit of the chase. So is the ladder in Hamilton too. Now it's on again like Donkey Kong. This is where it all happened 2 laps ago, ladies and gentlemen. It's not going to happen here. Babby navigates it beautifully. So does Hamilton. Out the other side, incident free. Starts another lap, but only 4 tenths of difference now. And we've got a beautiful slipstream advantage section coming up our way. Out of Hull Corner, up out and straight.
Yeah, sure is, folks. These guys are going to resume the battle from what we saw before, and all respect to Hamilton for redressing the position, but it's not going to undo the damage that's been done to that Skyline in front and in his own car, obviously. Both of those guys down on the pace, and a 2:06.7 for the both of those guys. The guy in front, they're chasing down on the circuit, Breno Ellis, setting 2:05s at the moment, 2:05.7. Last time around, so he's actually catching up to the whoa, geez, a little bit of hairiness there,
and the overtake
gets it done. Beautiful stuff. As I was looking at my timing screen as well, let's go and have a look at that. Let's go back 30 seconds, have a little look at that overtake, ladies and gentlemen. I missed it. I'd like to see it again as they come around Griffin's Bend for the 37th time. Here they go up the hill. I assume the Skyline's just going to run wide here at the cutting. Does. Yep, little mistake there. Scrubbing the outside wall, and the Ferrari takes that position easy as you like. Now we'll get to see the pace of Hamilton in that 15 car, and to see if he can stretch that lead out any further. But I'll tell you what, 0.4 is the gap now coming down the Conrod Straight. That's certainly in suck range. We'll probably see maybe even in attack range coming down into the chase here. Zach O'Reilly, this could be maybe a little return serve from Babby.
Oh, I hope not, because they're going hammer and tong. That Skyline is right on the rear clacker of that Ferrari in front of him. Goes defensive, does Hamilton. Babby's just got the beautiful little line out of the chase. He'll be on the preferred racing line. Slides it on exit though, and slides it again. There goes all that pace differential he probably would have made up with the disadvantageous defensive line of Hamilton, and it's still on again. It's only 7 tenths of a second, but out of that battle of the suck range that we saw here once again around. Geez, these boys are making the race go quicker with this action. They're fantastic drivers at the moment. Beautiful stuff. And look at the old bank, the Commonwealth. In fact, Commonwealth Bank, Terrat Bank has dropped himself into the 5.38. And he's right on the rear clacker of Cooper here at the moment too. So coming into Forest Elbow, looking very, very pacey indeed. 2:05.2 was his last lap. Now we're starting to see the track dry up. It's just getting quicker and quicker. And he's got a beautiful run. He's just got to slip in behind that Ferrari. Go for it again. Beautiful racing for the both of them. Now, got that job done, has Bank absolutely cashes in his checks. Down Conrod, thank you very much, he says, into 19th place, and up the road we will gallop. I've got 30 seconds between myself and Harnett, who is way, way, way down the road, but a position advantage nonetheless. He's a confidence booster, and it's the best way to go racing. Just make sure you can do overtakes, have a bit of fun, and get yourselves way into clean air. Look at this though, Canero is back into the car. He's taken over from Zoop. That was their pit stop manoeuvre on lap 35. So 4 laps ago, switched the drivers back out, still in the effective lead of the race by 53 seconds. And the main driver steps out. In comes Canero, and these two are on today here for a race victory. Everything goes to plan. I can't see them losing it. Look at Skinny Luke there. That is absolutely dead set anorexic between the two of them and the wall. Speaking of Skinny, that was very, very hairy indeed between himself and Newman. That was nothing together at all. No shouts, no love, no anything lost there between them. Is he going to send it into Forest Elbow? He doesn't. Beautiful racing from the both of them. Defensive driving from Newman. Now Skinny's just got to think about what he can do down Conrod Straight. He's just got to choose which side of the racetrack he's going to commit to. Now they're starting to weave their way down here. 2 Aston Martins just jinx it to the right-hand side. Comes out the other side, passes poor old Newman. Had nothing to answer there. Just gave him an absolute bathing. Down Conrod Straight into the kink we go. 5th place now, easy as you like for Skinny Luke. Hopefully he can skip away off into the distance as well with the next gap of 24 seconds. But nice racing from the both of them. Clean, calm, but aggressive.
Yeah, it's certainly great stuff to watch, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Gavin Chat. We've got the owner of ATR just waiting in the wings here in the Discord chat. So we might drag him up in just a moment and ask him a few questions about his league and how he can get involved in racing this one, perhaps this year or next year. Obviously not this year because it's happening right now, but any other events that they got happening. So let's drag him up now and bear with me. We've got Gavin in the chat. Oh, you see what I did there, ladies and gentlemen. But it's good to have you, mate. Just start talking. I'll see if I can get some audio happening here for the folks.
No worries, boys. Just a big hello and how you doing? Great to hear you guys carrying on the way you are. It's a fantastic race so far.
Yeah, it sure is. Sure is, Gavin. And we carry on. That's what we do best, Zach O'Reilly.
Yeah, we do. But it's a great event you're putting on here, Gavin. This is looking spicy. We've had it all early on in this opening stanza, and there's been a couple of misdemeanors, a disqualification already, and but it's looking very, very cool out there. These guys are 100% committed, mate.
Oh, it's brilliant. Brilliant to have all of them coming on board. A lot of these guys don't race together with our league, so they're pretty much new to each other and how they all handle their own racecraft. So great to see everyone enjoying themselves, and hopefully we'll have a good show toward the end of the race and mostly have everyone still with us.
Yeah, well, we've only had one DSQ so far, the 420 car. What happened with that one?
Yeah, look, unsure exactly. I haven't spoken with the boys, but from listening in to you guys, it seems that they were disqualified for the speed in pit entry. So, yeah, it's a sad way to go out, that's for sure, and a very early loss to the event for them.
Yep, sure was. And it was an early exit as well for that car too. So I'm sure they'll be tuning in on the broadcast to watch the rest of the race happen. What other things did we get going? As you said earlier, these guys don't really know each other. It's they conducted themselves with great respect earlier on in the race. The first few laps were really great, and then once the rain started to come, we used to see people losing their minds. What can we get a little insight into whether we might see some more rain later on in the day?
Look, predictions are around 10% of rain.
Yep.
So I'm sort of expecting some more, but I'm just not sure where in the race that might hit. The exciting race we had about 4 years ago, similar situation where it was dry pretty much all the way until an hour and a half to the end of the race, which opened up a few channels for concern for the drivers. But yeah, a lot of these guys have had access to get some laps and seat time with and without each other for a couple of service being made available for 4 weeks now. And the past, there's an incident, just little bump and run. So basically what's happened there is we've also put up a wet server because we had a bit of a thought that there might be some rain this weekend. So the boys have had some opportunities to grab some laps around the circuit that's saturated. But very good showing, very, very exciting to see. And yeah, we've been sort of working with each of the teams closely to make sure they all understand what the needs are and expectations are. So fantastic to see the respect that they are providing each other today.
Yeah, definitely. It looks pretty feisty out there for a couple of customers out on the racetrack. As you said, there's some people who have raced with each other. Some people don't know what the actual, etiquette is between both drivers, and that will always just come to, I guess, grips at the end of it, which is fantastic. And we've seen those incidents happen, but when you put on an event like this, the logistics behind it must be enormous in terms of knowing who's where, what the drivers are going to be like, who can get along with each other. I've got a question inside as well. Do they have some sort of room that they all sit in together, or is it individual private rooms between the teams? How do these boys communicate to each other off the side of the racetrack?
Yeah, basically we've got 30 rooms and each have 2 drivers per room. They can wander about to each of the rooms and catch up with fellow drivers, or we had, I think there was the qualifying and top 10 last weekend. We had all of them in the one room from the same young and old team. So I sort of asked them whether they're having a garage party at the time, but it's pretty good. It's a pretty good way they can communicate with each other. And then on top of that is race control, so they can broadcast to all those rooms at the same time, as and when needed.
Yeah, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Go, Chris. Sorry.
It's a little bit dangerous when they can wander about in the old voice chats as well. So you might get a few just hopping in, given the old spray and go, we call it, back in the day.
Yeah. No, I think they're pretty good, and it's more about communicating with somebody that might be a little bit slower than somebody else, just to let them know they're on their way, and sort of try and assist with those passes. Because at the end of the day, it's the driver that's passing's responsibility to do it cleanly. But also, if there's somebody in front being shown the blue flags, the brief indicated that hold your line and don't try and do anything stupid over the top of the mountain. Don't panic, and as you come out onto a straight, just ease off the throttle and either be predictable by staying on the line, or if you're getting off the line, do it early, just to allow other drivers to see what the competition's doing.
Yeah. Is there going to be a safety car at any stage if it needs be, if a car is stuck on the field, or is there just an admin side of things just to say, all right, you can't move the car and we'll just teleport you out of the way? How's that all going to work if that possibility comes to fruition?
Yeah, at this stage we have only used safety cars once, and we found that it was a bit difficult to coordinate 3 drivers, which is what we needed to manage the 6 hours, and have them all sort of doing the same thing. So we found it a bit difficult to safely control the field. It was brilliant when it was running, but yeah, just to get that first lap in front of the leader was a bit difficult. So we don't do that this race or the past one. We sort of rely on the guys to know that if they can limp their car around safely to pits, then that's it. They can go in there and repair. But if they're damaged to the point that they can't move around safely, then it's end of the day for them, and then escape to pits, and that's their race.
Yeah, absolutely. As we tune into track, because it's all kicking off here between Merritt and Bursa. These guys have swapped positions about 3 or 4 times in the last few corners, and Merritt just gets the better of him up there into Griffin's Bend here. Beautiful overtake, but that Mustang's looking pretty good. He'll probably try and set that up for another return serve down the mountain, as those Mustangs are quick in a straight line, that is for sure. But these 2 guys leaving nothing out there on the table as well. Bursa doing a great job, but now just sort of losing touch with Merritt across the top of the hill. Mate, I'll tell you what, cracking event you've put together here. Does ATR do any other events throughout the year, or is it just the one Bathurst 1000 and a once a year sort of annual thing?
Well, it is our premium event, but we do run GT3s throughout the year, GT4s. We do some AC, and we're sort of planning around the AC Evo prospect as well. So yeah, we're quite busy. We race generally Monday nights and Friday nights, and we do the biannually between the series events. And we've got a number of series managers that help out, coordinate their own events from that point of view, and then the whole team come together for protest reviews. So it's been quite great in all senses. And Austeam racing commenced in 1996, back in the NASCAR 2003 days, and a little fun fact, first in the world to organise the ATR 1000 back in NASCAR 2003, and the first in the world to actually implement driver changes. And back then it was a case of running the modems, and driver who's on track would pull into pits, disconnect his modem, and then the other guy would reconnect. And the reason behind that is they both had the same MIDI files, so the computer and the server just assumed that it was the same car coming back on track and end up with the same damages.
That would have been the days where the modem was injected into the motherboard, so it would have just been a simple reach around to the Ethernet cable and just wrench it out in a split second. Holy cow.
That's it. But you still had the wait time, obviously, back in the day. So to see ACC implement driver change within the software is brilliant from that point of view, and it's also with other software platforms these days as well. So it's good to see that, and it's great to make it a much easier process than what it used to be.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like, I don't know, you need a degree in some sort of IT department to figure out that was even possible in the first place. But brilliant stuff. There you go. First in the world, ladies and gentlemen, here. You heard it first. And racing Monday nights, I believe, as well. So if anyone at home watching want to get involved in the ATR ecosphere, where can we find your Discord or website or any way to join in?
It's austeamracing.com.au. We also run another website, austeamracing.com.au/1000 or ATR 1000. Monday nights at the moment we're running AC, and the bi-weekly is ACC. And then after that we do the Friday nights with ACC. And again AC, so we've moved on to AC for Friday night as well. Gentlemen, you're going to have to excuse me, I'm just being called to the booth, and I'll be back a little bit later. But thanks very much for your chat, and love your work, enjoying it immensely.
Oh, no worries.
No worries.
Thanks, mate.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Gavin. Always a pleasure. Jump in whenever you are free again, mate. Go and get that sorted out. But the racing is absolutely on here. That is a cracking move from Bevis over Shine. Just absolutely buffed him.
Yeah.
Out of that one for sure. Just said, mate, there's a bit of oxidation on that clear coat still. Let me help you out, and just gave him a bath. Said, here we go. Got the old rotary out, and I says, thank you. There is P8 for Bevis. Got it over Shine there. A beautiful move. Up Mountain Straight. Fantastic stuff from these races. We saw an incident earlier from a BMW, and I cannot remember his name. It was on the top of my tongue, but he sent it into the wall very, very hard there as he was getting overtaken. Goodness me, why do I mention stuff I don't know about? But if you saw it, viewers, I caught it. I saw it. We all know what happened. Hopefully it came out relatively unscathed, but it was very, very esque what we saw from, what was his name? Bursa too as well, I think it was. Smashed it into the wall as well.
Yeah, good stuff there, folks. We did.
Jesus.
Well, I didn't see it. I was scratching my nose or something silly like that, folks. But we are 4 hours and 21 minutes to go here in this ATR 1000. Some nice little facts about the race and the league as well there from the man in control, Mr. Gavin Chatt. So. If you're keen to get involved, there was the website details before, austeamracing.com.au. Go and check that out. It sounds like there's a nice little community back there. I hadn't seen the racing from these guys before, but certainly impressing me today.
Yeah, definitely impressing me, and it's great to have such a very, very strong league involved around the world in Australia. Australia base, you think it's all happening. It's not, and it's happening on here because one's just gone straight past Nicholson. Got that overtake done. It was an unforced error there from Nicholson, who went too wide and just lost that position, lost all the momentum, and got a P16 taken away from him. Now he has to settle for 17. We've had settling in beautifully. So this is the chat at the moment, Chris. We've got Sir Heck in there. Hi from car 977. Good to see you, mate. We've got T. Brads from the 56 Mustang as well. Good to have you in there. Wellesley is in from car 15. He's a bit nervous. And 484 from Cal and 623 from Red Rebel Racing. We've got a fan there for car 623 on screen right now. The old number 9 Camaro-esque Bentley going around. And good to have you all in the chat with us and viewing around the world here. 1000. This is Sensational TV. I'm Zach O'Reilly with you in the commentary box. Alongside me is Christopher Munro. Puts the M in magnificent. Does that man too, by the way. Calling all the action here for the next 4 hours and 20 minutes and 7 seconds. And that's going to be a barnstormer here for the rest of this race. And I'm loving what we're seeing. Good to hear Gavin as well putting on such a show for us here. And that man made it possible. And some wizardry back in the early 2000s there with computers and driver swaps. Wow, what an insight.
Yeah, imagine that. Trying to orchestrate that on a large scale just gives me a headache thinking about it. I tell you what, hats off to him for doing that. World first, ladies and gentlemen, a league doing driver swaps. And I'll tell you what, driver swaps in the original AC also a pain in the arse. I can imagine before that it would have been even worse. But down here, oh no, Craig, you're in the 23. The VB car has not had his Taulia VB at 20 to 8 in the morning. Obviously, he's come and guts it down there in the middle of the straight. I wonder how that's come about. Let's go back and have a look, because that's a strange place to find yourself turned around. It might have something to do with that McLaren chiming in from behind. We can see he's blue flag, just getting out of the way. Just put the throttle in, son. You don't want to be going slow down there. That makes it worse. Oh, no, he's just trying to get out of the way, but has just absolutely scuffed himself on the way down. That's it's not not ideal there, folks. But the VB car will plough on. Fastest way to my heart is a VB livery. And I find myself asking the question, is it too early to crack into one of those yet or not? We've got a long day of streaming ahead, Zacco, but I might have to hold off on that one. Otherwise, it could just descend into madness.
It's could be 5 o'clock somewhere, Chris. Who knows?
Oh,
That's all the excuse you need. But speaking of excuses, we've got none, because we've been absolutely commentaried, lessened and taught in the chat there by what we've been saying, Heshinger. It's Heckinger. So I'm sorry, Sir Heck. It's Heckinger, and I hope you don't have too many old Heck moments in the race, because it's not the ideal place to be at the moment. A blue flag are getting in the way of Nicholson here at the moment. Down Conrod, just getting out of the way nicely so far at the moment. Goodness me. Hello, KB Racing from car 13. Steering issues, but we will manage well, mate. I hope so as well. In 12th place you're sitting at the moment. Not a bad place to be there at this stage. Let's have a look at these steering issues and see what's going on. Maybe with the onboard, is it hardware related or is it mechanical related? We'll see here. We'll just try and wait till he gets to a straight section. Oh yeah, a little bit, just maybe a touch left hand down. We'll have to see when he straightens it up. And I reckon it is left hand down there, unfortunately. Just a love tap with the wall somewhere along the circuit has hampered him, and that is for sure. But Murad is just absolutely yeeting it through here, 2:03.9. So the pace is still there in the Ferrari for these boys, old man, young man racing, and they'll be fine. Don't worry about that. But good to have you in the chat there, KB, as well. Any reference to the one Kevin Bartlett on V8 on the ATCCs, or are we talking football? Don't know. Your name could be bloody Cale Birch, for all I know. Who gives a rat's toss bag? Anyway, going pretty well here at the moment of these boys, and the racing is still on. It's going on for the next 4 hours and 16 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a barnstormer, and a 10% chance of rain is the inside fact. So maybe a drizzle here somewhere just to get the guys a little bit nervous and the boys a little bit dancy.
Yeah, and nothing like a little bit of precipitation to chime in and get the action flowing. The Hackster has chimed in the chat as well. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to you, sir. KB Racing, the cops are coming to you, Sir Heck says. That's you got to keep an eye out for that Aston Martin, ladies and gentlemen. The crime burners are out there burning the crime, one incident at a time. The guys at the front, mind you, are knocking on the door of 201s. They are absolutely flying now. The track is just starting to rubber up every time these GT3 cars go around. So we'll see those lap times just starting to dip down and down and down. I tell you what, this guy's flying here in the 846. Skinny Luke is on pace with the leaders, but finds himself down here in 5th position. His teammate Lester did start this race and just found himself stuck behind a couple of cars there for quite a while, one of which was the Bentley, and the other which was the other Aston Martin of Newman and Phillips, which is now in the rearview mirror of the 846 on screen. And what could have been if he just had got around those guys early? He found himself just in that tussle for however many laps, Zach. I felt like it was like the first 20-odd laps just stuck there. Could not get the overtake done because it was pissing down rain. He didn't want to risk it. But now Skinny Luke's in the car, and certainly Skinny because the weight is off, I tell you what. And he's out there setting 206, 202s, low 202s.
The weight is off Skinny. Well, I'd hope it would be off him, because with that name, crikeys, if he was a big fella, that'd just be ironic in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, driving around 203 zeros at the moment, setting the pace alight here, and the coppers are coming at the moment. Says Sir Heck, the cops are coming for you. Well, incredible. We'll see what happens. What's happened here to Murad? He's going very, very slow. This is not good, ladies and gentlemen. That car has got more hits than Elvis, Freddie Mercury and Queen all put together. Not looking too good and travelling very slowly down Conrod. Damage everywhere. Nearly gets sideswiped by 3 or 4 cars on the process as well. Oh, that is not good. Bumpers hanging off. Headlights still working. What is the steering looking like at the moment? That is dead set poor there. That car now looks exactly like the livery it was painted in, and that is horrible. Full 180 degrees. I don't think he's going to be able to make it through these. He's just getting out of the way of some cars. Yes, he is. Holy mackerel. Can he get that car turned? He can indeed, but around any left, right-hand circuit at the moment of the turns, he is just in all sorts here. Disaster. 4 hours and 13 minutes in, and another one as well. The VV cars also coming into the pits too with some damage as well. 2 cars line astern. Is he going to be able to get it through this section here? This is what I was worried about. I was trying to get to it. Oh boy, yes, just at the nick of time. Is he going to make it through the next left-hander? Yes, he is. Just, oh, goodness me.
Well done.
It is painfully long. Well done. But they get it into the pits. Bursa and Murad into the pits, both looking worse for wear. And, geez Louise, that's horrible stuff and a horrible place to be.
Yeah, not wrong. That car was going great guns too as well, so now it's a long wait to get that one fixed. The mechanics put to work up and down the pit lane, mind you. A fair bit of damage being left up there on the mountain today, claiming a few. And we're just going past a third of the race distance, just about. So we're getting through this one, ladies and gentlemen. 6 hours coming at you of a big day streaming here in the box at Sensational TV. Skinny Luke, though, flying, and he can see the back now of that Nissan Skyline up in front. The back of Babby, it is, in fact, and it's about a second there difference, and he's been cutting little chunks out of that lead every single lap, flying around there at the moment. He's about a second a lap faster, so we probably expect him to be under the rear wing here any tick of the clock. You can see the gap visually closing down across the top of the mountain. The chopper barely able to keep up as they fling it down through the world famous dipper, and now he's certainly in contention to use the brakes and get right up underneath the rear wing of that GDR Skyline and use the suck of Bathurst that we've seen so many times before. Down Conrod Straight they go. The Aston probably not quite close enough to make a dive down there at the bottom, but he will certainly be in contention to stick right up there and be well in contention for a turn 2 overtake perhaps. But look at this, the straight line pace on that Aston is blinding. Showing the nose, absolutely sending it down into the chase. Gets the job done. Babby sidesteps him, saw him coming in the rearview mirror, and that's good driving by both of those guys, but a very late move from Skinny Luke, not mucking around this bloke, I'll tell you what.
No, not at all. That was cracking stuff. That Skyline must be damaged in a straight line there with that bonnet hanging up. We'll be giving it some sort of disadvantage because that was super stuff. Beautiful stuff there from Skinny Luke, driving his absolute wheels off it. Newman's driving the wheels off it as well. I thought they nearly came together as well there into turn 1. I was looking at the timing towers, I was commentating, but they didn't. It's still racing on. Has Babby got any sort of return serve coming his way back at Skinny Luke? Because that was as easy as taking candy from a baby. Was that move? It was just so simple. That Skyline has got some front aero damage, as you know, and you can see it too there. That bonnet is lifted up like it hasn't been closed properly. It's just permanently there after coming together earlier on in this race into the first wall of Mount Panorama. Not the best place to go, but he hasn't been able to make any amends to that, and just loving every single moment at this point in time is the big fella. And Babby is just driving it. And Gavin has just popped back into the chat, Christopher, as well.
Yep.
I haven't got him. I think I've got him.
Yep, I think he's there.
Yeah, guys. Yep.
Here he is. He's back, and he's done all the things he needs to do on the outside. Just, I'm sure, a fair bit of housekeeping that needs to happen throughout the day. But as we see Beavis right up under the back of Newman here, I think Newman may be having a bit of a damage issue as well, because he's dropped a couple of positions very shortly. In a very short amount of time, and struggling for pace here, it seems, with Beavis just giving him the hurry along. And as we've seen over the years, it's very hard to force an overtake across the top of the mountain unless you've got testicles the size of basketballs. But I tell you what, I don't know how they fit them in the race seats up there. These guys are absolutely flying. Down the mountain they come. Beavis trying to set up an overtake down into Forest Elbow. Does get on the anchors. Does not get the job done, but this is where the stretching the legs of the Ferrari will happen. There's quite a few Ferraris in the field today. That it seems to be the car of choice, the manufacturer of choice. I don't know if it's got the old Meta BOP or what, because they keep changing it in ACC. Every update, every car seems to be faster or slower or whatever. But is there any... Actually, here's a question for Gavin. Is there any custom BOP, or can you even do that in this game?
Honestly, unsure. We've got BOP, but we've got that through LMF. And as you say, that does update, not regularly, but it does update. Just while we're talking about the Beavis boys, it's actually father and son, and at the wheel right now is Lockie and his father being Hayden. So they've driven the last 4 races together at the ATR 1000 and have had some good results in the past. So looking forward to seeing how they end up today. So last weekend we had Hayden in the car doing the qualifying and finished in P10, and obviously put Lockie in P10 for the start of this morning's run.
Well, it looks like they're doing pretty well as a father-son duo, just sitting comfortably at the moment and looking for a little bit of a battle coming their way in 8th place, because Newman is just driving really, really well in front of him, just putting a defensive masterclass on, as we've seen him do all race. And the father-son duo of the Beavers boys going for it, and they're trying to get themselves further up into that top 10 at the moment. It's a bit of an old tussle here, single file through this section, surely, because you don't want to be anywhere near an overtake coming through that section. 2 cars never works through there unless it's a blue flagger, and that's hairy at its best. And Ryan King's just done the fastest lap of the race, a 2:01.4. So I'll tell you what, the crown is well and truly on top of his head here at the moment. Cracking little stanza here through the S's and the Dipper, coming out the other side. Just 2 different driving styles, in fact, of these boys. One just narrows it in early, one late apexes it. And now we can see how they go through Forest Elbow out the other side, both taking the shallow line, coming out the other side into a suck range. Now surely is Lockie. He's going to have a good old crack here down Conrod. Now he's just got to slip himself back into that slipstream, punching a hole in the air. Right now is that Aston Martin of Newman. He's ever edging so closer here. Under the Pirelli bridge they go. Beautiful stuff. Newman's gone to the right left-hand side of the circuit. Now Lockie's just going to try and switch back, or is he under brakes? No, Newman just so strong and confident into the chase. Had no opportunity there to Bevis, but it's going to hurt him on the exit of the chase. In fact, it doesn't. Cracking stuff here. Just battle on and on and on, boys. Keep it clean, and it will be entertained here at Sensational TV. That is some closing speed there for Lockie. Is now in suck range once again for the Mountain Straight coming their way, Christopher.
Yeah, might be time for the old Mountain Straight overtake. He shows the nose, just keeping Newman honest. And now he's right up under the rear wing. You might expect Newman just to get right over to the other side of the circuit there, just to block off that defensive mode. There's a car in the background there giving us the old flash from the headlights. That must be Matt Shine in the 296. But look at this, just the Aston, very slippery in a straight line, hasn't been able to be taken advantage of in any of these straightaways today, and certainly the Ferrari can't get it done. He was as close as you're probably going to get out of Forest Elbow and turn one, and still couldn't get that job done. So maybe a bit of a high aero package happening there on the Ferrari. We can see, wow, Newman dancing with danger there through Quarry, almost slapping the outside wall there. Not ideal indeed, but following head to toe, nose to tail here at the moment as the Ferrari just searching for a way through. He's certainly faster over the top of the hill. You can see how close he is there, so possibly that extra aero coming in handy across the top, but there's nothing he can do down the straights because the V8 Aston is just pulling away.
He is 100% just absolutely just going for that move at any stage. Will Newman in trying to defend, but the Beavis is just coming so quickly at him. Every lap we're watching these boys. It's now 2 in a row. This will be the 3rd that they're going line astern, and it's again a battle down Conrod Straight. The Aston Martin very slippery, as we said, in a straight line. Bevis is just getting closer and closer now. He's about a car length away here from an overtake move. Bevis is just going to commit to the outside here and send it up the inside into the chase. Is it going to work? That is too. Beautiful stuff, and he gets the job done. P7 Thank you very much, Mother, for the rabbits. His old man will be absolutely cheering him on. High heaven sort of stuff, cracking move. And now it's on here between Skinny Luke again because Babby's got past him. In fact, Babby's just redressing that one. So there must have been something nefarious happen between them. Babby's been in the wars today. Oh, my goodness me. They've been slapping walls left, right and centre, collided in incidents. And maybe that was another one there for the replay, Christopher.
Yeah, maybe. I'm searching down the order there. Nothing showing up. So possibly just a sidestep there from Babby, knowing that Luke's got the pace and doesn't want to ruin his own race by just sitting there in defence mode here. We're not even halfway through the race, and if you get stuck in a battle, you can just eat so much time out of your overall lap times, and the more you do it, the longer you do it, it just kills your chances down the road. So, well, maybe some wise driving there from Babby, just knowing that his fight is not with Skinny Luke at this point in the race, because Luke is at least a second quicker per lap at the moment, so there's not really any point in Babby holding up the old defensive manoeuvres there at all. So now it's getting back down to another little lull in the action. It's still 4 hours to go, Gavin. How's it shaping up on your end as an overall result in the old, I don't know. Just my mouth is moving, words are coming out. What words? Who knows?
Just got to shift that old lever into go and get it all happening there.
Might
but
need
at
another
the end of the day, it's coming together really nicely to see how these guys are performing at this stage. I do have one team that's out there on track that had the HUD working, but I'm now being informed that they're struggling to get that up to be able to do a driver change.
No.
I'm not sure how they're going to work that one through, because you can't be in the car, from what I know anyway, to be able to make that change. And if you can't bring it up and get out of the car, then I'm not sure what's going to happen there. The other thing to note too, gents, is that there's no driver stints, hasn't been for the last 2 years, but there is still a max time of 4 hours 5 minutes that a team member can actually run for. So again, it just depends on the strategies people are sort of considering, and at the moment we see a dry track, but I still feel in my gut that we've got some rain coming.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a 6 hour event without it. What was I going to ask? Zach, you can take over while I figure out that question. My mind's gone to shit. I might even make a coffee.
The bloody lights are on, but no one's home in the Munro household at the moment.
The fridge is open, but the light's gone.
The beer's warm, I reckon. The beer's warm as well. Oh, goodness me. But it's all happening, and we can see these guys on our screen. This is a beautiful little livery of the Victoria Police. Was there any questions about if they could run this livery, Gavin, or was it just a matter of the higher-uppers in the Victoria Vic Bowl, so to speak, and just say, mate, any advertisement for us, go for it? What was there any word?
Yeah. Not sure about the background of where it came from, but the guy who put that together thoroughly enjoyed doing the livery. In regards to the checks, yes, we check all the liveries over to make sure that we're not worried about 18 plus. Or anything that's illegal in regards to advertising, tobacco and so on. So the guys have put a great showing in, and really impressed with the livery they put forward.
Yeah, it's a cracker. There's been some barnstormers out there with a VB. We've had Nightmare on Elm Street, Halloween-looking ones. We've got this one on screen, the Victoria Police. We've got rose gold and black. It's just there's some effort put out there, and it's really, really good to see. How scratched and dinged up those liveries are by the end of it, we'll never know, but we've seen some come to light. AlphaTauri and the Nissan as well. There's a car slow on the field. That's Ryan Wheeler. Oh, he's got no steering, whatever. He's just chastaining it around the top of the mountain here. Nearly collected the cop car on the way through as well. This is not good here for the VB liveried Mustang. Really, really stuck here, and it's not wheeling anywhere with Ryan Wheeler behind it. He has got nothing going on, just trying to get off the track, off the circuit. This one here, Gavin, could be an absolute mare for you on the old race control.
Yeah, it could be. We'll keep an eye out for it. They're struggling with that steering. Yeah, guys out there got to be a little bit cautious getting around him. But a bit of background on Ryan and Craig. Both these boys are iRacing drivers. They used to be members of Austeam back in the heyday, but moved on to iRacing. But they come back every year just for this ACC event, so the whole thing's a relearning for them from that point as well. So it's good to see them circulating. They will try and make sure they stay out of the way. But a caution to everyone else.
Mate, he's got one wheel toe out and the other wheel toe out, and now he's stopped on the field in the worst place at the top of Skyline too. Not where you want to be. This is nerve-wracking stuff, ladies and gentlemen. He's just seen the track map and just thought, yep, I can go for it now. Holy mackerel, that radio will be as loud as anything, just shouting at broadcasting. We've got a car that cannot turn a steering wheel, ladies and gentlemen, at the worst place of the track. This is going to be hairy through the S's and the dipper. He's got a car coming through. He's just got to brake and let him through. Goodness me, that was young and old boys coming through. Now they're all coming through. He's just got to wait if there's any gap. But this is very, very nefarious. We've got to keep going on with him, Chris, because if something happens, we do not want to miss this live. Not what we want to see at any rate, though, a car slow into the S's and the dipper.
Yeah, caution, race control to all drivers. Sorry, boys.
No, you're right.
Caution around the dipper and beyond. There is a slow driver with minimal steering, so be cautious through there, please. Thank you.
There you go.
Just thought we'd get that out to everybody.
Yeah, some live race control there as well. We're keeping the camera on him because it's going to be an absolute effort to get this car 23 down the mountain at all. He's come to a complete stop here at the moment because there's another gaggle of cars just approaching. He's got no steering at all, so he's just going to have to bumper car style pinball action all the way down around. I don't know how he's going to get into the pit lane at all anyway. He's going to have to try and maybe ask for a bit of help. Maybe clutch dump it. Maybe if there's a sister team to come and maybe tugboat style when you see the big oil tankers coming into port to sort of nose the front around. But this is dangerous stuff here now. Another bunch of cars approaching, and Wheeler just in the on the racing line now. Can't turn at all. Look at that. Boom. Off the outside wall there at Forest Elbow. It's all happening here, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to pinball at Sensational TV. 3 hours and 57 minutes to go.
No, don't stop there.
Yeah, he's in a bad spot. Away you go, son. Yep. Oh, look, he's done. I'll tell you what. Hats off to him. He's done well. Hasn't collected anyone else so far, and showing full commitment by seeing this through. I think I want to see it through to the pit lane as well.
Yeah, me too. It's going to be bloody interesting to see how we can do it because look at that. I guarantee you right now in the internal cockpit that wheel is 100% full lock to the right because the wheels are pointing left. He's got no pace momentum. There he is right there, 100%. Just full, absolutely nothing. He's got in first gear. He's just going to wait for him to come through because he knows right now he's just going to go straight, which means he's going to go right across the racing line at cars coming at about 190 kilometres an hour racing down Conrod. Not the place to be. In fact, has he given up? He might have just given up here, by the way, and just thinking, no, there's no way I'm getting back to the pits here. It's copping blue flags at the same time. Wheeler. Oh, you'd be hating to be that man. But this is on like Donkey Kong here at the moment. These boys are racing hammer and tong. In fact, that's a blue flagger of Lawford getting right out of the way of the guys coming through. That is not a nice place to be as a blue flagger. You just got to get yourself right out of the way and let the boys come through. You got the Pennzoil Ferrari coming at a rate of knots. He's getting off the field onto the ripple strip there as well, bouncing his way across. Not a good predicament to be in if you're one of those blue flaggers. He's got the indicator on, indicating to go to the left, so the boys know that he's aware that they're coming. But geez Louise, that is unbelievable stuff. We've got a blue flagger here. We've got one stationary at the top of the mountain. We've got Gavin just going back to race control because he's got to sort that out. It's all happening here at the commentary box and off the track, and that's where he is. He's sitting halfway down Conrod. Dale Chastaning himself back to the pit here. This is the longest wall ride in ACC history coming our way right here. Get your record books out. If you didn't have a wager on this one, someone's going to wall ride 2/3 of the track all the way back down to the pits. You are a rich man because that would have been 1,001.
We've got a nice little chime in there on the chat as well from Scallywagon. If I could, oh no, I can't get the old VB music up. We will get flagged banned for copyright. But it goes a little something like this.
You can get it walking, and you can get it talking. You can even get it pushing yourself. As a matter of fact, he's got it now. Right here, down Mount Panorama Conrod Strait. That is where the best and the freshest VB will be. Cold as an esky, back to the pits, and you can get a hard one. You can get it whenever you want. As a matter of fact, he's got it right now.
You can get it. You can get it flat on your back. You can get it when you're out on the track. You can get it when you knock off from work. You can get it when your steering don't work. Very well done there. Scallywagon, claps for you, son. That was a good one. Dun, 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 dun. But poor old Wheeler, he's done all the hard work. He spent about 15 minutes trying to get down to the bottom of the hill. And then he had to go and just go back to pits anyway, because I feel like he knew that there was no way he was going to be able to turn left into the pit lane anyway. So maybe should have made that call a bit earlier. But we're looking at Matt Shine now. He's got second up the road to Newman.
Yeah, looking pretty glossy here at the moment. P8 for him. He's just starting to catch the back of Newman again. So these boys were battling it out hard and fast, but he's got 3 seconds gap between himself and Merritt, which will be the guy sitting there. But those positions on the timing towers, just as I cross them, they go away. Goodness me.
Oh, they've been there for about 15 minutes. There you go.
Yeah, I know. I forgot. I'd see him. But look at that. You can see the biggest mover and shaker is Newman. In fact, equal with Magistrate and Justice on the track here as well. Another familiar name that we've seen. 9 positions from where they started and racing very, very nice. So there is Dazzler on the track there as moment. Shazza is just cheering him on from the sideline there. Maybe just thinking about what those two are going to get up to after hours. If he keeps his performance up inside the top 10, hopefully he can get Darren Justice, throw the gavel down and just say, there's your sentence, and it's going to be a good night with me. I'll tell you what, Darren Justice, loving life here. He's got a very, very quick Aston Martin about to lap him behind him as well. So that is Skinny, who was in the car actually, and he's not anymore. Oh no, he is. Skinny Luke is there. He is. He's come. He's got past 4th place. Now lapping the guys in 12th. That is how far the race has gone, ladies and gentlemen, with 3 hours and 53 minutes of racing still to come. With that, everything. Recap on the racing, Christopher. You can take that away.
Yeah, let's have a look in my notebook. Lap 3, it started to rain, and by about lap 6, it was absolutely pissing down and water everywhere. We saw most of the field, if not all of them, come in to the pits on lap 6 or 7 to strap on the old wet tyres and get back out there to navigate. Then it was a bit of chaos there. There was cars off a lot of the track, and all these drivers just doing their best to stay on there. So it was kind of positions held there for a moment. And then it was about lap 19, we got the rain stopping. So 40 laps ago, actually. And now we're in full dry conditions now as well. But look at this, Matt Shine right up the back of Newman, who gets through on the blue flag. That Mustang has been a moving speed hump all day. Gets out of the way this time now, and the Pennzoil car just navigating through as well. We got the Bentley going around the outside there for Michael Merritt and Red... what was it called? Red Rebel Racing. Sorry, Red Rebel Racing there. But up in front, Skinny Luke's making some moves as well. He's right up under the rear wing of Hamilton. Actually, it looks like he's got that job done. No, he hasn't. He's right there behind, and it's Hamilton behind another blue flagger as well. In a is that in a Porsche? We don't see many of those around here. Ladies and gentlemen, what has just happened? Let's go to the helicam so we can see what is going on. Hamilton gets through, and so does Skinny Luke. The Porsche gets out of the way, and now these two guys can resume their battle. I tell you what, Skinny Luke absolutely flying. Last time around, 2:02.1. His best lap's a 2:01.8. Only 0.2 off the best of Breno Ellis of a 2:01.6. So certainly on pace with the leading pair, and only 1.2 seconds behind, and then another 55 up the road to Breno Ellis. But there's still plenty of time to go in this race, and a bit more green lap running and free air. Anything could happen by the end, but I tell you what, Vinny Carniero out front just smoking his pipe at the moment in the Lexus, not worried about a damn thing, and everyone just sitting on two pit stops here at the moment. Oh, here we go. Speaking of 2, it's going to be 3 here for Skinny Luke. He comes in the Aston just to get out of that battle, perhaps, and maybe give his teammate another go.
Yeah, maybe, because they came into pit lap 30 and it's lap 60 now. So could be interesting for these boys. Are we going to see a driver swap? But they are on the pace. Don't you worry about that, as we just saw they're only 0.3 off the quickest man on the circuit the last time they went around. So good little showing there. He's just edging himself on the podium positions. That's pretty much the position that we're going to run for here, I reckon, by the end of this proceeding here with the current standings. We've got to see what happens, though. Bathurst can bite, and it'll bite you hard, ladies and gentlemen. But Matt Shine here is trying to take a little bit of a chomp out of that 7/10 of a gap between himself and Newman in front of him. Newman's on fire here at the moment. He's really driving well. He's had it all happen to him. He's had Babby there with him as well at some stage. And Luke's still in the pits and Skinny Luke. So it looks like there is a driver swap going on there between those two as well. But this battle is on. It's 0.4 of a second now. It's climbing ever so closely as we climb up Mount Panorama again. Mountain Straight, very, very cool place. Up over the rise we go, and then we'll start to dip down. And we got about 4 seconds before you pick your brake marker and get yourself turned in to the right-hand side. Nail that apex. Get as close to that inside ripple strip as you can. Fire it out the other side. 0.4 of a second, the gap. Beautiful driving there from Newman. Shine at the moment, just looking the smoother of the two. That Ferrari, really, really nice. Into the cutting we go. Beautiful. Out the other side we come. Climb the mountain once again. Beautiful racing. Loving seeing this. You accelerate as you come up through this BP Ultimate section. Very hairy stuff at that circuit there. Look at that behind. The car's coming at a rate of knots too. But this is racing. We've got Matt Shine battling Newman. Only 0.4 of a second. Lost no time to each other across the top half of Mount Panorama. Now we go into the top part of it. Skyline. Blind crest. Over the top we go. Fire it to the left. Brake over the ripple strip. Fire it in as tightly as you can over the Coates High sign. Rip the paint off your car as well. Just touching it. Come out the other side of the dipper we go. Now we've got Forest Elbow to navigate, which is also very nefarious for any lockups and braking here. Nicely done by Newman. Nicely done by Shine. We've got the lap traffic car coming through at a rate of knots. Beautiful racing here. Onto the rear bumper can we go of Newman. Not close enough. 0.7 of a second. In fact, it's just gone down to 0.4 now between Newman and Shine. You can see that Pennzoil Ferrari yellow getting closer and closer and closer as we come down Conrod Straight, just edging himself. Goodness me, Newman's going to think about defence move here because this could be on for the braking zone. No, not at the moment for Shine. He is just thinking about it, thinking, but he's also got to worry about that car coming up behind him, who is also lapping very, very quickly indeed. Cracking stuff from these three boys. That's a lap of Mount Panorama, and that's how you go battling. It's just a battle of who gets the apex right at a certain corner, and it's all over by the shouting, or it could be your position advantage, Chris.
Yeah, we've seen during the race so far that car of Ben Newman's and Simon Phillips, very slippery in a straight line, is not very vulnerable at the end of the straights, even when the car behind is less than half a second behind. We've seen like 0.4, 0.3 even at the top of Forest Elbow, and still manages to hold that gap all the way down. And the braking in that Aston really good as well. Manages just to hold or fend these guys off. Doesn't have to go too defensive either, so just sticking to their racing line. And now you'll see the Ferrari has been really strong across the top of the mountain today. You'll see that gap get right down again under probably 0.3. That's 0.2 now. They're right up the arse of that Aston. But you can't really force an overtake across the top of the mountain, as I've said, and as I will say 100 times more throughout the duration of this race. No, I haven't said it again yet. Only once. I allow myself one of those, and I might say it again later on. One per broadcast. We've got 2 more coming up today, so I might be able to whip that one out onto the track a couple more times. But into Forest Elbow, the gap is 0.3. Will they remain that far apart to the bottom of the hill? Let's find out. Zach O'Reilly.
Oh, geez, it's on again here, ladies and gentlemen. We're just loving this action. Look at this Pennzoil Ferrari just trying to fight his way through. And once again, it's like playing chess against someone else playing chess here. There's no checkers on board. They're just going at it hammer and tong. And this looks very, very close indeed. Could be the closest one we've seen here. Is Newman going to go defensive here? I think it's on here. Shine's got the job done. Lovely, lovely driving. They navigated 2 by 2 into the chase. Out the other side comes Matthew Shine. Lovely, lovely driving. It was just a matter of time there when he could get the perfect run on Newman, and that was he picked his marker, said send it, licked the stamp, gone in the mail, done. Beautiful racing there from those two. Fair, hard, aggressive, but also at the same time, they needed to do it because this man was coming at a rate of knots. Michael Merritt is right up there again. So he's closing in on this little battle here, and he just doesn't know where he's going to make a mark. That McLaren of the Red Bull is also racing at the round at the moment. They just don't know what they're doing at this point in time. It's incredible to see what's happening here. These guys know how to go racing. That McLaren is very, very quick, but he's getting a suck here is Michael Merritt too. So he's gone to the inside, just janked it to the right. Thank you very much. Now he's got a beautiful opportunistic moment here. Can he? No, he won't on to Newman. Thank goodness. That was way too far away. Look closer in the peripherals. But another little slide there too for Michael Merritt. He is driving the absolute tits off this Bentley here, showing it's how it's done. And he's onto the back here. He could be on for 6th place within 3 or 4 laps.
Yeah, certainly flying at the moment. 2023 last time around, and a full second quicker than the Aston in front. So the Aston just being a little bit of a cork in the bottle here after their initial stint, up 9 positions or something like that. So certainly one of the movers and shakers of the first stanza.
Oh,
no, there goes Merritt, just missing where the track goes left there, son, not out there into the kitty litter. So he'll get back on track and undo all of his good work. And now missing the S's as well. Oh my goodness, just compounding there. Loses about 8 seconds in that battle. That's going to take quite a few laps to claw that back. But up the front, it looks like Vinny Caniero just getting off the circuit there whilst navigating a blue flagger as well. So getting that job done easily down into turn 1. Breno Ellis flying as well in the mid 201s there in that 777. The final roar is that team, possibly the I don't know, a throwback to them being the last time around in this series. Who knows? But
well,
find
they've
out
got their damage repaired, so if that's the last time around, they're spending the dollars on that car. It looks like all the panel gaps have been erased and fixed up in the pit stop, and they're still in second place. But look at Dylan Lester, geez. He's driven, he's a man who's been up and down the field. He's driven so well today in certain parts. He's now got Merritt in front of him, who just made an error. So he will be a little bit toey at the moment to get past. Toey than a Roman Sandal, in fact, here to maybe get a P8 off Merritt if he can steal it from him. That'll just add insult to injury. And that was an oversteer moment there for Merritt on the exit of turn 1. That is now opportunistic here for Leicester. Now he's just got to get right in that slipstream and get himself further up the grid. But that Bentley rocket ship in the straight line, nothing for the Aston Martin to answer for. The two Brits going hammer and tong. And that was very, very lucky there for Merritt. Now Leicester's just hounding him, making him go wide there, forcing the issue into the cutting too wide. Doesn't work here. Goodness me, but he's done it. Beautiful racing. Fantastic awareness there from Merritt, who just got out of the braking zone, thought about it twice. The thing about the long game with 3 hours and 43 minutes left in this one, there's a long way to go, and he's slapping the wall. He's lost the plot here, is Merritt.
Yeah.
After that error, he's just got to get back in his rhythm and go for it again, Christopher. And I will be back. I just need a short restroom break.
No worries. Yeah, you can see Merritt's just a bit rattled there as well. Leicester really, now that Zach's out of the commentary box, really turning the screws there on Merritt. Yeah, just coming a gutser there as well. So just needs to put the head down, focus towards the end. And I think a little bit of fatigue just starting to set into these drivers as we come up on, 3 hours and 42 minutes to go. So we've been going for over 2 hours now, ladies and gentlemen, 2 hours and 18 minutes to be precise. It's quite a long time in the old sim rig as well. So, most sim series and the like only go for about, you get an hour race tops, maybe 90 minutes for a sprint round enduro or whatnot. So they might not be used to doing these long endurance challenges, which just create all sorts of different kinds of challenges to these drivers out there. Excuse me. So Merritt just on the back end of that one as well. But let's have a look up front, because Vinny Caniero, absolutely flying. A 202 dead last time around. Whoa, look at that. Breno Ellis just really flying now. A 201.3. The rubber is down on the road, folks, and the 777 is flying. That was 7/10 better than Vinny around that last time around. And that gap has come down. I think the last time I looked at it, it was around 55 seconds to those two. Now it's about 43. So just slowly taking little chunks of time out. And as I said, not even halfway through this race. And I'll tell you what, the 777 has been on fire today. Apart from that, obviously, little tangle up that happened right there on the racetrack in the early stages. They've been on the comeback trail and are absolutely flying now in P2 outright and going great guns, actually chasing down the P1 car of Vinny Caniero. We'll see That time come down a bit. I think Zhu was definitely flying with those wets on, and I think once he gets back out there with the slick tyres on, we're going to see some absolutely blistering times. Both of those guys started on the front row, where they are after the top 10 shootout as well. First and second. P3 outright is here in the skyline. That front bar still flapping away, and the damage certainly on that thing. But only 2 pit stops served there for these guys, so maybe not hurting the pace too much, or at least not enough to serve or warrant coming into the pit lane to get that damage fixed up. So they're just going to forge on with a little bit of bodywork damage and keep on going their merry way there in the old skyline. Lockie Beavis, the son in the father-son duo there. The Beavis boys doing a great job down there in 4th position. Their last lap around was a 2:03 dead. Best of the 2:01.6, so that's flying as well. Flying. A lot of these guys is cracking in onto the 2:01s now that the track is dry, Zach O'Reilly, and the rubber's starting to get down there on there.
Yeah, the rubber is 100% ready and waiting for extra grip adages onto the circuit for sure. But Ellis is doing a great job here at the moment. In second place, we've got Lockie Bevis, who is driving the absolute wheels off this. His dad has got a mountain to climb, literally and figuratively, because 4th place at the moment is a fantastic result. 2:03 deads is what this guy's driving around in the Ferrari at the moment, and it's a cracking racetrack to do it, and it's a cracking car. It looks very nice as well. And how good is it, Chris, though, to just have a father-son duo just go and sim racing? You know, it's just the bloody heartwarming stuff, if you ask me.
Warms the cockles.
Yes. Oh, yes, warms the cockles, yes. And it's bloody good. But very, very nice job at the moment. He can get himself right up there if he wants to with a 2:01.647 as his best. Cracking racing for him. And boy, oh boy, in the fair dinkum department, is there a long way to go. 3 hours and 38 minutes left in this circuit and race. We know what these boyos are capable of. But it could be a chance of rain again, ladies and gentlemen. Don't let this sunshine fool you. If you only just tuned in, go back at an hour and a half and you will see the carnage that ensued from that one, and also the tribulations that came involved as well. And here's the magistrate on your screen, throwing Govels out the cockpit as he drives down the field. Make sure everyone has to dodge him because he's in 11th place and 10 places up from where he started, Chris. He's only got 4 seconds to Michael Merritt in front of him. Yeah,
we'll see this guy in action on Tuesday night with the Aussie Sim Racing iRacing League in the old GT3s as well. So no stranger to a GT3 car, but shuffling between the 2 platforms, that might take a little bit of getting used to for sure. I know they handle completely differently in each sim, so good on you, Justice. But look at that, Breno Ellis again. 2:01.2 flying, and just to head down, trying to take that gap out of Vinny Caniero, who has just pulled into the pits, ladies and gentlemen. So we might see a new set of boots on there, a full tank of fuel. He gets out of the pit lane safely, and just behind the BMW there as well. So Breno Ellis, now it's time, the hammer time, as they say. He's got a 13.5 second gap to Vinny as he's just come out of the pit lane. Do we see them cover them off, get back out there again, or do we? I think we're in that stage of the race where they'll just be running the tank dry, just coming into the pits, filling her all the way up, chuck the boots on and away you go, and get your co-driver to do the sums about where they can maybe do like an aggregate finish. So they're not having to do some sort of splash and dash awkwardness towards the end.
Yeah, something like that for sure. Because, oh no, there's a car off in the foreground there. That was a McLaren sideways wall rubbing its way around. Goodness gracious me, that was hairy stuff for Breno Ellis as you saw that come up over the mountain. But Doug navigates it beautifully out the other side. He goes cracking on. But yes, back to your point, 100% just refuel it every time the tank is at E, and just go back out there and keep ploughing your way. As Gavin said before, there's no minimum time. There's a maximum time of 4 hours, but any driver can tackle up as much as they want basically here, and you'd be silly to do 4 hours on your own because at that stage you might as well just call it a day. I reckon you'd be as fatigued as anything. But nonetheless, good stuff, and Breno Ellis inheriting the lead of this race. He's got a fair bit of a gap between himself and Zhu in second place. That's a driver swap again for the lead, so they're back in it, and Zhu's doing the great job he did at the start of this race.
Yeah, well, I want to see what kind of lap times you can pull out exactly. Now he's got a dry track and dry tyres on. We saw with him shagged wets before after about 30 laps or something. He was still flying, still the fastest man out on circuit. So I imagine it's going to be back to that once those tyres come up to temperature and pressure. But he's just newly got back behind the wheel, so give him a few laps to get back into the zone. These guys are professionals out there, folks. This is a little time battle happening between the top two. They are separated by a fair amount on the track, but in endurance racing, every lap counts. And at the moment, it's advantage. Well, it is advantage Breno Ellis. He's got the pace under that thing. The 777 flying at the moment. If he can keep that pace up for the next 3.5 hours, as Gavin said earlier, 4 hours is it's the maximum you can go. So we're in that window. If he wanted to take it to the end, Breno, he could. It's a big ask, but we saw last year Jamie Conboy in the Mustang in the ASA 12-hour ESO did that all on his own, 12 hours with no help. So that's insane.
And he finished in the top 10 as well. There's a car not in finishing in the top 10. That's Newman facing the wrong way at the exit of the dipper. Don't do that to your car. You've already got damage on the front and you smashed the rear end. Has he got steering damage, or is he just waiting for the cars to come through? Because that is a nefarious place to be on the circuit here at Mount Panorama. Facing the wrong way, gets it, flick spin, just grazes the wall there, and they're out of the way. Jeez Louise, there was cars coming through to Raymond Knox. There's Babby as well, his old nemesis, who is just absolutely giving him the old brake test. Babby's just tried to come through and take the overtake, said no, but he's going to try and fight it down Conrod. Surely, here at the moment, that Skyline's got to have some sort of advantage. No, Newman's just skipping off out down the Conrod Straight as if nothing happened. You didn't see any of that, mate. I was just racing around. What are you talking about? But there is damage on the front of that Aston Martin, and it's hurting him big time. That Skyline's just monstered him down the front straight. You later, Alligator. Don't forget your calculator. Gone into P7 goes Babby, inherited by the unforced error, or maybe what happened between Newman, we'll find out on a replay in just a hot second, Christopher. But Newman's now under all sorts as well because there's a car coming through behind him. So he's going to have to try and let that car go through as well. And he comes into the pits just to add insult to injury there. There's Newman.
Yeah.
And there will be a possible driver swap coming in now.
Yeah, I think so. Just getting that damage fixed up there as well. So let's go back and have a look at what happened to Ben Newman. He will be coming down the mountain. Let's see if the cameras can catch up. Here we go, through the S's. Takes the first bit nicely. Doesn't clip any walls yet. I think it might just be a little oversteer moment on the exit. Oh,
what?
Didn't even get to see it. Yeah, good camera work there. The track team. Let's go back and have another look, folks. This time with a different camera angle. Let's go to the sky, the helicam. It does not lie. Over the top of the hill, Ben Newman. He's kept it under control here. It looks pretty good, but I think just slapping. Yeah, I don't know, man. Just a little bit wide on the exit. Maybe panicking, hitting the anchors, and the rear end just coming around there. Not ideal for him, but in the pits now, getting all that damage fixed up and dropping through the order. So no good for him, but this car has been on fire today. Dylan Lester and team 846. Let's see how far they've come through the field. I feel like they are up a fair. No, they only come up one. So okay, I think they got tangled up at the start of the race because they've been pushing forward this entire race, going fantastically. So they're only up one position. But I think they're in for a pretty good finish at the end.
Yeah, they could be. It's looking net position-wise, 8.5 seconds between himself and Shine now. Watch that gap just ever decrease if that's the case, because it's not too far away. Because I'm telling you, that doesn't look like at the moment with Breno Ellis in the pits now serving his pit stop at this stage. The P3 was on, like Donkey Kong, the last time we saw it around. So by the time we filter through another round of pit stops, P2 and 1 may be out of sorts at the moment, but P3 is 100% there for the final step on the podium. And I reckon we're going to have Babby, Shine, Lester, and Bevis all involved in that one too in the closing stages. So stick your hats in for that one, ladies and gentlemen. Get the Monopoly money out and do some fake betting, because goodness gracious me, that could happen in 3.5 hours' time here for the fight for podium. Or if there comes through a gripper, and maybe P1 could be on the table. That is what Bathurst does. It's bitten hard. It's bitten Newman just before. And it's biting a couple of drivers here as we go on, and I'm certain there's more to come.
Yeah, it just takes one little mistake, and you can find yourself dropping down the order. Speaking of which, what's happened here to Breno? No, I think that's just timing tower issues there. But Bevis, about 10 seconds behind him, has not taken his third pit stop as well. So that will all equal out once these guys get through on their pit stop routine. It's looking pretty sunny out there, folks. Still 3.5 hours to go, but the weather can change on a dime. As we saw in the early part of this race. Well, lap 4 it was pissing down rain, so fantastic stuff there. Something's happened down here. The yellow flag was out, but he's back on the circuit in the Mercedes. No nefarious stuff there, and he's back on his way, so that's all good. Up here, a bit of a white flag issue as well. Oh, we see a couple of blue flaggers getting in each other's way. Back in the background there. I don't know who that was, but we hit lap 70, folks. We're almost at half race distance, 3.5 hours to go. The fatigue setting in out there on track, possibly in the commentary box as well. But we've got some lunch on the way, so I'm looking forward to that. I can smell it. Oh my goodness! But this guy down here, Kajelik, that could be how you pronounce it. Sorry, Connor, for the mispronunciation. But down here for Igniter Motorsports, we've seen that team just have a shocking day today. All of its cars just have had better days in the office.
Yeah, they have. There's 4 of them on track, if I'm not mistaken. And they're just been in the wars, let's put it that way.
Yep.
And it looks like that car's very, very damaged. Slaps a wall coming into the pit lane nearly as well too. So not the ideal way for that whole team to navigate their way around Bathurst. But that's what happens. You pick up your sword, you go back to battle, and you keep fighting on. You just never know there at all what's going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a beautiful time. Look at those times just splitting out beautifully there in the top 20 at least. We've got 9.2 seconds between Buskovus and this man on your screen, Babby. Dylan Lester's just climbing his way back up to the end of Matt Shine as well. 6.7 seconds is the gap, and Phillips trying to get his way back through on Heckinger in the cop car. They've correctly pronounced that one.
Yeah.
That's okay, so give a big tick to that as well. But speaking of which, we've got a driver in the chat there waiting around, Christopher Munro and Philip Hamilton. Shall we have a chat to the big man?
Yeah, let's drag him up. I'll mute myself and go and have a little bite to eat. But Beautiful. I'll be here controlling the cameras.
Indeed. Philip, how are you, my dear
friend?
Hello,
how are
Great little stanza there in the opening.
Yeah, I'm a little bit fatigued, but yeah.
Well, we'd hope that you would be. That's all only human, unless you're taking some performance-enhancing substances in the can of energy drinks or something before the race. But
nah, just water.
Just water, yeah, I'm on the same stuff, mate. Just keep the H2O going. But rating out of 10 so far and how the race is going for you?
Probably about a 7. Overall pace has been good. We've had a couple of oopsie-daisies. I had, in the wet, I nearly got to the end of the wet stint and was feeling pretty good, and then just got a little bit of wide at McPhillamy and did a 360 into the gravel, and no damage, thankfully, but the following lap I just coming in the S's, I just had a little bit of snap, and I just took the safe route across the runoff, and but just those little bumps in there put me around and we got a little bit of damage. And then I had the big incident with Babby at Murray's Bend. I don't even know what lap that was, but yeah.
Well, you know what? We caught every single one of them. Surprisingly.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, every incident you're in, we've caught you. So don't let your family watch that back too early. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was like, I got co-workers watching.
Well, that's okay. They'll be here, and you might get some bit of stick tomorrow on at the old workplace, but that's all right. Are you anticipating any more wet weather coming your way? We were told by Gavin that's a 10% chance, but how was the setup in the wet overall if it does come?
I said it was great. The car felt really good. Once we were on the wet tyres, the car felt, like I didn't have to adjust traction control or anything. The car felt quite planted. I was quite happy with it up until I just got a little bit winded McFinley, as I said, and a little bit of offline drivage per se, and around she went. But yeah, car feels good. Once that, I had about 11 seconds of front end damage after the Babby contact.
Yep.
And that was hindering me. I could just feel it understeering across the top, but it wasn't affecting straight line pace, thankfully. So I was doing sort of like low 203s, high 202s, which is not terrible pace, but it's not what we want if we're optimistic and fighting for a podium position, which wasn't our target of the race, but it's within reach. So, but anyway, car feels good. Car feels really, really good.
Nice.
Anyway.
No, very good, mate. Very good indeed. What's the secret sauce in the old food department that keeps you going for these enduros before you get behind the wheel again?
I had 3 Weet-Bix with a little bit of white sugar this morning.
Jeez, okay. I think you need up that to 12, mate. You bloody might win the thing.
Yeah, I've just had a quiet night, went to bed early, and had a good rest and a little bit of warm up this morning, and didn't really do much driving yesterday. Didn't want to over practice per se. So yeah.
Well, they say that if you do over practice, the expectation just puts the pressure on you. The more you get into a race, the more you prepare sometimes, the worse you'll go. You just need to manage that mentally rather than the old ignorance is bliss can sometimes work your way into it. But good to see that you had a lovely little rest there and made yourself prepared. What final question I've got for you is who's the guy on the track that you fear the most when you're coming up into a battle?
Oh, definitely Skinny Luke, mate. He and I raced together in the Vicmania League, and we've had a few prangs together in the past few months, and sort of, I wouldn't say we're not on speaking terms, but tensions are a little bit high lately, and some of them my fault, some of them probably Mick's fault or his fault or whatever, and I think on the whole, probably me slightly more to blame on a few issues, but I'm steering clear of him. Talk to him before the race, like, if you want to go past, mate, just let me know, and I'm not going to ruin your day. So
very good, mate.
He's a fantastic driver, so I know certainly this place is going to have an edge on me in pace, so I'm not interested in slowing our race down by trying to battle him anyway, so this is going to get past me regardless, so I might as well do it now and hopefully catch him up later on in the day.
Very good, mate, very good. Well, we wish you all the best. Feel free to jump in later stage if you are out of the seat once more, and we'll be happy to have you in, mate. But great to hear from you, and all the best for this Arvo. Hopefully that everlasting podium hunt, it comes your way, and we wish you well.
No worries. Thanks, mate. You have a good day.
Cheers, matey. Thank you. That, ladies and gentlemen, was Mr. Hamilton in Phillip, and he has done an absolute barnstorming of a race today. Bit of incidents here left and right, as you said, a couple of them. We caught them all on stream, but the car is relatively unscathed so far. We've got 3 hours and 22 minutes left to go in this one, and that means anything can bloody happen. It's off its dial here. We've got commentary curses. We've had wet weather. We've had incidents. We've had crashes. We've had cars stationary. We've had another one wall riding the whole way down the mountain until he decided he couldn't even get into pit lane because he had no steering, and that was all she wrote. And we've had DSQs. Everything's happened. The mountain has bitten. Big time, and we are none the wiser at the moment in terms of what predictions are going to happen for this race. I hope everyone out there is loving it in YouTube land, and I'm starving at the moment, Chris. I can smell your goddamn food from here.
It was delicious. Tell you what, I hoofed that down as fast as possible. But good to hear a little bit of a driver's insight there from P. Hamilton there. We're watching his teammate, Christian Wells, get around there in the number 15 Ferrari as well. Excuse me. They're knocking on the door of the podium. 24 seconds is the gap there to Dylan Lester and his teammate, the most feared man out on the circuit, Skinny Luke. I tell you what, if they keep going on the pace, they might end up having a little bit of a battle towards the pointy end of this race. And I wonder if that sort of pre-race agreement between those two drivers stays true, or will P. Hamilton just stick it fat and say, you know what, Skinny Luke, you're going to have a few more than 3 Weet-Bix to get around me at the end of this one.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think if it's the last minute and the last lap of the race, I don't think anyone's getting out of anyone's way. I think it's just going to be get out of my way or I'll be getting in your way, whichever way you want to put it. And it's on like Donkey Kong. You're not a racer if you don't fight for that last step on the podium in any stands. Sure. It doesn't matter. You might be the second loser, but it's the biggest step on the podium rather than being not there. And that is huge from Simon Phillips. Slams it into the wall. Lost it all out of McPhillamy there over into Skyline. Bangs it up. That that Aston Martin now can have some sort of nefarious damage on it. There might be some aero wash, as we heard from Hamilton saying it can be up to 15 seconds of damage in the pits to do it. You lose it on the corner, so it hampers you the whole way down. Looks like it's okay at the moment for the big man Simon Phillips at this stage, but hopefully not too much there. That was a big tap into the wall. In fact, no steering damage at all. Maybe just some aero coming his way. He kind of braked his way into the corner, which was great. Got on the anchors, Chris, and that made the damage a little bit less than what it possibly could have. Yeah, exactly. We've seen that car have a bit of a hard time in the last 20 minutes or so. Newman handing off the car in an absolute state. And now he's being reeled in, I guess, by Pitchin back here, Nick Pitchin. He's Cheechin down there in the number 66. I'll tell you what, guys. Pitchin for a Chichin. Looking good. The gap's 2 seconds. Phillips probably has the pace, but I'll tell you what, a few more little mistakes like that, and that'll open up the door for sure for that Mustang GT3 to get around. Oh, what's happened here? Mags has hit the wall, or someone's hit the wall. There was smoke. I think that can't be the number 23 again. It is Ryan Wheeler just again. That car is absolutely stuffed. I tell you what, even after they came in and got the damage fixed, and it's looking pretty much the same as it did before. At least he's got a little bit of steering in there. It's just somehow keeping it on the circuit there. That car's shagged. I think it might be time for the old wheelman to hand it off to his partner. It's probably not the most ideal time to do it either. 27th, 3 laps down on the lead. And with an absolutely stuffed car. We'll get off him. We've seen enough of that car limping around the circuit. Stan Buskovas is on the back of Daniel Wren here. A little battle starting to form. There's a second in it and a few blue flaggers as well. Gets around the outside of one of those. Now he's got the Mustang again. It's just awkwardly placed and going just slower than you'd want it to be around that part of the circuit. But the McLaren gets up the inside and gets that job done through the cutting. Now he can set off down the racetrack to Daniel Wren, where he's about 1.7 seconds the difference. Their pace, however, tells a different story. The last time around, Wren was a second quicker. Whether Buskovas was hampered by some of those blue flaggers, that remains to be seen. But I guess we'll see now that they're both in a little bit of clear air. Yeah, a little bit coming their way. But that's all right. It's just looking a little bit like it's I don't know how to say it. Looks like it's a battle of attrition coming their way. Timeout has not gone down by 1.5 seconds. It's just absolutely stagnant between 1.7 and 1.5 between these two. I reckon it could be on like Donkey Kong within the next couple of laps. So if Wren makes an absolute error or a mare, but that car doesn't look too happy either. It's got a bit of front end damage too, so that could be hurting itself in the understeer department. The true pace not shown, doing 204.1s on the last time around. You want to be within that 202, 203 sort of bracket. So hurting a bit is Buskovas, but still putting on a good show. 2 seconds now the gap between himself and Daniel Wren. As we keep going onwards in this race. 3 hours, 16 minutes left of the 6 hour. Nearly at that halfway point, ladies and gentlemen, where you start thinking about who is really going to take it by storm here. But out in front, it's just been an absolute masterclass by Zhu. He's just absolutely creaming them all. Great stuff. Burton's a fair way behind, 54 seconds, in fact. 48, sorry, in fact. And then Leicester is 54 again off him. So P3 looks pretty good at the moment, barring one disaster. And these guys are racing hammer and tong here at the moment, and Chitchin for a pitch, and he's within 1.2 seconds of taking out Street Sweeper Peter.
Yeah, slowly reeling him in here at the moment, taking about a 10th out each lap. So we might see these guys come to a little bit of a battle, but Simon Phillips doing a good job for the most part, just keeping that car off the wall. We saw him Kamagata a couple of laps ago, and that's what got this gap down to where it was. And I think Pitchin has seen that car up in front, and maybe the eyes just opened up a little bit, the size of dinner plates, and thought, here we go, opportunity now to move up into 11th position. And that's good gains there from the number 66 car, who had a bit of a bad start, I guess, to this race. We hadn't really called this Mustang for the most part, so we didn't really see it there on the timing table for quite a way. Let's have a look at where they've come from on the old position delta. Up one position, but they were down further, trust me, I thought so. John Zhu just taking the cake there with a 2:01.1. These guys are starting to get faster and faster as the day goes on. Funnily enough, a bit more practice behind the seat is what they could call it out there in front, just hot lapping. And Logan Burton trying to chase him down, but I'll tell you what, his last lap around was a 2:04.7, so dropping 3.5 seconds just on that previous lap. They might want to think about getting their other driver in the battle here, because we heard from the big man the safety car has been put away, I think, for this the remainder of this race. There was not one last year, and there probably won't be one this year.
None, absolutely none. So no chance of the old formation back up within a tenth of each other, unfortunately, for these boys. You'd hate it if you were the leader, but you'd love it if you were sitting in fifth, knowing that you got the pace to be up the front. That is one thing to think about, Chris, but these boys still racing around, still having a good old tussle. It's a close battle of Pitchin and Phillips. Reliant Stern 1 second. We've got Way and Rowe right behind them. Geez, that's an American term if you've ever heard of it. Then Buskovich in 8th place between him himself and Daniel Wren too. So a couple of little close battles starting to form their way through, all within a second of each other now. Pitchin's just gathered that up. He's nearly within that 9/10 of a second bracket. Way in 14th is also sitting there too as they make their way across the top of the mountain, and it's just looking a little bit more inviting here for Pitchin. Can he get this job done on Phillips? Making their way down Conrod Straight, 280 kilometres an hour we go. Slam it that down the gears on the anchors as we begin the Mustang back into the chase. Flick it to the right, then flick it to the left. Oh, the other way around. Flick it to the left and then the right, and out the other side we go. Still within 1 second, but that Mustang is very, very quick in a straight line, and so is that Aston too. So pretty even in that stanza. You just got to get yourself sorted out and make sure you can get those apexes nailed, because it's back out to 1.2 seconds. Strengths and weaknesses across the top, strengths and weaknesses down the bottom. That's how racing is, ladies and gentlemen. But I just wonder. I wonder. You know that old song, Chris?
That's
from the 40s?
is that a, I don't know, not the Beatles.
She ran away. I wonder. Remember that one?
Don't know, no, I don't.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I just wonder if that man was going to get through cleanly, which he does. Our race leader, ladies and gentlemen, in the Lexus, has just got back through on pitch and got out of the way nicely there. Knows his battle was not there as well. Leading this by an absolute country mile at the moment is that Lexus in Duke. Driving really, really well, Christopher.
Yeah, 48.5 seconds, the difference back to the 777 car. So a lot of work to be done, and another big gap between second and third. But Dylan Lester in the hot seat at the moment. There's a couple of drivers sitting there in the waiting room, Zachary. We've got Drew and Klassen. We might drag one of those guys up. I'll give you the choice, and we'll see how their race is going.
There we go. We've got Drew in the box here, ladies and gentlemen. Drew, are you there, my old friend?
I am here.
Very good, mate. Very good. Good to have you in here. It's a little bit of a lull in proceedings out there for some cars on the track, but how's your day been going so far?
It hasn't been too bad of a day. We've had a couple muck-ups, but overall, not too shabby. We did get up to P10, but we've lost a couple positions, now back to P23, but we're running hot, and we're trying to climb our way back up there.
Good to see, mate. Very good to see. It's a long way to go. 3 hours and 11 minutes. You'll never count yourselves out. Is the top 15 in reach, do you reckon, or are we hoping for maybe a top 10? What's the scorecard looking?
Hoping hopefully we can get a top 10, but with 3 hours to go and we're a lap behind P22. Anything can happen, you know. So, you know, who knows? We could get P15 anywhere from there to top 10. Anything's in the playing cards.
Yeah, that's right.
how we want it. Go, Chris.
How's the Porsche handling out there? The lonely full rear engine car out there. Is it handling well for you, or is it doing Porsche things in the wet?
I'm loving it. In the wet, it was on the greasy. I found it a bit hard to get around the corners, but we made do with it. Now that we're back on the dry, we're whipping it around the corners, setting out good laps and getting laps in pretty quick, you know.
Yeah,
That's how you want to do it, mate. That Porsche is a little bit of a, how do you say it? It's got some inertia, that's for sure, in the rear end. A bit of a pendulum, as you would describe it. How does it go across the through the top of the mountain through Skyline there? Is it just trying to whip it itself around back on you as you go through the S's and the Dipper, or is it pretty stable through that section and a bit nefarious elsewhere?
Coming from my perspective, I find that it whips a little bit, but, you know, there's not too bad. You can get it through pretty easily. You just got to be careful with the throttle and just use throttle control through there.
Bloody oath, I love that sort of stuff. That's how I like to drive a car, with the old throttle control and just point it in and then get it out. That's a lovely way to be. But I did have a question and I've completely lost it. It's gone out of my mind there. Christopher, you're going to have to take over for this one, mate. Give me 1 second.
That's all right. We're going to comment on this little battle heading down the hill. We got pitching on the back of Phillips as well. Within the suck range, 3/10 is the difference going across the top of the hill here, down into Conrod. Will he pull out here in the Mustang? He's right up under the rear wing now, just looking for, showing the nose as well, going for the send, but pulling out last minute. And actually just dummied Phillips into a mistake. Thank you very much, he says. Easiest overtake he'll have today. Pitching goes up into P11, and Simon Phillips just crumbling under the pressure there. The first time he's been attacked by this Mustang, and off he sails into the bunda. But up the top, we got Babby as well on the back of Hayden Beavers. Senior Beavers is out there, and he's right under the pump here as well. There's the number 78 all over the back of him. We're going to see this battle heating up very, very shortly. But Drewy down there in 23rd position. What's the gap there to the car in front? Michael Lewin, it's about, you got a lap there as well. So, times are tough down there. It was pretty tight in the opening stanza, actually. How did, were you guys scrambling behind the scenes once the rain came down, or was that kind of, people knew it was going to rain, or was it a surprise to everyone? How did that happen?
Well, we had spoken to Gavin, who's running this, of course, prior about the rain, and he said that there was a bit of a chance. Mm-hmm. We saw that, we'll get a bit of practice in, and as my teammate here, Bird as we call him, he's been doing pretty well. He's pretty quick in the wet. So we did do a bit of practice. He found it really easy in the wet and was getting around the corners really fast and made up quite a few positions. We started from P30, got up to P10.
Nice.
So that's pretty much 20 positions taken up just from his first stint. But yeah, it was pretty good in the wet.
Yeah.
We got right up there.
Yeah, unreal. I mean, to gain 20 positions off the start there, that's flying. But given a few of them back now, maybe hoping for a bit more rain in the rest of this race to claw your way up again.
I don't know. Dry racing is pretty fun, and you know we're making up quite a few positions already. We started at P26, and he's already gone up to P23. So, and there's always 3 hours left that we've got to push hard and get those positions back, and hopefully finish in above P20.
Yeah, you're lapping.
Final question.
Oh, yep, you go.
Final question for me, for you, Drew. I was going to ask, you said you're a lap down or whatever. Is there some sort of calculations, bit of arithmetic and Pythagoras theorem coming into your brain, and just thinking how you can maybe do one less driver swap here, or maybe just do a early pit stop and half fill the tank and then go out just to overlap these boys? What can you do to get yourself back on that lead lap for the guys in front of you?
At the moment, we're just looking to continue with what we've got, and that is by just once he's out of the tank of fuel, me and him are going to switch, and he'll wind up doing the closing stint once I've run out of the tank, because that's how it's looking to be. So hopefully in that timeline somewhere, I'm able to pick up a few positions and he can get back in and push hard and get those positions, maybe even get above P10, you know. So that's looking to be, hopefully.
Beautiful stuff, mate. Well, we wish you the best for this race and beyond. Hopefully that last stint can gain you those 20 positions that you got in the first one, mate. But we wish you all the best here in the box. And thanks for popping in. If you want to come back in, you're more than welcome after your final stint. And we will be here as well.
All right. You have a good one, boys.
Thanks, mate.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Drew. Absolute legend on the circuit, knows how to drive, and his teammates pretty quick as well. And we've just seen the quickest lap of the race being put up by Burton. In first car into the 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes, .985. So whiskers off being in a 201s, but he is there and he is flying. 49 seconds is the gap between himself and Joe. A mountain to climb, figuratively and literally speaking, for that team. But they are setting the pace early here, Christopher.
Yeah, they certainly are. Another man who's flying is this guy here, Nick Pitchin. He's just taken a position off Phillips a couple of laps ago, and now he's lining up on Heckinger as well here for P10, just knocking on the door of the top 10. He's got the cop car in front, and he's got the bloody, what do you call it, the speeding fine, the parking fine, the
defect sticker
ready to place on the window of that Aston Martin as he squares him up now, looking pretty good, and he was like 2 seconds quicker on that last time around. So these guys certainly flying now in the Mustang. It's a good time to pull out some pace too in this mid-level of the race. Almost halfway distance too. 4 minutes to go until we're halfway to the finish line, ladies and gentlemen. But Pitchin absolutely flying here at the moment. It will just sit under the rear wing of Heckinger. Sorry. And try to just edge closer and closer towards Forest Elbow, and then I think it'll be the horsepower race down the hill to see who can get to the chase first and get that nose in up the inside. But this is great racing here over the top of the hill. Aston just trying to hold off the Mustang here for as long as he can, but I'll tell you what, the pace is in the Mustang at the moment. Whoa, geez, almost come to guts of there, and I think the cop car was maybe under some instructions there from the teammate. Mate, just get out of it, we don't need this battle. But Jesus Christ, got out of it at the wrong moment, and great awareness from Pitcher to avoid an absolute massive accident there.
That was nearly huge, ladies and gentlemen. They came out unscathed, though. He did tap the rear end of the Aston Martin, though, and you can see Heckinger's got an absolute yellow point next to him, but it's in the wrong car. It should have been the other way around. That was so close. Goodness me, nearly got up out of his seats. It's absolutely going off on track, going off in the chat as well. We've got Haxter saying that was close. Yeah, mate, absolutely. And then we've got Lockie Bevis in there too. First time checking in with the stream today. Good to see you there, Lockie. Your old man's out there in Hayden, and I'll tell you what, he better be putting on some good old lap times as Pitchin comes into the pit lane. Goodness me, imagine if he rode his car off just before he was on his in lap. That would have been something of a berating in the chat between him and his teammate. Goodness gracious me. But look at this man. He is driving the wheels off it, and Lockie's just getting a good old view of the old man and how he goes about it here. 2:03.1s was the last lap. Very consistent between the two of them, basically setting the same lap times in this stint in these cars. I'd love to hear from Lockie at some stage just to see who is the quickest out of the household and who's getting the inheritance. Is it him or is there another sibling involved? We'll get to that later at this point in time. Looking great, really racy here though. Bevis doing a great job, the father of the duo, and racing very, very cleanly. Phillips, however, in 10th place, is just starting to get closer and closer to Heckinger, who was nearly in a monumental crash over the top of Skyline before. Maybe just thinking about how he can navigate that man. He'll be a little bit rattled, Heckinger, after that moment, but nonetheless, he's got to get out of the way of a blue flag car coming through, and that will ever inch this man so much closer to the rear end of him.
Yeah, you'll be looking forward to that. He'll probably just try and get up as close as he can to the 15 car and follow him through. But we'll see how he navigates here. Well, let's see. Let's check in on Heckinger here. He's got the 15 car all over the back of him at the moment, and nowhere to really get out of the way safely across the top of the mountain. Just has to do the old sidestep at Forest Elbow. That is going to compromise his exit here, and this will be a big free kick for Phillips. He couldn't have timed that more perfectly. Let's right on board here and see how close he can get down the main straight. A couple of Austins stretching their legs, so no excuses in the horse-power department as they go across the top of the hill, down again into the braking zone now. Who's going to blink first? Phillips going to send it up the inside of the kink. Geez, that's some brave stuff. And we see the cop car just pulling out of it. Does not want to take in any part of that defence. Sends him through with a little wave and says, do your best, son. I'll be back here if you need me.
I don't think they'd be letting that many people through at a booze bus stop, the old coppers there, but they're just letting everyone through at the moment. But they know their place on the racetrack. They know the top 10 is probably their goal. And if that's the case, they're doing a great job there in 10th place. So good luck to them. And hopefully they can secure that 10th place in a 6-hour event. Anything inside the top 10 is just an absolute masterclass, if you ask me, as well. But it's still on like Donkey Kong. A bit of a lull in proceedings, just starting to fizzer out after these guys got past him. But can Heckinger give a backhanded swipe and say, I'm coming back at you, mate. I just saw a bald tyre on the rear of your car. Not letting you come through. Chase on again. Second position, who knows? But geez Louise, it's all happening. We need to know what these boys are thinking. If we could have a mind reader, some form of a hypnotist or something, just to give us what is going through their brains, that would be fantastic here at the moment. But Phillips in P9 and doing a very, very good job indeed. Heckinger in 10th. Everyone else is a little bit far away. We've got a man in Klassen just been patiently waiting in the chat, Christopher, in the waiting room. We might as well get this big man up here.
Let's bring him in.
I'll let you take that one away.
All right, let's drag him in. We've got Klassen in the chat now. Just pulled you straight out of the general. We're probably chatting away to Gavin. But how is your race going, young sir?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. We had a bit of a okay start. It sort of dropped a couple of positions from the start, but I think the wet caught everyone out a bit and caused a bit of carnage at the start of the race. So had to do a few unscheduled pit stops for repairs and selecting the wrong compound tyres, unfortunately, so had to stop in again and things like that. So.
Yeah, not an ideal start. I mean, race was a lap 3. I think the heavens opened and caught everyone by surprise.
Yeah. It hasn't been too bad apart from that. I wasn't in the seat when the rain hit, but just a few little mishaps caused those extra pits, unfortunately. But yeah, apart from that, we're plodding along not too bad, just trying to get in consistent laps and I guess just stay out of trouble for now.
Knock them off one by one, staying out of trouble, saying all the right things. That's what you really want to do in these endurance races.
Yeah, that's the plan. I think the team's sitting 23, 24, 25 at the moment. So we're all sort of not too far away from each other in positioning. So it was keep chipping away at it, I suppose. The dry's good now. It's not raining again, so.
Yeah, we see the track just rubbering up nicely, as well as the front guys just keep stretching the legs. And
they're pretty rapid, those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're sitting in the 2 minutes flat range now at the moment. So
I think the quickest just then was a 2:03.0, so they've still got a few seconds up their sleeve on us. So
yeah, absolutely. We see we'll get you on the screen here. Your teammate, is it Kobe in the hot seat now as well in the McLaren? So yeah, looking good. Igniter Motorsports having a bit of a tough day out at the races today.
Yeah, a bit of a, like I said, I think the rain caught everyone out, like I said. So I think we qualified P19, and I think there was a bit of a mishap on the second corner, dropped his position, and the heavens opened, like you said, and the spins and everything else unfolded, and just dropped back, and like I said, they missed the tyre compound and dropped us back further. So, but no, we're still having fun, still plodding along, chipping away, keep going. But even with our qualifying time, I thought we did really well, and I was shocked at how quick some of the other guys were. So it was my PB in qualifying as a 2:01.18, and I looked, I was like, oh wow, it's only good enough for 19. There, some pretty good boys out there. So
it's a disappointing thing when you do your best out there. You think, 2:01's pretty rapid, and then you see these blokes doing 1:59s, and you go,
like alien speed, as they say. So, but it is what it is. It's still all good fun anyway at the end of the day.
That's exactly right. It's all good fun out there, Zach O'Reilly, and it doesn't matter what position you're in at the end of the day, as long as you're having a bit of fun.
Well, yeah, of course. That's what you want to do. And don't worry about the aliens. That's why they're called aliens. You just focus on what you need to do and just go racing, that's for sure. But, mate, it's been a little bit of a, as you said, a bit of a topsy-turvy sort of opening stanza. We're over the halfway mark at the moment. Whereabouts are you hoping to get to with Colby at the helm here before you get yourself back in the seat and drive the absolute tits off the thing?
Hopefully we can pick up that spot back off 23rd off one of our teammates. I think we had a little bit more pace than those guys did. I think Kobe had a bit of a spin coming directly out of the pit, spun in pit lane coming out, which dropped us back. But I mean, if we can get back in front of those guys for my stint and then try and put down some solid laps again, and I'll be happy if we pick up another couple of positions after that. I think we're still a few laps down in front of the guy, behind the guys that are in front of us. So we'll see how we go, I suppose, and keep chipping away at it.
Mate, beautiful. I've got a question for you. I'm going to start the random questions for our drivers here, Chris. Sorry, this is off the cuff.
Go for it.
Do you prefer Palmy or Palmer?
Oh, I say Palmy.
Good man.
All right, that's a good way to get him out of the box. That is ridiculous. No, I'm joking.
Not that it's my favourite, but it's, yeah, if you pronounce it Palmer, you must be from down south or something.
Yeah, mate, I'm in bloody Victoria, and it's everyone says Parmigiana, so why is it Palmy? I'll never understand the vocabulary of our English language. But anyway, enough of that stuff. Enough of that. I know the guys are out in front, the aliens are talking about you, but and that you're talking about, sorry. But if you had to be a betting man, who have you got on this race?
I'm a bit of a fan of the Lexus, so I'm going probably to say those boys in the Lexus. I think it's Zoo and I can't think of the other fella's name. Last name starts with a C, but yeah, I'm probably going to bet for the Lexus. I mean, they did quali P1. So,
yeah, doing a good job at the moment.
I think those guys all, I mean, it's anyone's race really, but yeah, I'm going to vouch for the Lexus. It's just got the legs down the straight.
Certainly does. It's got about a 50-second advantage to the car chasing in 777. What's going on there on screen? Gee whiz, just getting around there. A lot of blue flag activity, I tell you what. How's that? Because you guys are at the back there as well, so you'd be copping the old marshals waving those blue flags a lot.
We have had it a couple of times, cop the blue flag, but there's been a few instances where we've got a bit better pace than the guys that are in front of us, and it's a bit sort of tiptoeing around. Do we keep going or do we pull back? And there's a couple of times where I just kept going and we've pulled a gap on them. So
it's
we've got a decent pace. It's just unfortunate with the position that we're in.
Yeah, it's always awkward when you get into that position as well. So you're getting a blue flagged, but the guy who's coming up behind you doesn't have that much more pace. So it's like, what do? Do you sidestep him and then sit behind him and get caught up possibly, or do you just put your head down and try and do a better lap? I don't know. It's
slow. I mean, we're going to slow them down. They're going to slow us down. Bit of tips and taps. I think it is what it is.
Jump in the pits and chuck some new boots on. Get out of there,
mate.
Oh no!
Yeah, throw a new set of shoes on and off we go again. But
big issue here. Sorry to cut you off there. Dylan Lester in the car. 8:46 has come to an absolute gutter down here at the bottom of the chase. That's a big move there in the positional standings. He's lost about 30, 40 seconds almost there, and pulling it into the pits now as well. So that's a big move there in the order. Christian Wells there in the car 15. P. Hamilton, his teammate, has now got, he's probably on the comms now as Hamilton saying, mate, we are right in this for a podium position now. Put your head down, put your ass up, and get those good laps in because the boys in front have just pulled into the pit lane.
Yeah, definitely. They've had a bit of a misdemeanor. It does bite you the mountain, it bites you hard, and that is really, really good news for these boys on the screen right now. And Wells and Hamilton, as a duo, they're going to be loving life, and Philip will be singing to the high heavens back in there. We heard from him earlier. It's a long time waiting in the pits here. If they're doing a driver swap, we'll have a look at the replay and see what happened to him. I don't know. I think he just unforced errored himself by the look of that car behind him in the distance department. Gets on the brakes, whacks it in here into the chase. Oh, no, that is nearly a murder on screen. It is too. Murder was the case, Snoop Dogg style. And, oh, my goodness gracious me, that is not what you want at any stage of the race. Dead set murder on the screen, and that was a full bin. And that caught in 2K there for sure. Those boys, goodness gracious me, that Mustang's been in there. That was Macri involved, I think, if we got the right person there. Christopher, I'm thinking,
we haven't. No, It's one
That's
of
the
the
wrong
other.
bloke.
It's one of the other Mustangs. It might be that one there.
Oh, my
Number
goodness me.
50, number 56, Jake Shalito. Is that an Igniter Motorsport car? Classic?
Unfortunately, it is. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
no!
no.
There'll be some answering to the team boss about that one. It's,
Is there money involved with you blokes as well? I know you don't have to tell me, but is there money involved on positions, sponsorship wise and all that sort of stuff for where you get on the race overall? Or
Not that I'm aware of. That's more sort of Drew's area, I guess. Probably should have asked him before when he was in, but yeah, not that I'm aware of. So I mean, it's good that we've got a couple of sponsors on board and whatnot. So kind of makes the liveries look a bit cool than a standard ACC one.
Yeah, for sure, mate. It's bloody good to have some sponsors on board supporting the cause, getting you guys all ready and racing. If I'll tell you what, if this was real life, mate, the sponsors will be thinking, well, a couple of bit of money that we sent into it is probably not going to do anything good for the damage bill, because boy, that could be in the hundreds of thousands so for the long run.
Yeah, there's been a lot.
Very good, mate. Very good. It's been a good time to have you in the box. We've had some action. We've had everything going. You've told me it's a palmy, so you can go and get stuffed. No, I'm joking, mate. I'm only kidding. But it's great to have you here. And as I've said to everyone else, mate, you're more than welcome to pop back in after your next stint is done. If we can get to you, we will. And thanks for tuning in, mate. And look forward to seeing how you go.
No dramas. Thanks for having me in, and thanks from the Igniter team as well. Thanks for putting it on. Appreciate it.
no worries.
Beautiful.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, we've just seen
What
on the
happened
screen there in the background there, as we just got back to live commentary, the old McLaren's just done the old pirouette and just fanged himself. It wasn't that guy, it wasn't Bevis, because he's going over. It was Nicholson, in fact, who just yeeted himself at the final turn at Panorama. Didn't know what he was doing there. I think he just sort of outbraked himself and looped the arse around. Gonski's it was. We'll have a look on the replay here. He's had a mare coming out of the chase. In fact, he's already lost it there too. So now the camera doesn't know where to look. He's getting out of the way of these cars coming at a rate of knots. They've got through on him. One has at least. The second one might have here too. Yes, he does. Just dirty tyres, I think, here. Just, even onto the bunda he goes and just, yanks himself, pirouettes it, flick spins it back the other way, and that's it.
Yeah, that was an interesting way to go about it. But down here, the battles on row is defending on the Mercedes of Way here at the moment. They're going down the hill, across the top, should I say, through the most precarious part of the circuit. One mistake here and you're in big trouble. That's indeed true. They go across the top of the hill, down through the S's, and that McLaren's closing in as well on the back of the Mercedes here, just giving him something to think about. But that is not for position. That's a car trying to unlap itself. So the old row machine of 761 doing a pretty good job here of holding off and holding stations because Way's 7/10 the gap. But looked a little bit closer across the top of the hill, just gave that all back on the way down, and the McLaren just giving him something to think about as well. So back to the drawing board there for the Mercedes. We'll see if he can make some headway. This is the closest battle on the track, mind you. Everyone out there watching, is the stream doing something there in front of my eyes? Is that looking clear to everyone out there in the watching land, or am I hallucinating?
I think you're hallucinating. It's
That's
fine
good.
on my end, and we are 30 seconds in front of the mainstream on the YouTube side of things, but it has not stuffed up as of yet. It's just flicked itself a little bit there, but that's okay. It seems to be all fine there, and the racing goes on, and that's on like Donkey Kong here at the moment. I think it's ACC doing weird stuff. There he goes, Way around the outside of Rowe. Roe v. Wade, that's what I've been trying to say the whole time. If you know your American politics, we'll keep it at that. But geez Louise, it's all on like Donkey Kong, and Way has got the job done. Beautifully done there, beautiful move. Just got in the suck and said, thank you very much up Mountain Straight. I'm going to take that position off you. Into 11th place as he goes. This team is 9 positions up from where they started the race. They started in 20th, ladies and gentlemen. Now they're finding their way into a top 10 position. They've got 24 and a bit seconds to go before they get themselves onto the back of the two coppers. But they're driving really well, and it's good to see these boys having a good old tussle. Even though Rowe just got past, he knows that they could still get the back of him as well. I think it's server issues here, Christopher Munro. Nothing on our ends we can control. It's just sort of having a little bit of a moment because it's doing it on my screen as well. So nothing nefarious there, but They've got to get out of the way because they've got some quick guys coming through here trying to lap him. Now, this man here is on the back of a lap traffic marker himself. At this stage is our race leader, and he's just got to get this job done quickly, calmly, and collectively and get past that McLaren in front of him. Does so up, down, straight under brakes he goes. Thank you very much. Easy as you like. Look how late he was on the brakes there. Just in fact, that was that looked pretty damn close to the apex, and that thing pulled up in just a microsecond. Hopefully, that's not my eyes, but that looked a little bit unworldly.
A little bit unworldly, a little bit alien-like, perhaps. But up here, it's Rose still chasing on the back of Way. A 1.2 second gap is there, and the red Aston there just getting by. They are a lap in front, obviously, but still chasing down. Where are they in the grand scheme of things? Sitting in 6th position. Skinny Luke at the helm now. We're going to see the timing tower go alight with some hot laps here after the little mistake that his partner made on the way into the pits there on that final time around. They're the only car out there that's done, well, in the top 10, should I say, apart from Justin Griffin's car, that have made 4 pit stops. Everyone else has made 3 there in the top 10. So they're a pit stop in front, still sitting on the top of the top 6. So they're effectively at the moment battling with this car, the car 15. And last time around, it was a 2:02.3 from those guys versus, we'll get it up on the screen, there we go, a 2:02.1 from Skinny Luke and the 8.46. So that's pretty good. That's on par, you would say, in the grand battle scheme. So car 15 still keeping that position now, but just keep an eye on Skinny Luke as this race goes on and this stint unravels there from the Skinny Man. They're in 8.46.
Skinny
man.
Skinny man.
Yeah, he can't get any skinnier. He's dumped all the weight off. There's no ballast. There's no biological ballast, should I call it. I've got plenty of that. Don't you worry about that. And Skinny Luke's got none. So he is going to be looking to do his best laps out there. I'll tell you what, ACC doing this flickering thing, which is really getting on my nerves.
Yeah, it's been doing it to me as well, to be honest.
Okay.
So it's okay. I wouldn't be stressing too much about it.
No.
I think it's just the old server end side of things having a little bit of a play. So let's just come about that. I'm looking through the race chat, just a little bit of insight on the stuff that we can't see, or you viewers at home can't see. We've got Dylan Lester in the chat in the game, mid-race, mind you, just driving around, just saying, wait, you're flashing your lights, mate. What are you doing, champ? And it's just getting a little bit feisty in there at the moment. They're coming back at each other, and that's what we like to see, a friendly bit of off-field bantering going on. But, geez, it's heating up there in the chat as well, Chris. It's lovely to see.
Really?
But you can see the passion, and you can feel it, ladies and gentlemen. No one jumps into a 6-hour race without any passion of motorsport. There'd be absolutely no chance. It'd be like trying to be a race driver and then play Frogger for 12 hours straight and thinking, what the hell am I doing here? If you're on the racetrack, there's no point. You might as well just give it up. And these boys have got none of that. As we can see, some clouds just starting to creep in across the mountain. It's I'm looking at the conditions here at the moment. The next 15 minutes are all partly cloudy with some sunshine coming through is predicted. But I don't know what it says after that. And with a 10% chance of rain, that's another question I've got to do, Chris, as well. Actually, you can answer me this one. When it says 10% chance of rain, are we going to see this before Griffin? Let's call this action first, though, however, because Griffin is right on the back here of Simon Phillips and going for a move. Look at that. He's just giving him a bath down Conrad here at the moment. No answers in the pace department there for the Aston Martin over the McLaren. Just Gonskis. See you later, Alligator. We're halfway down Conrad Straight. He got past him. Into P8 he goes. And that is absolutely fantastic from Justin Griffin. Phillips had no answer for that and just full on had no wits whatever in the grand scheme of racing things. Just to think about how am I going to defend this one. It was undefendable. That pace of that McLaren is now on song. The 2:02.1 was his last lap. What he do is he crosses the line now. 2:02.4, even with an overtake involved in that one. That is some pace here. What are these guys doing? Just setting the timing towers alight here in the opening bit of his driving stint. But I'll get back to the question now, Chris.
Yep.
Is a 10% chance of rain, or is it 10% chance of rain in that particular area over in general? Which one is it?
Yeah, I think I learnt this recently. It's not 10% chance of rain. It's the second one that you said, which is very misleading.
So if you're in the area, if you're in that particular area, you have got a 10% probability of it raining on you, or is it? It's just overall. I don't understand.
No, it's something weird. I might have to Google that. It's it's not how it seems. It's not as if it says here we got a 10% chance of rain today. It's some weird little disclaimer down the bottom of the BOM bloody webpage in really small fine print in italics with a little star next to it as well. So misleading stuff there from the BOM. Just typical media stuff. Actually, it's not as bad as that other mob, the Storm Chasers or whoever they are on social media. They're just absolute clickbait merchants. But don't get me started on that bloody rubbish. But very misleading there. Not 10% chance of rain. It's 10% chance of 10% of something else.
Of tomfoolery, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, there's something like that. Because my job is weather dependent. And I look at it and go 40% chance of rain. I'm going, does that mean there's 40% chance that it will happen? Or is it a probability that 40% of the area that you're in is going to get some rain?
That's what it is. Yes.
Okay.
They're going to get some rain.
So I could be on the wrong street at the wrong time, and that's the 40%er.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, what absolute stitch up. Unbelievable. But the racing conditions are nothing like that here. It is partly cloudy for the next 15 minutes of race. The track is at optimum grip, ladies and gentlemen, as well. So there is no excuses right now, barring the fuel on board and your skill as a driver, to be setting quick laps. And Justin Griffin's just setting 2:01.6s now as he crosses the start-finish line. The last lap was a 2:02.4. So he's just bathed everyone. That McLaren has just hit the absolute NOS button in the fair dinkum department. Just lost all pace advantage that he thought he had until he hit that NOS button and found the secret sauce here. It's just coming alive here. Anyone in a McLaren surely will be thinking, geez, he's going quick. Maybe I could push it a bit harder. And that's what he's doing at the moment. 2:01.6 is a very, very nice run indeed, Christopher.
Yeah, flying at the moment. That's what you want, ladies and gentlemen. Just want to be out there and circulating as fast as possible. And he's got the advantage of clear air, clear track. Not a single soul around him here at the moment. So why not printed on the side? And why not indeed just put the hammer down in the McLaren and make your way up. He's got about 37 seconds up the road to the Bentley of Jason Maggs here. We haven't seen the Channel 9 livery out there for a little while because this car's been out there just circulating around by itself. Again, in no man's land. He's got another minute up the road to Skinny Luke as well. So Skinny Luke setting pretty good times. 2:01.4 was his last lap around. And the car in front of him is Hayden Beavis, who is setting 2:04. So, 2-3 seconds disadvantage there. So only 15 seconds up the road from this car now. So you can just see them maybe at the end of the straight. But I tell you what, there could be another positional change here coming up if this guy here keeps up his pace, which I'm sure he can. He's a very consistent driver indeed. His last lap around was his fastest, so he'll just be getting better, hammering the nails into the coffin. I tried to come up with something new there. That'll teach me.
Oh, goodness me. We've got a thesaurus full of sayings, ladies and gentlemen, but we somehow have a couple that stick in our brains. I don't know how it works, don't know what happens, but the old
muscle
brain
memory,
department, muscle memory, comes out of the vocal cords easily, for sure. But yeah, Skinny Luke, aka Hamilton's nemesis, is driving the absolute wheels of this thing. 2:01.8 was his last lap, and he could be on for a podium here as well. So can Babby too. That car in the Nissan Skyline has been in the wars today, but geez, he's driven well to get himself back up into fourth place here at the moment. Only 17 seconds away from Christian Wells too, so the gaps are starting to close down a little bit at this point in time. It's still a good 50-odd seconds to the lead of the race. That has not been anyone there. We've got a replay coming up here, and this car, oh my goodness me, if you could put Michael Jackson, Queen, Elton John, Elvis, Madonna, Beyonce, anyone else, they've had less hits than this car today. It has been absolutely in the wars, and I think he just got sideswiped there from a car, and that was all the replay was. But that thing has seen more panel damage than about 4 or 5 Bathursts worth at the moment, and we're only 3.5 hours into it.
Yeah, it's been rebuilt about 5 or 6 times now already throughout this race. So those guys still sticking it fat though, and it's good to see the old VB signage on the side as well. Reminds me of a certain Nissan Altima V8 supercar that used to have the same livery, piloted by someone quite quick, but we'll get into that another time. Ron Marshall joins the chat.
You're talking about Rick Kelly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kelly Brothers Racing, pretty good stuff. But Ron Marshall tuning in the chat. Afternoon, boys. Afternoon, everyone else. Afternoon to you, Ron. I've been waiting for you to turn up. It's Sunday.
Oh, what's happened to Burton?
What has happened to Burton? A little yellow flag there happening. Oh, he's off the circuit. Oh, no. Give him back all that hard work. We'll find out exactly here with the help of a little bit of an instant replay coming in here. Sensational TV style. The cops have got something to do with this. And maybe Burton trying to push the limits here on an overtake. Yeah, just getting on it a little bit too late. Not anticipating the blue flag, possibly going a little bit slower than the pace setter out there. So nothing too bad. Dropped a few seconds down in that lead battle to Zhu, but it's still P2 for the 777 car.
Yeah, P2 still, luckily, but over a minute gone up the road is his closest competitor, which you were probably hoping to be on for a win here. And Wells is also going backwards at a rate of knots too, I think, or is that the timing tower doing weird things? I think it is. In fact, no, he's just circulating around nicely there. Went up to about 120 seconds. I nearly got an absolute bath, and it's doing it again. Goodness gracious me. In the fair dinkum bloody tower department, get yourselves together, ACTV. Crikeys. What is happening here? But it doesn't matter. He's circulating around. His lovely driving is putting him in P3 at the moment, and they'll be happy there at the moment. But it's only 18 seconds between himself and Babby, so there is a little bit of a storm starting to brew for P3. I said there was about 4 cars that could take it early on in this race, and I hope that my predictions do come to fruition. And I'm telling you what, Christopher, it's getting a bit scary because I've seen a flock of people starting to get themselves into around the bottom of the commentary box, and a white-haired buffoon is down the bottom just signing autographs. I don't know who it is. I don't know what they could be, but it's looking pretty familiar here for maybe some sort of intrusion into the commentary box later on in this race.
Oh, well, I'm looking forward to that. I did hear some whispers around the paddock that there was an old silver fox down there drinking everything that hasn't been tied down. So we'll see what happens if he makes his way up to the commentary box later on. Still 2.5 hours to go in this race. So I assume the great man will come knocking the door down, but that remains to be seen. We've got.
I'll get knocked out again.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to have to put in some workers' comp for all the head knocks you've had over the last 12 months. Dead set. Anyone else who is joining in to the stream today for your first time, if this is your first time breaking the old sensational TV cherry, let us know how we're going in the chat, and if we're going all right, hit the old little like button on the video there, subscribe to the channel if you so desire, and hit the notification bell if you want us to us to be a part of your life, your regular viewing experience on YouTube. We are live all the time, so get around it, get amongst it. All the subs go towards us just bringing you more and more of this awesome racing action from not only around this country but around the world. Dead set, sensational, going international. That's what you want to see. Global. Akimbo Neon says, loving the commentary work, team. Thank you very much, Akimbo Neon.
Akimbo Slice, maybe.
Possibly.
Just in there, but good to have you on board there, Akimbo. Thank you very much for tuning in. It's been a cracker of a race so far. We've got a plenty of racing action coming your way. We're loving it here in the commentary box tonight, or today, in fact. It will go into the early hours of the evening at an estimated 5:30 p.m. Victorian time finish, and that's about the only time in the whole country at the moment that's later than everyone else. So a bit of an early one for you guys at home if you're in WA. good to see you tuning in. If you're in England, well, I don't know what you're doing. You might be on a couple of the old nefarious chemical enhancements there watching this one, but good evening to you as well over there. Kimbo Neon's just gone, got to watch something when I'm not in the 296 Pennzoil for... Well, mate, get yourself in the chat. Give us an ahoy. Come into the Sensational Discord, and we'll be up in the waiting room there, and we'll get you in, mate. Don't you worry about that. We'd love to hear from you because you guys are on song. Shino at the moment is just giving cut and polish details left, right, and centre here as he goes through the grid in 15th position, but that'll come back to where it should be in the top 10 by the time the pit stops start to filter out as well. Doing great guns there at the moment. Ron Marshall's said he was cleaning the boat, and it's just too much racing to watch. I've got Gold Coast going on. I've got Sensational TV going on. Well, mate, that's the beauty of split view. You can have everything running your way, and you can watch both the action. I'll tell you what, it's bloody more exciting here. Give you the hot tip.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I seen a bit of the race yesterday. I'll tell you what,
carnage.
Yeah, and just sending it over those chicanes too, like full four wheels off the ground. That's an amazing job there from the suspension and dampeners department. They were landing them like the Dakar bloody buggies over the dunes there. It was dead set. It was great to watch.
That was a belter, and you should have seen Chaz Mostert just attacking them there lap after lap, just four wheels in the air, did not give a rat's toss bag. He was just going, well, I hope it holds on here. Unlike we saw Kostecki earlier on in the qualifying session, had a front splitter hanging off it. Whoever let that thing go out in that condition probably should be SACKED. Because that converted itself into a monstrous amount of... Shino's just been contacted. You're kidding me. Speaking of which, Shino's just been belted out of the way, and he's in the bunda at the moment. He's just got it plucked into first gear, and he's come out the other side. Slip of the tongue, slip of the incidents, contact everywhere at the moment. Goodness gracious me, Shino didn't lose a position there, however, but he's lost all positions he possibly was going to make up there. That was an absolute belting and a serving. We'll have to look at the replay of that one, Christopher. That was absolute nonsense coming through the field under the chase. Yeah, let's go back and have a look. Nope, we've gone back not far enough. We'll have to wait for that to cycle through. But, I think another little blue flag incident there. Just a little side-by-side rubbing and jostling for position there. It's totally unnecessary too, by the way. Just have to get that all sorted out. Let's go back and have a look at what actually happened. No, that's the wrong one. 296. 296. That's the car I wanted to see. Dead set. Anyway, we'll wait for that to filter out. We've got the Austeam Racing with a little bit of that action there, as well as the 31 car having a little bit of a moment too. So now let's try a third time, Lucky, to see what happened to the 296 car. To the old cut and polish.
Yeah. There, this looks a bit more familiar. Going down the Conrod straight, coming down into the chase. That, oh man. Just sideswiped. Yeah, dead set. Did not know he was there. Pulled out to the racing line. Amateur stuff there from the other Ferrari. That was Coca-Cola Racing, I believe, involved in that one. But, back to the drawing board for 296, and poor old Akimbo Neon has just joined us into the chat. So I popped it on the old 296 car, and there he goes, getting absolutely wiped out. Unlucky.
Oh, yeah, I know, and a slip of the tongue there. Apologies, viewers. Don't worry about what I said. But that man, you can see on the front of his windscreen there, the big yellow ensemble of digitised leaderboard stuff, and it spells out SHI. I'll tell you what, if he would have said, put a T on the end of that one at the end of that incident, because that's exactly what happened to him. Oh, boy, you'd be absolutely dead set, full-on red misting at the moment if you're that man, Matt Shine. He got a few little dings and dongs on that car now, but look at this man. This is P2, and he is only 5.2 seconds away on the lead of this race. Where have we missed that? Boy, oh boy, in the fitting department. Was a pit stop, was it? That's the difference there, but he's now within grasp, which is good, because at the moment, that little pit stop advantage that those boys had has now been dissipated. It doesn't matter if you're thinking about the long term, you've still got to get through blue flaggers, you've got to get through the track cleanly, you've got to get yourself up and down the mountain and make sure that pressure point doesn't start to inject itself mentally into your head, because at the moment 4.7 seconds between Burton and Canero is 100% doable. And if one incident comes a cropper there, now dead set, these guys could be winning the race after having an absolute mare at the start, Chris.
Yeah, a couple of these cars just deciding to flick the headlights on too, so maybe just getting a little bit darker out there on circuit. Perhaps we might be in for a little bit more moisture out there in this last 2.5 hours. It certainly does look a little bit duller on my screen at the moment in the old sunshine stakes. So yeah, perhaps the old dark clouds moving in at the moment. We've got another one of the drivers there sitting in the chat ready to go. We've got Bird. The Bird is the word sitting in there. We might... Don't get me started on that song. Goodness me. Hudson's come and cuts it down here in 25th position. The number 60 in the AM class just showing us why. They're nosing it into the wall. Oh, that's awkward, but gets out of the way. McLaren lives to fight another one in the old class stakes. Let's have a look who's in front. The Pro the Pro class is right here, and he is just flashing the lights ablaze. There's the Coca-Cola car, which we saw a couple of laps ago, giving the old middle finger to the Pennzoil car coming up behind them as well. So we might see some fireworks once those two guys sort themselves out. But there we go, the Coca-Cola car getting out of the way, staying off the racing line, hopefully, as the Pennzoil car comes around. This time they'll be on the comms going, mate, you need to watch your mirrors. Gets that job done. But Vinny Caniero and the car 45 leading the Pro class. Justin Griffin and the 31 car leading the Pro-Am class. And these guys in the top 10 overall is Rowe in the 761, should I say, leading the Am class. So doing a great job up there, actually showing us how it's done to a few of the pros out there.
Yeah, it goes pro, then Pro-Am, then silver, and I'll tell you what, these silver blokes. You got Griffin in 7th place, doing a really good job there. Is Christian Wells out on the circuit there? I think that is. In fact, no, it's not. It's not him. Whoopsie daisy, but nonetheless, the pit stops are starting to filter out. Heckinger is also in the pits. The cop cars given up 10th place there to Merritt, so that's job done for him. He'll hop out of the car and keep going. But Rowe at the moment just really, really driving nicely here inside that in the Pro-Am class, leading this one by a country mile over him. But hats off to Griffin, Merritt, and Heckinger in the silver class, going hammer and tong at each other very, very nicely indeed. And I'm just looking at the handicaps there, Christopher Munro, over the cars. So if I can quickly just, we've got no battling going on, so I'm pretty safe here, I think, until Burton gets on the back end for maybe a lead swap here. But at the moment, the heaviest car on the circuit is the McLarens. They are the heaviest, 22 kilos of ballast on board. And the rest of them, you've got the Ferrari with -21, you've got the Lexus with -15, and then you've got the Nissan with -11. So some heavy cars out there and some light ones, and it's all about equalising this field. And the Lexus here with 15 kilos off it, geez Louise, it's been pacing its way around here pretty nicely. And at this stage, he's just a little bit closer than what he would like to be. That pit stop window has just been gone out of it. He had a pit stop and a half left to go, but at the moment, it's only 2.7 seconds. So a little bit of tomfoolery in the ballast department. Yeah, those guys absolutely flying out there in front, and we'll probably see the 777 come in to serve their 4th pit stop as well very soon. So that gap will stretch back out to about a pit stop's range. But sitting there in 3rd position overall and enjoying a nice little 15-second gap is the 78 car of Glory Bubby at the moment, doing a great job. And Senior Beavis just sitting in there in 4th position as well, getting chased down every lap by Skinny Luke. You might be able to just see him in the background chiming in there. There he is.
Yep, just arriving on the scene in time. So it'll be a battle there for sure. But maybe Hayden can hand it off to young Lockie soon enough, and they will continue the fight because I think Lockie might have just had a bit of pace on his old man there as well. So we'll see when he gets back into the car and see what sort of pace he can set. Yeah, just a quick note as well. A stop and go 30-second penalty has been given to Wells and Hamilton in 6th place overall. So that is huge. They're serving it now as they come into the pits themselves, but very, very nefarious, in fact, for them. But look at this. This is a good battle here. We've got Bank going on 1 here. Tell you what, he's going to go for the move up the inside in the final corner. He just is at the moment. Just gets that car nosed in
noses in late and puts the old anchors on just at the point of knot, gets it out the other side into P13. Does to Bank go. Really, really nice racing from those two involved as well. Clean, hard, fair, and just knowing where your place is on the racetrack again. So good stuff. 14th place and 13th being argued over at the moment. Very, very nice racing from these boys. Just giving us something to think about and keeping us excited here in the commentary box for this whole proceeding. 2 hours and 21 minutes left to go. And a lot of boys are just starting to feel the pinch. Wells has served his stop-and-go 30-second penalty in 6th place, but that won't be a pit stop either, I don't think. So that's going to hurt them big time overall in 6th place for those two. So Hamilton and Skinny Luke line astern at the moment on the timing tower. Maybe not at the end of the race. We'll see how these boyos go, but it should be interesting to see. What are we looking at here? Babby. No, we're not. We're looking at Skinny Luke on track. Babby's in the pits. He's having a good old tussle. 104 is his pit stop. The last pit stop that guy had as well between himself was, I've forgotten. Was it lap 71? So they've come in again in that skyline and thought about it and let's go racing. But this man here will be sort of thinking about when he has to hand it over to Mr. Lester for his final stint of the race, but he's doing a great job here at the moment. Really, really driving well, and it's good to see Skinny Luke up in 4th place. 4 seconds only off the back of Bevis, and as Chris said, we've got to get the young fella and Lockie in. Maybe a bit of a pace advantage coming their way and secure that 3rd place.
Yeah, absolutely. We've just got word from Christian Wells' teammate Philip Hamilton there in the chat that the car 15's push to talk button has interfered with the pit limiter and turned it off halfway down the old pit straight, therefore causing an automatic 30-second stop and go. So that's bad luck there for Christian Wells. It's one of those mistakes you make in sim racing that you only ever make once, and you really know about it, and then you fix all those button bindings, and it never happens again. So there you go, a little bit of tough love there in the 15 car for that one, but they'll be better for it next time. Let's bring the bird up. Let's see how his race is going. Welcome. The bird is the word. He's got his microphone muted at the moment, but I'm sure he will unmute himself now. How is your race going, son?
Oh, mate, the first stint in the rain was unreal.
It sure was. Yeah, it was great to watch. What car are you involved in? What's your team?
I'm the Porsche. I was the start driver for the Porsche.
Yep. We had your teammate in not long ago.
Ah, yeah.
Where is he? Klassen. Here he is. Let's get you guys on the screen there. The number 23. No, that's the McLaren. Oh, where were you?
No, you're right.
I am right.
745.
745.
Was my car.
There you go. Drew Watson. No, it was, okay, we had a different driver in there in the Porsche. No, it was Drew Watson. No, we did. We've had many guests in the commentary box over the day. The old memory isn't what it used to be. But yeah, how was that? How did the, your teammate just bin it into the wall there at the cutting. Geez, it's starting to look a bit second-hand, your Porsche there, mate.
You just got to trust the good old Porsche. We'll come back.
Yeah, that's a good optimistic view of it. How did it handle in the wet? Was it you at the helm when the rains opened up?
Yep. So me from the start. Honestly, it was glued. Is the best way I could say it is.
Oh, there's a massive pile up at the S's, ladies and gentlemen. This is huge. The race, second place getters involved in that one too. That is incredible stuff. He's pirouetting his way around. The track was nearly blocked there coming through the first section of the S's. In fact, that is Skinny Luke facing the wrong way, and also Logan Burton too. As I said, they're trying to flick spin their way around back onto the track, but that is huge implications there. Burton still hasn't lost a position out of that. In fact, I don't know how, but that was a huge moment there for the both of them. Both cars are going to be absolutely damaged to the hilt. That we'll have to have a closer look at Burton's car here. It's got more hits than Elvis again, ladies and gentlemen. It was repaired and now it's fixed. Let's have a look at what happened on the replay. This is what happened. We've got Burton coming through over the great section into McPhilmy, over into Skyline we go. Just noses it in on the outside, gets a little bit taily. No, there's a car already in the way, and the blue flag, McLaren's just punted him, and it's also punted Skinny Luke as well. Then Skinny Luke's tried to go for the overtake. Then they've come together as well. Oh my goodness me, we just caught the end of that one. And that is how those two came together. Skinny Luke will be absolutely shaking his twig fingers and twig arms around. That was disaster for the both of them. They've somehow come out unscathed relatively, but that was disaster there. And look at it again. That is just not how you want to happen there, ladies and gentlemen. Look at Skinny Luke go for it around the outside, bang into the wall, collects him, both cars pirouetting, and I'm telling you what, that is disaster. More contact involved. Skinny Luke just got punted nearly over the barrier. Oh, geez, that is absolute mayhem. The gentleman, Burton's going to have to come into the pits because that car is absolutely shagged. Sorry to cut you off there, Bird, but that was off its tits.
No, that definitely was.
Yeah, that's changed the complexion of this race as well. Logan Burton now dropping right down through the order. He's going to have to, well, not through the order, but in the timing stakes to his counterpart up there in the number 45. So just losing time. And the real winner out of all of this was Beavis here in the 474 car. Has avoided all this rubbish and is just hunting down Burton on track now. He's just at the top of Conrod Straight. Let's check on Burton. Still in the pits now, getting that damage repaired. And I'll tell you what, this is going to be very tight once they come out of the pit stops. I think there was a fair amount of damage on that 777 as well, Zach O'Reilly. So we're going to see him just parked there for quite some time. There goes a couple more cars around the outside, but let's keep an eye on Beavers because this could be a change for position up here in the old podium stakes.
Yeah, I've got the eye on Burton here at the moment, sitting in second place, still stationary in the pits now. It's up to the final corner. If he doesn't start to move within the next 6 seconds, it's all over for second place there. And the old Bevis brothers are going to be right in the hunt here. They are, in fact. No movement there for Burton. There goes Bevis. He's just got the jump done, and Chocky's sent in the mail. See you later. He will take this race into P2. The father and son duo. Goodness gracious me. Burton's still in the pits. Babby's coming down the Conrod Straight now. Still not moving is that golden black McLaren, if I can speak correctly. Ferrari. Goodness me. In that move, that is horrible sitting there. You feel like an absolute eternity in that cockpit just watching and waiting. Maybe there's going to be a driver change as well as the damage. That is why it is so long in this pit lane. Still not moving. Here comes Babby. He's still right there. He's about to round the final corner. Onto the front straight away we go. No movement from the McLaren. Another position lost. P2's gone. P3's gone as well now. Babby's going to inherit P3 as well. And geez Louise, in a fair dinkum department, if you're anyone in that gold and black McLaren at the moment, you will be absolutely livid.
Oh, you're not wrong about that. Zoo, no, it's not Zoo. His partner there in crime. And it looks like they're moving now. Currently, they're in the 57, the 777, should I say? Back out on circuit. They have dropped down from second to fourth. And what a time to be joining the broadcast. Lindsay Muddle, everyone. Let's clap him into the box. How was your day, mate?
I don't know. It was work. Good to be here instead of doing that.
Hey, that's good stuff. Let me just mute you in here. There we go. All right, now you're not doubled up. You've missed an absolutely cracking start to this race, but I tell you what, it's all starting to heat up again.
Yeah, well, it's good to hear. I actually don't really know the story of the race, obviously, because I've just jumped in, but I'm excited to be on board and try and pick up as we go. Still 2 hours, though, so a lot of racing left to be had.
Yep, plenty. We're just we've got one of the drivers in the chat as well, letting us know how his start of the race went. He started off in the Porsche down there in down the back, and then the rain came on lap 3, so it was an absolutely wet start to this race. And talk us through the scramble behind the scenes, Birdie, when the rain started to come down.
Oh well. You know, we're all on dry tyres and then get a little bit of drizzle. And then, yeah, it was just slippery, definitely across the top of the hill. Slippery as anything. And then, yeah, it was just risking it if you want to go on to wets just that little bit early or stay on the dries for another lap. But I think we made the right call. And, yeah, oh, sorry, I think I got to jump in the car now, so
no, you're all right.
I have to run, sorry, guys.
Good stuff, man. Get in there. Good luck for the rest of the race. Get on it. Beautiful
Thanks,
stuff.
mate.
No worries, all good. But yeah, it was a right call there, and they got themselves further up the grid, Lindsay Muddle. There was more carnage in the dry, though, however, than there was in the wet, believe it or not, when that rain started to come down on lap 4. So we've had that. We've had a DSQ already for speeding in the pit lane. We've had stop-and-go penalties for pits, push-to-talk buttons mapped to the pit limiter midway down the pit straight as well. Goodness gracious me, it's happened. We've had cars go out. You just missed on one of the biggest implication incidents of the whole race with 2 quick drives, Skinny Man and Burden just get yeeted into the wall, and unfortunately from them they lost that all chance they could have of a P1. So it's been the race leader for this time of Canero and Ju absolutely dominating this one. But now the Beavis brothers here, we've got them ready in our commentary box, ready to go as our number 1 favourites to maybe take a podium position. Father-son duo, Lindsay, might have to get Senior Muddle involved.
Maybe. But it looks like we've got a car coming into the pit lane here, and it looks like it is Hayden Bevis. So they're going to be into the pit lane now. And give me a little rundown of the whole race. You've given me a little bit of a catch-up on the carnage, but overall, what's the whole picture?
Well, it's been a picture of 3 tails, really. You've had the leader who's led the whole race. You've had tussles over 2nd and 3rd. Then you've had blue flaggers come out of the way early on in this race and just be menaces on the circuit as well. The rain came for a good 25-30 laps. There was movers and shakers up and down the field. Some people made huge advantages in the pits as well. And then from there forth, they gained 20 positions, was one of the Porsche manufacturer drivers as well, and then got caught up once the rain started to dry out. The lead was ever extended by these 2 on your screen, Canero and Jude. They've just been dominating this one in the Lexus. But it's been a fight between, we've seen Alice in there, had Wells, who was right up there too, who got involved in that. Alice had a misdemeanor with, I think it was Babby as well, onto the pit straight. They came together too. So we've had some collisions. And then at the end of all that, no safety car periods. There is no safety car either. We're coming out here with the same race leader for the whole race, but that P2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 is all going to be fought over at least the last hour of this one, with pit strategies involved and driver swaps as well. So that's a quick rundown of what's happened, and the racing is going on here at the moment, and we've had a couple of drivers pop in and out, which has been fantastic.
Yeah, it sounds like a good one, and I recognise a few names on this grid from some of our other broadcasts. Zach, I think Justin Griffin is the one that pokes up to me directly from the Fargorn series. So it's good to see some crossover here between our other broadcasts and this one, but also a lot of new names and a lot of quick names as well. Breno Ellis, I know quite well. He's looking pretty fast out there, and yeah, it's good to see. There's a lot of crossover inside the space, and also 2 hours to go in this race, and all of these drivers still seem relatively close together, so that makes our job pretty easy.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen it's usually the case of a little bit of a lull in proceedings, and then they all start to kick off with the old battling stations. But this man on screen, Breno Ellis, they qualified P2. They sat in P2 after the first couple of laps, did get involved in a little incident which put them behind the 8 ball a little bit to start with. And then he did climb back to P2, and for the most part of this race has been sitting there clear in P2 with probably about, I think his closest gap to the lead was about 43 seconds around about. And behind him was the car in P2 currently in Babby in the 78 car, and those 3 were pretty much holding stations, top 3 for the most part of this race. But as you just joined the commentary box, we saw Breno Ellis and the car 846 here, which was on the comeback trail as well, absolutely flying and just taking overtakes like they're bloody lollies out of the jar, came together and ended up getting as well a massive big time disadvantage through this next little section here. This is where they all kicked off and were turning the wrong way, and now the race has turned on its head. So Leicester from battling for P3 or 2 back down to 7th, and Ellis have now made their way up to P3 thanks to the Bevis car coming out of the pit. So they're only 4 seconds shy here. It'd be interesting to see if young Bevis can keep up with Breno Ellis here at the time being, because, I mean, Ellis is setting pretty good laps here at the moment, a 2:01.8, only 1/10 off his personal best.
Yeah, he's doing well. He's doing very well indeed, and it's just a matter of time for these boys. They've got only 4.2 second disadvantage so far. It's Ferrari 3, 4, and 5 at the moment on the circuit, and with 4 and a bit seconds left, that'll look pretty enticing. But Alice is a quick customer, as you said, Lindsay. He is very, very quick and has been one of the quickest drivers all day. They should be in P2 by a long shot, but a little bit of misdemeanors with blue flags and collisions, as we just saw before, get you back down in P3. And these guys have kept it clean all day. Father and son duo of Lockie and Hayden. Really, really nice to see them driving around, and they've earned their place on the track here by just staying out of the way of everyone. Now it's a little bit of a gaggle here. We've got Cooper here on the racetrack. We haven't called this man as well for the whole race in the Coca-Cola thing, but he's sitting there. Newman now is looking on to a chase down the Conrod Straight into the heavy braking zone. And it's back to Jim Cooper again. I think Christopher Munro's just gone to the restroom or on autopilot.
I was about to.
He was about to. But
yeah,
the tale of 5 swords, Lindsay. It's not an easy one to catch up on, but if we just focus on the racing, that is exactly what we can do, and see what the gaps are coming through. We've got some blue flags as well to make note of as well. There'll be some of them waving. But here at the moment, it's Alexis leading this race, Lindsay. Was that to be expected from your ACC knowledge?
It definitely wasn't to not be expected. I think that there's a lot of cars that can compete here around Bathurst. I know the Lexus is strong, the Ford's strong, the Aston's strong. I don't know if we've got any Bentleys on the grid, but the Bentley's pretty strong.
We do.
So, you know, there's a fair amount of balancing competition. There it is. That's actually a nice livery. But, yeah, I think that there's a lot of cars that can be strong. Honestly, the one I wasn't expecting was the Nissan to be there in P2 at the moment, unless the timing car is telling Furfies. I honestly...
No, that's correct.
Not too sure, yeah. So that's a mega job from Babby to be in P2 in the Nissan. But, yeah, there's a big range of cars that can be quick around here. You know, as I said, you've got Bentleys, Fords, Astons, Lexus, and also the McLaren normally goes pretty well around here as well. But it's not about the car as well here at Bathurst for the most part. In qualifying, yes, but realistically, you can get the job done in pretty much any piece of machinery around here if you keep it out of the walls.
That's what exactly these guys have been doing all day. Have these guys in the Bentley in their Channel 9 liveried Camaro-inspired Bentley there, and it's the longest, it's the widest, and the heaviest car on the circuit, and doing very, very nicely indeed. It's got its downfalls, but it's also got its strengths here at Mount Panorama, and doing a really good job sitting inside the top 10. That Nissan, though, has been through the wars, Lindsay. If they haven't fixed the damage, you'll notice the front bonnet is is not sitting proud. Let's put it that way. In fact, they have fixed the bonnet on that car. That thing had damage for about 2 hours and 45 minutes, I reckon. And now they've fixed it. It's already come to its strong suit here at the moment. 2:01.8 for Glory Bubby was his last lap. And sitting pretty comfortably now with 6.5 second gap between himself and the Bevis father-son duo behind him. And it's very, very interesting to see how these guys will fare in the race, because P3 could still be decided at the moment by a long shot. The lead is a lap in ahead of everyone so far. Free pit stop, in fact, and a driver swap nearly, so that's nearly counted out. But 2 hours and 3 minutes to go. Anything could happen, Lindsay, as you know.
Yep, any sort of mistakes could be made, and it'll mean that people can get back into it very, very quickly, so you never know how it's going to go up the front. Oh, wow, that was a big send there from Babby, nearly putting the car into the wall the wrong way. Just as we were talking about survival, here's a side-by-side moment, and this is Justice, and I think it might have been with a blue flagger, as that blue flagger is very wide, and sliding out of the final corner in what was a bit of a hairy moment for him there. But just looking, the gap there for P3 is getting fairly close, 6.7 seconds between Ellis and Bevis. That could be on very, very soon, especially in this game of 2 hours to go left in the race. It's not even going to take anywhere near that if they have good pace to close it up.
No, they'll be on the back end of them pretty quickly, and all it takes is this sort of behaviour here from Blue Flaggers not getting out of the way in Jim Cooper just to manage to pull out at the right point. No hamperage on the pace decision there, and Babby gets through nice and cleanly. But Jim Cooper's been in the wars as well. He sent one of the Pennzoil Ferraris off, and you can just see that BMW of House just go right past him as well, go for that lead. But we're on the grips of the auto queue here, Lindsay Muddle, for the racing. So when we flick to someone else, it's just because they're getting closer to another car on the circuit. I think Dario here in Bartoletti is racing very, very nicely indeed. So is Stevens, and at the moment they're looking pretty racy at this stage. A lot of seconds to be gained between 16th and 17th, 118 in fact. But Michael Merritt, this guy has been racing one of the cleanest races I've seen all night and all afternoon. Sorry, Lindsay, and just knows where to put it.
Yeah, and it does just look like it. They just seem very calm and collected as they make their way around the circuit, not overdriving the car, but not underdriving the car either, and that's the perfect balance you need to strike. And Zach, you would know a thing or two about that in the real world. When you were driving back in yesteryear, not really that long ago, but when you were driving, how was it balancing acts? How did you manage the balancing act of trying not to overdrive, trying not to underdrive?
Well, it's just a battle in your own brain, to be honest, because sometimes you feel like you're going quicker, and the optic nerve, the brain, the instincts, the throttle applications and brake applications indicate that you're going quicker, but you're actually going no quicker. In fact, most of the time you're going slower. So what I had to do was just find out on my lap times and take note of what I did each corner mentally. This is while you're racing, on where to push and where not to push, to just stick within that delta of the race and know what lap time you can get without overheating the tyres and without just chewing through them, in fact, as well, because they were grippy for about maybe 10 or so laps, and then in the Formula 3s, and then you'd probably at the last sort of 5 to 6 laps, there would be basically just no grip whatsoever, and you'd have to dance it and know where you need to be. So it's a fine line between overdriving and underdriving. If you underdrive and you go too cautiously, you'll lose 6/10 a lap. If you overdrive it, you could potentially lose 4 or maybe be on the same pace, but just gain yourself a net disadvantage at the end of the session. So a bit of a balancing act, but that's basically what I would think in my head. Picking your brake markers, knowing how quick you're going into that corner. You count the seconds, for example, at Phillip Island. You'd count going into turn 1 from your braking zone between where you would put the throttle back on and go for it without the car oversteering. So, yeah, that's how I went racing anyway.
Comments from the super coach there, everyone. Welcoming myself back to the commentary box. Sorry about that, lads. At Nature's Call episode there. We are joined in the commentary box by our race leader here is John Zhu in the chat. How are you, mate? You guys are absolutely flying out there in front. Any worries at all, or is it all just clear sailing and just waiting for when you can pop the champagne?
Well, it's endurance racing. 2 hours is still a lot of time, and it's Bathurst, so a lot can go wrong. So we're just kind of keeping it safe and out of the wall at this point in time, I think.
Yeah, totally fair. At the time, well, you've etched out quite a gap there, a 1 lap advantage already to P2 there, so you can pretty much just smoke your pipe and be cautious. In saying that, there's been a fair bit of unpredictable blue flag behaviour out there today, so anything can happen. But in your experience, how were the blue flaggers and getting through these back markers?
Hard to say. Some of them are very courteous.
Yeah.
Some of them will let you go without much of a fuss. Others, well, we saw what happened to our closest rivals. Some of them are a little, I'd say, skittish.
Yeah.
Not sure what to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just the game of endurance racing, really.
That's true. Yeah, you get a wide range of skill levels and experience out there in these kinds of special events as well. So we see your car out there on track at the moment, just with a bit of a gaggle of back markers to navigate. But as we said earlier, you guys are enjoying such a healthy lead that you really don't need to rush past these guys, and you can just wait until they pretty much bin themselves and away you go through. Oh, look, this looks a little bit hairy with that 23 car we've seen playing a bit of pinball out there today, but you guys have got past them now as well. But yeah, we've seen some unpredictable behaviour in the old backmarker blue flag stakes. But you guys have been pretty much, you've got off scot-free so far. That I don't think there's a scratch on that Lexus, mate. If there is, let us know.
No.
No.
Not a scratch. Fingers crossed.
How good.
Touch wood.
Yeah, touch wood, knock wood, everything to ward away the bad vibes. Yeah, it's just keeping it safe, being a little bit more cautious around back markers usually helps. Yeah, it says endurance race. Less risk is needed.
Well, tell us a bit about that less risk mindset sort of thing. As you will be approaching your I think maybe your final stint. You don't have to give away your strategy, but whenever you do hop back in the car with this commanding lead, do you think to yourself, is there any point pushing, or do you yourself and Vinny just look at each other and go, this is a lap time we need to set. It's comfortable. We've got about a 3 or 4 tenth delta between our worst and our best versus the competition. What do you guys say to each other as you're going into it with such a commanding lead?
Just keep it safe strats. Don't really take too much risk. If you go on board with us over Skyline, we've been doing massive lifts into it just for safety. So yeah, so a big lead could means nothing if we hit the wall and get 5 minutes of damage. So.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, it's all about self-preservation now at the moment. You've done the hard work in the top 10 shootout. You've done the hard work in the opening stanza of this race. Speaking of which, that was action-packed out there. Were you guys ready for the rain? Had you done your sort of wet weather homework around here, or was it just, it's raining, let's chuck the wets on and do our best?
Would you believe me if I said we didn't? Yeah, the wet weather certainly was a surprise.
Yeah.
But I think we navigated it just fine.
Yeah. I mean, the proof's in the pudding out there. A lap for the good out there to Breno Ellis in the 777, who's just fought his way back to P2 after a string of bad luck, really. So that team's up against the wall, but still doing a great job out there in P2. The Bevis boys in P3 as well, doing a great job. We got the car 15 in 4th, and the 78 car who was that? Babby in there before, now Nathan Henderson back behind the wheel. So that's these guys, Babby did 3 hours straight then, if I'm not mistaken.
Long shift.
Yeah, absolutely. Now I guess it's Henderson's turn to finish off the race. So Babby joining in on the chat, hopefully, and just popping his feet up and watching the race unfold. But is it looking likely for some more rain out there? Because it's starting to look a little bit dark on my screen.
Oh, don't know. It's always a possibility.
Yeah. Well, that's it. We've had
especially with how cloudy it's been.
Yeah, we've had Gavin in the chat earlier on saying that there is a 10% chance that there might be some more rain on the way. So, I mean, it'd be good to spice it up a little bit as well, just to for entertainment's sake as well. But still an hour and 53 minutes to go. Anything can happen, as you said. But boys, Zach, Lindsay, do we have any more questions for our race leader?
Well, I'm going to give this one to Lindsay, and I reckon, Lindsay, you got something to ask about that Lexus for sure.
Honestly, Zach, not really. I think that the driving speaks for itself. I think that's what it is. I think that just being able to stay consistent, how they are at the moment, it does all the talking out on the track.
Well, comments from the Supercoach there, ladies and gentlemen. Goodness gracious me. But I'll tell you what there, Mr. Zoo, you're just absolutely flying it there. It's looking very, very nice indeed. And as you said, you just got to keep it off the walls, keep it safe, keep it simple, and go forwards with that, mate. And I can't see anything, touching wood, going away from you guys performing out there. It's just cool, calm, and collected stuff. So, as Lindsay said, it's all about skill, and it looks like a very good driver pairing. And one last question for me before I hand it off to the boys. Who's a better driver out of you and the big man Canero?
I'd say me. Yeah.
There you go.
He might have a different answer. You might have to ask him later.
We'll clip that chat. We'll chuck that in the old social media now. The You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
Proof's in the pudding.
There you go.
It's all in the data.
Yeah, there you go. We'll check that out after the race. But thank you very much for joining us in the comm box, Johnny, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
As we head back to the action now, we've got Michael Merritt on screen at the moment in the 623 Bentley, chasing down Stan Buskovas there. Only 1.7 seconds is the difference there as well in that beautiful retro Channel 9 livery there. The National 9 News. Tell you what are some comments, boys? How have we seen today? It's been absolutely action-packed, and actually there's more closer battles down the back here as well. Ben Vegnu, sorry about that. That's a my eyes are playing tricks on me as well. Should put my glasses on now. It's starting to get late in the day. But 1.5 seconds the difference to Fatten Murad up the order there in number 13.
Yeah, he's doing well. He's the old fat man, and in 17th place, but he's getting a little bit of pressure put his way. I predict maybe within the next lap or so that there will be an overtake here. That's my prediction for this one. But it's getting closer up and down the field. You can see from 10th and 11th place and 12th, all within that 5-second gap. The Merritt's only 2.5 seconds away here from Buskovas too. So a little bit of something to think about. I've got an hour and 50 minutes left to go. And these boys now just starting to get in really well and truly into that rhythm. The track temperature is at 25, the ambience at 19. No sign of rain here so far. The track itself is at optimum grip, Lindsay Muddle. That would be an absolute fairy tale for you to be driving around here 3.5 hours into a 6-hour stint. The track's at optimum.
Yeah, but it's at that point as well where the track might be at optimum, but you've got cars around you slowing you down underneath the limit, so it can actually get frustrating at times. So I think that it's, as we've said, it's about a balancing act. So you know that you've got the grip to use, but do you really need to use all of it at this stage of the race? I don't really think so. I think that a lot of these drivers are just playing it safe, especially just with the walls and trying to carry a lot of corner speed. You know, there's a fine line between pushing it too hard, like Peter Brock, whenever he wanted to, really, whenever he felt like it, or just trying to be balanced.
Yeah, that's true. It's a different beast, isn't it?
Nature's calling.
Oh yeah, when you're driving enduro racing, certainly a different beast. You can get all your hot lapping done in qualifying, and then it's time to pop the old the IQ machine in, as we see the venue on screen now, just coming up to lose another lap to the leader there in the Lexus, just sidestepping him down the main straight and doing that nicely. The gap between him and the next car up is now 3.2 seconds. So losing touch there a little bit, probably helped by the fact that he had to get out of the throttle there as well. But looking up and down the field for some battling, no, it's all just starting to level out a little bit here. We've got 1 hour and 48 minutes to go. Breno Ellis still a lap down. These guys in the car 45 absolutely flying along and doing a great job of it. I'll tell you what, these guys have done well. I'll bring up the position deltas so we can see who the main movers and shakers are of this race so far, and it's these guys. They're up 7 positions up there into P3. We've got Justice down there as well in the Aston, up 11 positions. So they're doing great, as well as Howes down there in 20th, up 9. So a couple of movers and shakers. Poor old who's the worst of it down there? Kingy started in 12th position, now enjoying 19th. Not ideal for those guys, but as we said, plenty can happen. A little bit of precipitation, and it might just turn this race on its head, Lindsay.
Yeah, it definitely can, and with all these movers and shakers, there's always the opportunity to go backwards as well. Yeah. After you've made up so many places, and when the rain gets involved, that's really when it starts to go backwards. But I've got a quick observation here. There's only been one curse count. Yeah. How has that managed over the course of 4 hours and 13 minutes? How have we only had one when in one 30-minute race at the Nordschleife I had 9? Yeah,
I tell you what, and the one that we counted was a thin grab as well. Like you wouldn't usually give one like that, but
Saving it for the last hour.
yeah, it was something, and that happened fairly early on in the race too. So yeah, since then, it's been nothing. The guys have been keeping it pretty clean for the most part. We've just seen a few little tangle ups with lap traffic and whatnot, but apart from that, everyone's been pretty good. And once we give people a rap, they just keep doing good things. So it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's good to see as well. That livery on our screen right now, that 777, Breno Ellis behind the wheel. I haven't seen the whole grid's liveries, but I don't know if you've already had the livery talk earlier on in the broadcast, but that is a stunning car.
Yeah, we can have a closer look at it as well. We'll get the free cam going here. The old gold chrome looks fantastic. The final roar. HRT Lion on the back there. Little Southern Cross too. 22 to 25. Yeah, this could be the last year out there. And I tell you what, the luck just has not been with them today in the Ferrari. They've seen better days out there racing, that is for sure. But not a bad shout for the final roar, I guess, the final time out here on the mountain for ATR. But you never say never. They might be back again. They might get the itch next year. I tell you what, Lindsay, I sold my racing rig a couple of years ago, and I said, yeah, look what's just landed beside me there. The rig is back, still waiting on a seat, but that is coming this week. And guess what?
And then you got to get back to Zach's pace.
Shouldn't take too long.
Oh, that's shade being thrown. Unfortunately, I'm the slowest of the lot. Not slow though, just not you two. But who knows? Maybe one day. But yeah, it's good to see so many nice liveries out there.
Yeah.
It's always good to see the Nissan as well. Hendo behind the wheel. That AlphaTauri livery from 2021 and 2022 in F1, stunning on that Nissan. I've seen it before with Hendo behind the wheel, and Hendo did a bit of racing in the Aston as well last season in Fargon Racing in their GT Challenge. So it's good to see him moving around some different cars, and yeah, it's just good to see everybody lapping around at the moment. I can see that the gap between P10 and P11 is looking pretty close as well, 1.7 seconds and closing. So we could have another little battle about to ensue, and this could be pretty close.
Yeah, this nice little livery as well, the old Mustang flavour.
Patriotic.
USA, yeah, absolutely. I mean, just my opinion, but I'd be distancing myself as far as possible from that bloody absolute flaming heap of a mess, that country. But tell you what, I'm glad to be where I am.
Speaking of flaming mess, geez Louise, it's not hard to get on the back of me. You can get absolutely rooted, mate. Last time I checked, in the only championship I went through with you, and me second out of my whole life, I only came within 20 points of beating you, and you've been racing for 12 years beforehand. So you can do the quick math, mate, and that is it.
Yeah, almost got there.
Yeah, and that's it. That's all I have to run about. And I did beat you. I have beaten you. You've beaten me. And I can destroy you in real life racing. So I'm going to take that crown. You can take me over the sim racing stuff, but you know what? You don't get trophies for second, and guarantee I got more trophies for first than you do, Champo.
There we go.
And I'll tell you what, I've got more real life commentary gigs than the both of you. So
hey, there you go.
There we go.
That's who you know, Lindsay, unfortunately.
Yeah. You've done real life racing. You should have connections if you played your cards right.
Mate, I was a racer, yeah, and you need about $450 million to go racing professionally. If you don't have it, they don't pick you. Simple as that. That's why Formula One's what it is at the moment.
Well, that's why they've
perfect example.
That's why they've nerfed Oscar's car, right?
They've nerfed Oscar's car. The Lance Stroll's just been what you should call Lawrence Stroll, maybe allegedly, the Jos Verstappen of the Stroll family, just pushing his son to do whatever he couldn't do in his life, and Stroll hates life. That's probably the only reason he's still in Formula One, because his dad told him to. Anyway, move on.
We got a battle for me here, pitching on the back of the judge too. So serving out penalties here if he gets past, but the gap is holding fat at about 7/10.
Yeah, it's getting close. That gap was 1.7 only a lap and a half ago, and now it is very, very close. So we could see this battle begin heading in towards turn 2. They're very close together. Justice is going to be looking in the rear view mirrors and going, when am I going to choose to defend? And I think he might have to defend this straight, because that Mustang is an absolute rocket ship in a straight line. The Aston's better off the corners, but the second you get towards the top end, that Aston is going to get eaten alive, especially with some slipstreamers. Here we go. It looks like Pitchin closing in towards the turn 2 braking zone. Is he going to go for it? He's going to put a nose on the inside. He's going to brake later, pull up alongside there, wheel to wheel through the corner, and he's going to come out ahead. And there we go. Nick Pitchin making up the place over Darren Justice.
Yeah, he's made up a fair few positions today. We've seen Pitchin make a fair few overtakes since about the 3.5 hour mark. This car 66 came into the mix and has come into the mix quite strongly indeed. So we'll see how far he's got. He's got a 35-second gap up to the next car of the 87 of Ben Newman. So we'll see if he can make some headway on that one there. We've got Logan Burton, actually, the co-driver of the P2 car in car 777 there, waiting in the wings. Maybe we'll pop him in for a quick chat as well. We've got an hour and 40 minutes to go. We'll see how they're travelling along and see how he's feeling. Logan Burton is in the chat now. Mate, commiserations. You guys have just, I don't know if you murdered a black cat whilst walking underneath the ladder and smashing a mirror all at the same time, but you guys have not had the luck today.
Yeah, I don't know. Not meant to be for us, I guess. But yeah, we've had a fast car all day. I think over the whole race in general, we've had a quicker car than Vinny and John, but yeah, not meant to be. Yeah,
I mean, 4/10 quicker on your best lap as well, and about a second quicker on the last lap around. But yeah, just it takes more than just raw pace in an enduro to take the chockies. But yeah, dead set. You've been up against it all day, and we can hear it in your voice how dejected you are, and we feel sorry for you up here. It was tough to watch, especially that tangle up with the Aston of Skinny Luke as well. That was an opportunistic little manoeuvre there. Perhaps the stewards are going to get involved in that one. But what was the feelings in the old 777 camp after that?
Well, we came over towards Skyline, and the McLaren that was sideways decided to move the gap that everyone was going into.
Yeah.
Yeah, that took all the steering out of the car. So when when Skinny tried to go around me, I just didn't have any steering and just drove straight, really.
Yeah, right.
Which is sort of what pinched him into me. So he didn't really do anything wrong, to be honest. It was just the situation was shit. So
yeah.
But yeah, no, we'll keep trucking along. We're still in P2, so Vinny and that are a bit out of reach unless something happens. But they're sort of praying for a bit of rain at the moment to shake some things up, and yeah.
It seems like it's getting darker out there, and I've been saying this for quite a few laps time, and the clouds are hovering above, so don't discount it. I reckon we might get a little bit of rain there as well. The delivery, the team name, Final Raw, is this the last time that you guys will be teaming up for this event, or is it the last event you guys are racing, and what's the meaning behind the livery and team name?
So the Final Raw was the team and livery that me and Breno first ran back when we first teamed up 4 years ago, or whatever it was now. And with this sort of being my last sort of punt at ACC and all that, I've been with ATR for ages and ages. But yeah, so a little bit of a tribute. That's sort of the 2022 to 2025 on the back of it. That's how long me and Breno have been teammates for. Yeah, just a little tribute to the last one together.
Yeah, good, mate. How bloody good. That's incredible stuff. It's been a long stanza. Why no ACC anymore? You just converted over to a different platform, or you're just focusing on the real life stuff? I noticed you're a DPE driver, sponsor wise as well. So what's going on there?
Yeah, so sort of a bit of everything has sort of moved around recently. So I'm just finishing year 12 this year, so a lot of changes going on with my life next year. With going into car racing as well next year in real life, but mainly even just with the sim racing world, ACC is slowly starting to to fizzle out with some other games. So iRacing's coming back into popularity, and then games like LMU and all that are coming up as well. But yeah, I'm sort of just... ACC is not really my game anymore. I've spent way too many hours on it already. I think I've got more than 2,500 hours on it or something like that. So yeah, I think it's time to go put some hours elsewhere.
Fair enough. And where you said racing in real life, what's the next step on the cards from karting, so to speak?
We'll be going Hyundai XL racing, and then with the aim to do some 86 series runs next year.
Oh, nice. So you're flicking over halfway through, or you're just seeing what the XLs bring you in what is a closed wheel version of motorsport? I know it's a bit of a transition sometimes to jump out of one into the other. I experienced it myself as well, but is it just a feeler for the XLs and then slap yourself into the 86 after some success, or you're just going to send it anyway? Doesn't matter what happens in the XLs.
We'll sort of see what happens with funding and all that. You know, motorsport's bloody expensive, so yeah, I'd like to go full time in 86s and try and go somewhere that way. But yeah, we'll have to see what happens funding wise and all that sort of jazz.
Very good, mate. Very good, Lindsay. You're a commentator in real life now as of 2026. Formula 4 is maybe one day you could get in on some Logan Burton action if he decides to step away from the closed wheelers and back to the open stuff. Maybe. I mean, the cost required for the open wheel stuff is significantly more, unfortunately, though. So you never know. But I'd be absolutely keen to see some of the people from the sim racing world jump into the real life races I'm commentating. I think that'd be absolutely fantastic. Well, we look forward to maybe seeing the name Burton on a wheeler, but on the 86s, mate, you'll be in the big dance. You'll be racing around here in real life for sure as well. Noticing just a quick question about the 86s, noticing that there's a mix of young and old fellas in there. You would have experienced this in karting, I'm sure, being in the senior category yourself. Do you cower down to some of the intimidation from the older blokes? I mean, like, mid-20s to early 30s, and then the Gumbies up in the over 50s who try to race against you? And is that going to be a factor in the 86s mentally, or are you just going to go out and send the bloody thing?
Yeah, the older guys definitely have a lot of experience behind them, in any sense. So, yeah, there's always mind games. There's always little tricks being played behind the scenes. But at the end of the day, you've got to jump in a race car and go try and drive it fast. So whoever can do that well is one who's going to come out on top. So.
Bloody oath. 19 years of age, ladies and gentlemen, and ready to step up into the big world of motorsport. Just giving me flashbacks there. But Christopher, have you got any interesting questions? Because I've run out of them for the big man. He's been driving really well and just not their day, but give something here to Final Raw Racing. They've been teammates for 3 years, and it's obviously been a journey for them both. Yeah, it's an end of an era there, but as I said, you never say never. And because motorsport is so expensive, you may find yourself back in the sim sooner than later, but we hope not. We hope to see you out there on the big grids there in later life. But I've got no further questions, Your Honour. We'll send you back to your team channel so you can give Breno a bit of the hurry up and say, mate, get down into the 159s for us here on stream so we can cheer you on as well. So good luck for the rest of the day, and commiserations on the early part of this race.
Thanks, guys.
No worries, mate. That was Breno Ellis's teammate there in the 777, Logan Burton. These guys been on pace, man. They're dead set. They've been doing great stuff out there. But as we said earlier, endurance racing comes down to more than just raw pace. Sometimes you do need Lady Luck on your side. And that just hasn't been there for them today. It would have been the fairy tale ending too, ladies and gentlemen, if they could send it off the final Raw with the final P1. Not discounting it yet though, folks. It's an hour and 30 to go. One little mistake, or possibly a big mistake from these guys out there in the Lexus, and anything's possible indeed. But Breno Ellis is just being held up here by... this could be very dangerous indeed. BMW getting all sorts of crossed up through there, and the 777 gets through unscathed. Woohoo! That could have been disaster.
thumbs up their day, doesn't it? that sort of little moment. From what I've been hearing, that could have been pretty poor from the BMW, but they live to fight another day as they continue to push around. Breno definitely has his head screwed on when it comes to not losing his head from all of the years that I've been seeing him in the sim racing world. So he will just get back down and keep pushing. And I'll tell you what, you told him to go for the 159s. Don't test him. He probably will try it now.
Well, you can only hope for these sorts of things, but then again, they're probably not in the position to go pushing crazily, because they might end up in the bloody wall again, or even worse. So maybe just holding stations there and hoping for a P2 result is the best they can hope for at the time being. But still plenty of time to go, so we'll get to all those things towards the end. But in the meantime, Vinny has started to take some time off. The best time there, 2:01.3 now, only 2/10 behind the 777 car in terms of their one lap pace. Setting a 2:01.3 though is that's quite formidable there at this stage of the race. So he's pushing even though he doesn't really need to. Where is he on the circuit? Down there at Forest Elbow. You can see there's a couple of 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe a little gaggle of 4 blue flaggers coming up. Then there's a bit of a gap there of free air, but as you can see on your track map there, everyone's sort of spaced out fairly evenly. A couple of little spots opening up, but for the most part, I reckon these guys don't really get more than 3 or 4 laps in without some sort of navigation around some of the back markers. So it's certainly a game to keep. Well, there's dust being picked up by a car in front there. I'm not too sure who that is, but they are testing the limits of the track limits here. Let's look at Merritt up here. Had a bit of a white flag incident there as well, but he's back on the circuit. I don't think it was anything nefarious. He's going well there in the lonely Bentley out there as well. It's a shame to see. It's one of my favourite cars in this game. Looks brilliant, sounds brilliant, and it's a right-hand drive.
And it's a right-hand drive. Who knows? Amazing. England, they built the cars on the right-hand side of the car, which is the right side of the car, if you ask me.
Yep.
But nonetheless, it doesn't take anything away from everyone else driving on the other side because they're quick. And this car does sound good, boy oh boy, in the fair dinkum department. Lovely, lovely bit of kit is the Bentley. If you've seen one in real life, you were just blown away about how wide the bloody thing is. It looks wide here. It's an absolute elephant. It literally looks like a rhinoceros next to a meerkat. In real life compared to some other cars. It's huge, but that extra wide wheelbase does give it stability. Center of gravity, you can only do so much with physics, unfortunately, with these cars. And that is why the Bentley has its strengths and weaknesses at certain tracks. But doing a great job here is Michael Merritt, who's been driving the wheels off this car all day and hasn't tipped it on its roof yet. To be a fanatical of history myself, if that does happen, wow, boy, oh boy, will that be 50 years in the making there for sure. But this man, Ryan King, all over the back here of Benvenue and really, really pushing him to the limit. Now, that BMW is literally just absolutely grip limited at the moment. Look at that, spicy, just trying to narrow it through the great section. It's hairy at the best time to try and get a car through there. But in these, so they're also been showing the blue flags as well because there's some cars coming up behind it, a radar knots. In fact, at the moment, now up the inside, that was not too close, not too far, nearly disaster. But at the moment, he's got all eyes forward. He doesn't care about those blue flags. He needs to go racing here and get on the back of Benvenue. And the BMW is looking very racy against this McLaren into the Forest Elbow. We go up the inside, going for the switchback move. How we see them on the exit, just past the exit of Forest Elbow there. Now they're onto the back straightaway of Conrad. Loving this sort of action. He's pulled over to the left-hand side already, but those McLarens behind are getting very, very racy indeed. Now they're trying to get in the suck of everyone else. Line astern, 3 wide nearly. In fact, oh, Jesus, 2 wide. He's let it go of that one. Will Benvenue do the same thing at the end of the chase? We'll find out in just a heart rate's time because it's nearly into the braking zone they go. And that is how to go racing here. He's got to get out of the way right now. Perfect opportunity for him. Hasn't lost any time. 2. The big man in front, behind him in Kingy, but Kingy's now late on the brakes, and that is nearly contact there. Jeez, that was too close. Far out, Brussels sprout, and hit the other car as well. Oh, Kingbo. Jeez Louise, and the fair dinkum department nearly taking out cars trying to get through and avoiding some accident as well. It's all happening here. Benvenue in front. He's going for it. Now he's got to think about looking forward and backwards because the blue flag will be waved. Looks like he's got a good run though onto Mountain Straight.
Yeah, he's right up behind the BMW. Had a much better run there. I think if he timed that run a bit better there, he could have had him into turn 1. But went for the send around the outside, which I wasn't expecting at all. I thought, oh, here we go. The little cross up and under there would have been the ticket. But now look at this, pressuring that Nurofen car, giving it quite the headache, if you will. Here we go, up the mountain again, and they're into the cutting this time. The McLaren just searching for a way around. We'll just have to sit in behind him this time, because we haven't seen too many overtakes across the top of the hill. Not to say it isn't impossible, but it can certainly be done. This time around, though, he sits behind and gives him about a 4/10 gap. That's about all you need, really. Once he gets down to the bottom of the hill, that's when things will start to spice up again, because that BMW just looking a little bit under pressure here at the moment. Look at that. Oh, beautiful line there through down the mountain here from the McLaren. Just made up that gap like nothing, and now he's right up there giving the pressure to the Nurofen car as they go into the braking zone now to Forest Elbow. Takes the wider line, looking for that late apex, and the slingshot down Conrod they go. The gap is about 3/10, and it's going to be a lot tighter once they get to the braking zone, Lindsay Muddle, that is for sure.
Yeah, so here we go. He's in the slipstream and closing down on the BMW. They've been battling for 2 laps. It nearly ended in disaster with a little bit of lap car drama. So here we go. Is he going to be close enough heading into the chase? I don't think so. So he's going to have to keep his head down, but he is showing the nose. That's a sharp cut across towards the apex there from Benvenue, but this is getting really close between the two of them now as they head in towards the final corner. Surely it's not going to be a final corner send. Once again, showing the nose, trying to force a mistake and cause a headache on the car in front, but it's not working at the moment. He's just got to try and close in on pure pace, which we've already been seeing, but surely the blue flags behind will be causing some problems. They're right there. They're not getting out of the way, but you've got to imagine it's only a matter of time before he has to get out of the way.
Yeah, looking very racy indeed. These boys are only 4/10 of a second. It's a matter of time, says Lindsay Muddle. I agree 100%. What are these guys going to navigate their way around this Bathurst Mount Panorama circuit? Is it going to be clean? Is it going to be mean? Is it going to be fast? Who knows? We're only going to find out. Is it going to be pain in sundry there for the BMW? Might need to get some painkillers. He's just showing the nose everywhere. Full-on cork in the bottle situation here at the moment for the big man Benvenue. He's lost it 2 on the outside, and there goes the move. Thank you very much, he says. That was an oversteer moment. Kingy gets the job done, and the Nurofen just has to inject himself with some of that because that was painful. He was so right there with all those momentum coming his way. He just had to keep Kingy behind him, but now he has to just check himself up before he wrecks himself, because that is a release and a half, and he's got a blue flagger trying to come through on the back. But that is Ryan King into P17. That was brewing for a little bit there. Beautiful racing by both of them, but managed to get out of it without any contact mid-slide. BMW coming to grips with its own driving pleasure, as the BMW thingo says, Christopher Munro.
Sheer driving pleasure, as in as per the commercial there for BMW. You know what? I read a thing recently that Lamborghini doesn't advertise around around the world, doesn't do advertising. And someone interviewed the CEO and said, why don't you advertise? And he says, the kind of people that buy Lamborghinis don't watch advertising. I thought that was a really nice little way to put it there. So one thing we don't have in the field is any Lambos. Now that I've just brought that up, I'd love to see a Lambo
it's a quick
out there.
Car at the mountain too.
Yeah, and a beautiful one, probably my favourite. It's certainly no Lambos out there today. Plenty of Ferraris, plenty of a few Astons, Ford Mustangs, one Bentley, one Porsche, and then that's it. Yeah, no. What other cars do they have in this game? I'm trying to think. There's one Lexus. Oh, what else have we got, Lindsay? I'm trying to racking my brain.
Yeah, hold on, you're making me rack my brain here. I wish there was more Astons.
Yeah.
But yeah, no Lamborghini surprised me. The Lambo really goes well at the mountain. It is absolutely rapid over the top. It does struggle when you get to the Conrod, but it is just so lightning quick over the top that it's almost like you've got to go for it sometimes. You know, it's so hard to crash it over the mountain as well. It's so stable. It's unbelievable. I've never driven anything like it over the top. The Audi's another car that's not on the field, but that doesn't surprise me because the Audi just wants to kill you 24/7. So it's probably a good decision to stay away. As far as I'm concerned.
The Jaguar.
Oh, it's not competitive. That's the problem. It'd be like 4 seconds.
It's a shame. It's a real shame. You've got to have the Jag out there.
Yeah, the Honda as well. That's a big one. The Honda's really
Oh,
quick.
yeah.
That's surprising me not to see the NSX out on the track, to be honest, because it is really quite a quick car. It is a little bit tricky at times. It is one of those cars that does try to, or how do I put this lightly? It tries to be a Porsche, but more like a Porsche than a Porsche could be. And that's how it drives. But also, if you get the right setup on the thing, it is a little bit nicer, and you still get a lot of pace, and it's not too bad in a straight line, although not great. And it's a very balanced car. But then I guess if you want balance, you just go to the Aston Martin anyway. So that could be the reason.
Ah, that's right. Yeah. Well, you've heard it first, ladies and gentlemen. The ACC expert around these parts. It's tell you what, this race has just about had it all as well. We've seen battles, we've seen rain, we've seen some unfortunate accidents there from some of the cars involved. Look at these two front engine cars going side by side. A little bit of a flash there to the cameras, say hello, how you going? We are car 45 and we are leading this race by over a lap, mind you. That's incredible stuff. They are absolutely flying today, and as we heard from the man driving the car at the moment, John Zhu, we had him in the commentary box not long ago, says there's not a scratch on that thing. So they've absolutely kept it clean, kept it mean, and P1 is only, 1 hour and 20 minutes away from these guys. I'm calling it early. I reckon they are home, bar the shouting. I don't think they're going to be any sort of safety cars or anything like that to disrupt those guys' race now. They've put in the hard work, and all they have to do is just to bring it home to the end. So the positions are car 45 out there in front. 777, the final roar, sitting there in second position with a couple of blue flaggers in front with the Beavis boys there in the 474. They're up a number of positions to make it there into the top three, and doing a fantastic job of it so far. The top four, let's go through the pits, how many pit stops they've done as well. The front car has done 5. The next two, P2 and 3, they've done 4 pit stops, and then the rest of the grid, we've got 5 pit stops there for the car 15 in 4th. We've got 5 pit stops there for Nathan Henderson in the 78. In 5th position, and Stan Boscovas here in the 31. They've done 5 as well, so it's split between 4 and 5, and then as you get down further down the pack, this guy's the winner here, Thomas Brazil in the 56. They've done 12 pit stops, ladies and gentlemen.
12, holy mackerel indeed.
Yeah.
That is something to behold, ladies and gentlemen. 12 pit stops, and you got to think about how in the hell that they are still racing around. That would take some sort of gutso and just resilience. So if we had a resilience king or queen, doesn't matter, resilient champion, they would be it. 12 pit stops and still racing around. Bloody unbelievable. But an hour and 19 minutes to go. Recapping what we've seen so far, we've had carnage, we've had wet weather, we've had drying weather, we've had beautiful overtakes, we've had blue flaggers get in the way, we've had race leaders involved in collisions, and then a couple of the top 5 or 6 come through, also get collected in that as well. The last Raw racing team has been in the wars, so to speak. Nothing to roar about, but a second place on for them at the moment. But can we see what these guys, Igniters, they've had 4 cars in the whole race today, and the damage bill will be insane. And that was a huge tank slapper moment behind from someone. Goodness gracious me, it is Hudson. Oh no, he's absolutely centered and yeeted it into the back fence. Can he get that thing turned around and pointed without other cars coming through? He's just got some right now on the screen. There they are. There's 1, there's 2. There's maybe a 3rd coming across Skyline now through that chicane. Yes, there is. There's about 7 or 8 cars, in fact, coming as well. Not the place you want to be. He's just going to be sitting there for an absolute eternity in Daniel. Oh, you'll be spewing about that. There they go. There's a couple of them. That was Benvenu go through. I don't think he's going to get a gap here, and probably for the next 5 or 6 seconds here, because once number 474 comes through, he's got a little bit of clear space, or is he going to do it now? In fact, he does it now as a car's coming across the top of the hill, and he sees it coming. He just yeets it into the wall, smashes the front end, smashes the rear end. Now he's got all the time in the world. He could have just waited till then, unfortunately. But back on it, Daniel Hudson, caught in 2K, just yeeting the car, half running it off at 10K an hour.
Probably better off just to hold on the brakes and wait for that gap, but just a little bit more damage to add to that McLaren's woes is really not that bad in the grand scheme of things. That will need some repairing perhaps, but they're down in 25th position, should I say. So not all is lost for them. They will not come last in this race. Tell you what, these guys here in the 23 have spent more of their day in the wall than anyone else. We've seen that car come a gutter so many times, but they are still not sitting last as well, so they're doing a great job there in the Mustang. A nice livery as well with the old very best on the side, so hats off to those guys, doing a great job. Mark Stevens here for the 69 car, just getting a little bit of a white flag moment there. A couple of tyres off the track perhaps. They go past and everyone's good there. No one's no spilt milk there as far as I can see. Closest battle on the track, let's go and search for that. It must be this one here, Racefield, on the back of Ren, about 6.2 seconds. There's another one,
Bennett.
Yeah, Bennett for 5 seconds. Much of a muchness really. Once we get down to under a second, then we can start to figure out who's who. But I'll tell you what a day. I need a glass of water, so I'll be back in just a moment.
Just a few moments, as Richie would say, and that is Bracefield on screen right now, Lindsay. McLaren, look, they might have a Red Bull livery inspired, but it's a red Kiwi, so it's not one to really look out for. What do you reckon?
Oh, I mean, any sort of hint towards Red Bull, is that enough to mark the claim of the Red Bull livery driver, or are you saying they're safe?
I reckon they're safe. They got no reference to Red Bull, in terms of what it inspires to. They've got the Kiwi there. They're from New Zealand. They've got Christchurch on the back of their car. They're doing everything they possibly can to stray away from the Red Bull, so to speak. So, look, I would say a Kiwi is a less aggressive of an animal compared to a bull. So I think they're safe.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll mark them safe. I'll trust your judgment until they prove otherwise. Innocent until proven guilty, as you might say, Zach. And they'll continue lapping around. It is a nice looking car, to be fair. I do rate that livery just with the way they've put it together. Really, obviously inspired by the Red Bull livery, but I think the Kiwi looks better than the Bull, if you ask me. I think Red Bull needs to change their livery eventually. I know the whole "if it ain't broke, don't fix it" type of thing, but they've been running the same livery for over 10 years.
Called brand recognition there, Lindsay, and I don't think they'll stray away from their multi-billion-dollar asset, which is...
I just want them to go back to the 2014 style.
Well, yeah, they could do. That'd be cool. I reckon they just need to, I don't know, add a bit more white to the car or something like the V8 supercars did. They still Red Bull racing, but they had a white livery, which is pretty cool, instead of the dark blue, red and yellow sort of esque. That would be awesome. Maybe a bit of gold around the outside of some of the cars. I don't know. Just give it a bit of spice, because we know who it is. It's like you don't even have to look at it. You go, Red Bull, okay, Red Bull driver must be pretty quick. And it generally is the theme. They do X Games, they do everything. Anything one Red Bull inspired or sponsored generally is one of the best. And that's why they are out there. And they sell, I think on memory, I think globally per day, I think they sell, I think it was 10 million cans worldwide of Red Bull a day. Per day, yeah, Jesus. Is what their sales are. It's just ridiculous. There's 8 billion people in the world. So 10 million's not that much, but in terms of how many they sell per day, that's just incredible. The amount of bloody, I think they'd sell the most in America, the amount of meth heads over there trying to keep themselves awake after coming down. There's probably 10 Red Bulls a day in them.
I had someone come through work actually today and bought 26 boxes of Red Bull.
What?
He's selling them on the black market, surely.
Jesus.
Yeah. Well, no, honestly, I mean, he looks like an interesting character, so I reckon it might be the same sort of theory. Zach just trying to keep himself awake.
Is it a base ingredient to some nefarious silicon activities?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, possibly boil that down in the old saucepan and the residue left over.
I reckon Red Bull, what they do is they put Red Bull on the tyre compounds and they just soak them in it for 2 weeks before the race.
Yeah.
And it's not a cheating apparatus because they can't detect it, but it must just do something to the rubber compounds, because you put a bit of Red Bull in your toilet, there's your toilet cleaner, you put it in the shower, it's your bleacher, and then these people drink it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's like Coca-Cola as well. Terrible for your teeth, but will clean, I don't know, will clean the mould off your bathroom floor, that's for sure. So, look, here we are. We're on the health kick here in the STV commentary box. We nothing but water and red cordial for us, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of which, it's almost that time. But Nicholas Scafie here, almost in a little battle here. He's got a Nurofen car in between him and the car that he's battling, the number 59. There's a 1 second gap between both of those guys. We've got a few people parked in the waiting room as well. We might get those guys up and have a little combox party soon, because the action is few and far between here on the circuit at the moment. The 546 is the closest battle on track. Just speaking of Coca-Cola, this is the Coca-Cola team in the Ferrari with no Coca-Cola signage on the car, so go figure that one. Maybe the same colours, but I don't know where that's coming from. But down the straight, we've got the BMW flashing its lights saying get out of the way, but that car is in, well, it's getting blue flagged, but they're both on about the same pace. So, well, what happens here? It's another one of those awkward situations where you're around the same pace as the bloke coming up behind you, and what do? Do you let him go, or do you just battle on and try and stick to your line? And I feel like when you do that, you end up making a mistake. Well, there goes a mistake there from the Nurofen driver, and he's going to lose a position here with all the flashing lights and hoo-ha and affair. He's almost going to lose one here to the Ferrari come up behind. Manages to keep it in line, and away they go. But
there's a Coke sign on the car.
Is there?
Just a butt in.
Let me look. Okay, I didn't see one. But that doesn't mean that there isn't one there.
Or am I blind? Have I seen the wrong thing? Hold on, not on the side. What's on the roof? There we go.
There it is. Okay, I stand corrected.
Sorry, I was just looking at it and I was like, no, I think he's wrong. And then I saw the thing on the roof.
Generally, I am. If anything comes out of my mouth, it's usually in the old wrong department. But that's all right. Thank you for that eagle eye cherry. Yeah, I've just been worn into submission over the years. Just the default state.
Well, I don't know. I was going to say we love to hear it. Don't know about that one.
No.
Maybe you do.
But anyway, glutton for punishment.
Hour and 9 minutes to go in this one, so final pit stop should all be underway soon enough.
Yeah, here he is, the main man, Gavin. Chat is back in the chat, folks. How's it going there in race control? We've seen a bit of a lull in the action out there on circuit, but I'm sure the drivers' comms are still lighting up as plenty.
Yep, certainly have been. I've actually getting it coming in every direction. Gilded, obviously through, what do they call it, Facebook. Even the years, yeah, it's just been coming in all phases and phases. So just by the way, gents, we've got Vinny in the waiting room as well, obviously the partner of Jean-Zhu.
Oh, so, yeah, excellent, P1.
He'd be keen to have a chat with, for sure.
Let's drag him in.
But yeah, no, it's going good. I've been checking out the server itself, because I've obviously a few seconds ahead of you guys to see whether the weather's changing, but it's still showing as cloudy but dry.
Yep. Well, anything can happen still. An hour to go. It has the sun's gone away. The cloud, it's certainly behind the clouds. A few of these drivers using their headlights to get around as well, so it has dropped in the old light department. They might bring off the fast bowlers here towards the end of the day, but still just searching for the rain.
Yeah, well, it is 4 o'clock virtual time at the moment.
Yeah,
and starting to, as you say, get a bit dark, but hopefully it'll improve, I guess, for the drivers following each other. Everyone's been doing a reasonable job. Sure, we've had some incidences, but you expect that in racing.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
You expect it over 6 hours, so
yeah,
the boys have done quite well, that's for sure.
Yeah, it certainly are. Oh, who is that there? Showing in. Oh, it's Vinny. Here he is there. We've been joined in the commentary box by the P1 driver at the moment, just enjoying a little stint on the sideline. Mate, congratulations so far. I'm almost pretty much thrown the hat into the ring. You guys have got it all sewn up here at the moment, more than a lap in front, and absolutely flying. Have the celebrations begun in your household yet?
Not yet. I was kind of bringing that up with Jocelyn. I said, it looks like we are pretty safe here. And he goes, no, mate, if I don't see the checker flag, I'm not saying anything. Don't jinx it. He keeps on saying it.
Yeah, that's true. We've only got one commentator's curse on the commentator's broadcast so far, so I don't want to make it two, and especially with P1. So you guys are not home yet. Oh no! Just as I've said that, here he goes. He's gone off the track. Oh no! We're gonna have to change it to two commentators' curses. But he's got back out on the circuit there. Your teammate has just come a gutser there, and down at the chase. Gets back out.
Really? Didn't see that.
Yeah, just went off circuit. That's probably the first time all day. After he said in the chat earlier, we had him in the commentary box, he reckons he's a better driver than you. But mate, I reckon you've got it over him, because how many times has he fallen off the track?
Yeah, in that matter, yes. But Justin is just the guy that can deliver fast laps.
Yeah.
Yeah, we race in another league, so it's always me and him disputing there. So usually what happens is he gets the qualifying, and then in the race, most of the time he does get it. So yeah, definitely he's faster than me.
Oh, that's all right. But look, consistency wins endurance races, so at least you've got that over him now at the moment. And caught in 2K on there as well. Poor old Johnny Zoo having to eat his words there. But mate, it's been a cracking drive so far. How'd you fare in the wet?
So I didn't, right? I handed over to Johnson because he's the rainmaster.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. We did see you guys come in and pit on lap 6, I believe it was, and yeah, jumped over to the wets and a driver swap as well. So a genius move there from you guys.
Yeah. So we need to play the strengths like our strengths, right?
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
Johnson on the rain, like he's really good. Really good. As you can see, like I'm not sure if you're looking at the lap times, but his lap time was faster than everyone else lap after lap.
Yep. Quickest man out on the circuit. And you guys ended up extending on the wet tyre as well once it went dry. And even after 20-odd laps on that wet tyre in the dry, he was still quicker out there on track than I think nearly everyone, including a few of the guys that came in for slicks. So, yeah, credit to him. He was absolutely flying out there. So, credit to the team as well. You guys have absolutely stitched this one up. And, well, I'm not going to say anything because I've just caused a commentator's curse. I don't want to cause another one.
That's fine. I don't believe it.
No one does. But until it happens all the time, and then you think there might be something to it.
Oh, if that's happened, just chuck it in. He's the worst driver between the two of us.
The battle lives on strong in the household between these two drivers, ladies and gentlemen. Bit of an accent there, Vinny. It says Brazilian. Is that true to word there, or are you?
Yeah, that's correct.
Live there, or you live here?
No, I live here. I've been living here like since 2015, if I'm not mistaken. So.
Oh, nice. What made you move over from the great green and gold country to another one?
At the time, my ex-wife, she's got like this PhD scholarship here, and then we just moved. And once I got here, kind of enjoy it. Why don't we stay here?
Oh, yeah,
nice country, have a good time here. Really like it here.
Shit soccer team though.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get better one day.
Yeah.
Just while the guys are talking to Vinny, a shout out to Vinny and the Sim League, which is the software that manages our teams and points and schedules, as well as the server interfacing. So big thanks and a shout out to the Sim League and Vinny for that.
Oh, cheers, Kevin. Thank you.
There you go. A man of many talents there as well. Talk us through that. I hadn't heard of the Sim League until Gavin sent me the link, and it's a nice little UI and everything over there. Easy to read, easy to navigate. So yeah, that's good stuff.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, that was some effort put in there. Yeah, glad you guys enjoy it.
Yeah, man. Did you create all that yourself, or is there a team behind it?
No, that was just me. Actually, yeah,
Wow,
I just started doing sim racing, and I said, what if I create a website for myself here? And that's how it started.
It's always, it's always how it starts. You ask yourself the question and say, how can this be done better? and it's usually falls into your lap, and away you go, take the reins. But no, that's fantastic stuff.
Well, everything to do with the Austeam Racing League is managed through the Sim League.
Yeah.
And in fact, the Sim League is used for what everyone's racing on at the moment. So the registrations for this particular event is automated to the server to enable, obviously, the data and information and access to the server without anyone having to create the information manually. So it's a brilliant piece of software and recommended for many.
Cracking stuff, yeah. It's a high-tech operation you got going on here, and it seems to be the case. Like from back in the early 2000s days, you're always one step ahead of the technological curve.
We definitely try, but yeah, Vinny's worked with Austeam and Vic Mania and the Rooster mobs a fair bit over the years, and yeah, it's a brilliant setup for our needs for sure. And Vinny's very accommodating too. I feel like we sometimes abuse his office hours at many times to try and get support where it needs to, so it's certainly appreciated.
Oh, it's good. You can feel the love here. That's for sure. The boys, do we have any questions for the lovely gents in our comm box at the moment?
Come on, Lindsay, you got some.
You put me on the spot, but I'll tell you what, I've spent my whole day asking questions to customers, so I'm questioned out. I can't think of anything.
Vinny, just give us a bit of inside information on how you go racing. You're a quick driver. We had your teammate in there, in Johnny, and he was just giving you a bit of banter on back and forth. But what do you like to drive? Do you drive it with the nose first, or do you drive it on the throttle pedal and like an understeery on entry car? How do you like it?
On the throttle, rotating the car on the throttle, burning out the rear tires, and regretting late in the race.
Don't we all? Absolutely.
Yeah.
And with these tyres too, do you have to be careful in your opening? Well, not at this track mostly, but sort of do at the start. I know that if you're a bit too aggressive, they drop off in the tyre department very, very quickly.
No, yeah, it's been looking after the tires, especially this track, because if you do look after, it pays off at the end of this stint, right? You keep the same pace throughout the stint if you look after the tire. Otherwise, if you just start sliding, locking the brakes, and then your lap time just go up. So definitely you have to here, especially endurance race where you really want to stop as little as possible.
Yeah, and that helps you in strategy, obviously, because your net tyre advantage is a lot more, and you don't have to worry about, taking a gamble to extend that final stint, so to speak, on that set of tyres.
I can tell you what I was concerned about was the Ferraris. I've heard that they can have a very long stint time. Yeah. Like, for example, in the Lexus with 120 liters of fuel, we can just 1 hour and 4 minutes. With the Ferrari, if I'm not mistaken, you can do almost 1 hour 25 minutes, which would have meant that the boys that are in the Ferrari could save a pit stop over us.
Oh, okay. So it might be a bit of an advantage one way or the other, so to speak. But that's huge.
Yeah.
Like 16 minutes extra lacing. Far out.
I guess what helped us was the rain, right? So that strategy that they might have had was out of the window. So yeah, we're a bit lucky as well. So yeah.
Very good,
Oh,
mate.
no,
Very
we've
good.
got,
Huge incident. This is a car park at the cutting, ladies and gentlemen. That is a car facing the wrong way, and that was Henderson involved too. He was also facing the wrong way. That is a huge one. There's another car off at the end of film me there, and that was disaster. Let's have a look what happened. Surely there's no incident here for him that he caused. It's more about getting caught up in a car just facing the wrong way. This will be spelling disaster, ladies and gentlemen. Comes in, just slaps it through the train, and sees the car's locked up on the outside and ships it down and loops it himself. There's two cars facing, two McLarens, in fact, just the wrong way. And that was disaster there for Hendo. Saw it coming and then straight through when one of the Pennzoil Ferraris. That was a disaster for him. Henderson in fourth place now. Burton's got through on him, and Hamilton is now closing in 5 seconds away. far out. We just crossed to that. It was absolutely ginormous stuff. Nearly a full track of blockage. And that is Benvenue off in the bunda there. He's lost a grip on those BMW tyres and sends it out. And the red Kiwi car is now very, very close indeed. That's Bartolotti, who's actually got in for Benvenue, in fact.
Yep.
So they've had a driver swap too. But geez, that was exciting stuff there. Nothing happened, and then all of a sudden, bang, it just came alive there in that one. That was great stuff.
Yeah, they're all just joining each other there as pirouetted around in the cutting. I don't think there was any contact between cars either. They were just sort of parked there, facing the wrong way, waiting for these guys to come through. And I think the 78 car just kind of had the old Brown Dax moment as he came around the corner and saw two cars facing the other way and thought, oh, geez, what do I do? Freaked out, jumped on the brakes a little bit and pirouetted around. Didn't collect anyone, didn't have too much damage. But that has dropped him down to P5. They've just jumped into the pits as well, mind you. Beavis has taken over P2 as well as Burton has made another pit stop in the meantime. So he's on 5 as well. And the gap between those two remains to be seen because there are cars in the pit lane. It looks like Beavis is now pulling into the pits now as well to serve his 5th time through. Philip Hamilton back out on the circuit in the 15 as well. They've had 6 times through the pit, so they've had more than anyone else. They might be... Oh, how long do you... Actually, here's a question for the drivers. How long can you go on a full tank of fuel?
That's, I guess, what I was saying about the Ferrari. I think you can go 1 hour and 20 minutes in the Ferrari, if I'm not mistaken.
There you go. So the 15 car hopefully filled up to the end, and they might not need to come into the pits again. So depending on their pace now, they might even be looking at a P3 finish. Just see how that goes.
All right, boys. Thanks for...
Beautiful, Vinny. Thank you for coming in, mate. It's been a pleasure to chat to you. All the best for the rest of the race. It's looking pretty good at the moment, but get yourself back in there and give old Johnny a good rev up and tell him that you're the quickest driver, mate. Don't forget about it.
Sure. I'll do that.
Johnny did the fastest lap in the meantime.
See you, mate. What was that, Lindsay?
Johnny did the fastest lap while we were interviewing Vinny there. 2:09.
Probably worst timing in the world, hey, Chris?
Yeah, it always happens. But there you go, John Zeus setting the pace out there. Probably has one ear on the stream as well. Heard us giving him a bit of slack there, and thought, you know what, I'm gonna do the old Max Verstappen and push when I don't need to. So there you go, 2:09 is the fastest lap of the race, ladies and gentlemen. Not far off qualifying pace as well. I think they were in the 59s as well. So interesting stuff there, still pushing hard, and Logan Barton sitting there in P2 as well.
Yep, very nice driving, and he's just got himself in a position where he can feel comfortable. 25 seconds finally for this last final Raw racing on your screen there too, by the way, with Alison Burton at the helm. And it could have been a tale of disaster for them. They've had it all come to them this race, ladies and gentlemen. There's just been an absolute barnstormer of a recovery from these boys to be one of the quickest drivers and cars on the track in pairing as well as just genuine raw pace. They've done a great job to get themselves back up into P2, albeit 2 laps behind the leader. Now that's all right. P2 at 6 hours is not something to shame or think worse about. Really enjoyed any position inside the top 5 at a Bathurst. But look at this. Chris Wren and Phillips have been brewing for a little bit. Now we've seen Phillips just be a little bit over-aggressive sometimes on the defence, but then also just racing very nicely this whole race. So 0.7 of a second. It's just starting to brew up here, Lindsay Buttle. And that Ferrari is looking pretty racy against that Aston.
Yeah, it is, and it could be a variable amounts of things that have brought them closer together, but I think that it could just be that the Aston's probably in a little bit of a conservative phase of the race, and Chris Wren is just absolutely going for it. I mean, you can see it just with his driving line. He's absolutely giving it everything here at the moment. 53 minutes to go, so if you are going to start pushing, if you have places to gain and you know you can make up the time, now would be the time to just close up and start overtaking some cars. And I think that once he gets past Simon Phillips, that he should be sort of stuck stationary because the next car up the road will be 52 seconds, but he'll want to get this move sooner rather than later. And speaking of sooner rather than later, it looks like he's in striking distance as they head in towards the chase. So is he going to be able to make a move? He's close behind that Aston. The Ferrari does have very powerful brakes, so is he going to show the nose? No, a little bit further back than I thought, but I think that we'll see him make the move very shortly.
Chris has just disappeared off into the ether.
Sorry, I
we keep going.
had my mic muted. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. That's starting to get a little bit of fatigue in the old commentary box. But where were we up to on track? Hard to know because there's dead set crickets in my room, if you believe that. The insect variety. Yeah. My young son has come home with a plastic container full of crickets to feed the chickens, and he's opened the lid and let them loose. And there's dead set.
No.
There's crickets bloody all through the house. You can probably hear them across the mic. They're very distracting indeed. So they're all on the hunt in the room now behind me and amongst the computer parts trying to catch these crickets. Dead set.
Dead set. You can't read about that.
That's,
Yeah,
not on my bingo card for today. Far out.
It's about as unpredictable as this race is at the moment. We just don't know what's going to happen at any stretch of the imagination. Griffin's driving really well, though. P5 for these guys, and why not? I'm telling you, they would have been thinking about maybe a P10 at best, but they found themselves back in P5. Really, really nice driving in the McLaren. Doing really, really well. Sensational, to be exact. The headlights are ablaze on the car. The sun is starting to just get a little bit more thicker behind that cloud set. Are we seeing any rain at the moment? We can't see it on the screen. We've just seen the weather predictions. Nothing coming their way at this stage. 10% chance is what we were told by Gavin Chatt early on in the broadcast of it happening again. And if that does, that's going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons here and just dead set, as Christopher Munro would say, turn the screws on who could be in the box seat for a podium. It's incredible. But it is spread at the moment. 29 seconds is the gap between Bevis and second place of Logan Burton. Then it's 41 between fourth, 47 between fourth and fifth. Then Hendo and Mags share a 17-second deficit between each other there as well. The closest one here is basically Ren, who's trying to get onto the back of Heckinger again. And there's some blue flag traffic in the way, and also some racier customers as well trying to get through. So it's a double-edged sword here, Christopher Munro, for these guys to maybe get through with 1.5 seconds between each other. That yellow Pennzoil Ferrari is looking very, very lively in the rear vision of that Aston.
Yeah, it's ever gaining as well, and these guys just having to navigate their way through cars that are, not on their own lap, but are of a similar pace too. So we've seen it all day. It can get a little bit awkward there as well. But the cop car is, in being pursued exactly by that yellow Pennzoil Ferrari back there. That is for position, ladies and gentlemen. And tell you what, chiming in on the scene is the Mercedes as well of Way. Let's see how far he is back there. He's well within view of the battle that's about to shape up. We could have a little three-way car battle. We haven't seen that in an hour or so. So it'll be good and well welcomed here in the commentary boxes as well at home as the server starts to do some funny things again on my end. But Nicholson has a white flag next to his name. Doesn't mean anything. Sometimes they're off the circuit. Sometimes they just dip a wheel. But look at that. 3 wide almost up the front there between Heckinger and, it's Ren and the other two flaggers there. Oh, almost lost it there, did Ren. Manages to hold on to it too. That's quite a hard thing to do once these GT3 machines lose and break traction and start to pendulum around. It's very hard to get them back on into a straight line. But you can see in the background there, Way just making his way past a blue flag there. I didn't even mean to say that, but there you go. He's got his hands full here as well. This car in front just does not want to really yield, so he's going to take the slipstream up the mountain here for the 150th time, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. We're not far from the end, but here we go. up the inside, has to do it the hard way, really, in the old Blue Stakes department, or Blue Flag Stakes department, should I say. Well, how far is way back? He's right there, chimed in on the scene here as well. Now, he will be looking for an easy pass here on the Mustang in front, but as we've seen here on that last lap, it's probably not going to be as easy as he'd like. So the yellow Pennzoil Ferrari will skip away here, and probably just in time to stave off an attack there from the Mercedes.
Yeah, and it's going to get pretty close as we head further and further in, but it's just going to be navigating the traffic. It's going to be a critical skill heading into, well, what was the whole race, but especially this final 47 minutes. If you're closing up to a car and you're approaching traffic, it is absolutely imperative that you clear them quickly, and it's proving to be a little bit of an issue here for a few people, and I think that we're seeing the leader as well close up to the back of them, so he'll be looking to get through soon. So then Gu will have to then think about, instead of trying to lap someone, he's going to have to let someone out of the way, as he does there, and that'll yield him even more time to Ren, who's just driving further and further up the road, and the timing of everything is just not working.
Oh, this is the replay of that incident as we saw earlier on, of all those cars in the background. That's the trigger there for the incident. Just trying to get back around the right way. Oh, as you can see, Ren just getting through there as well. That's wow, bit of a car park, and 15 looked like it was about to loop it as well. But that's where the replay ended there for us. But up ahead, Bracefield on the back of Robberbank, back there in 12th position, battling for 12th position, should I say, and doing a great job of it there in the Red Bull McLaren. The Red Bull McLaren. Whoa, look at that, bit of an incident there for Bank, and no, that's not Bank, that's one of the lapped cars, should I say. Gets past him nicely there without avoiding the wall and any trouble there for the Red Bull car.
Oh, that was dicey indeed. You don't want to be too close to the wall or hitting it at the best of times here at Panorama. Come out of it unscathed, luckily there. But racing is on here, ladies and gentlemen. 45 minutes just about left in this one. That is a new fastest lap there from Logan Burton. So Burton now driving quicker than Joe and Vinny as well. So now they've got still the fighting battle on who is the quickest one out of those two in the lead car. But that'll just go on till the day is done, and many years to come, I would say. But Bracefield here, only 1.7 seconds away from the old bank stop. And with this little sort of gap just closing ever so slightly in the red Kiwi McLaren, they're coming to it at the dying moments here of this race. It's 9 seconds between Bank and P10 of Rowe. So if this pace is indicative of what these guys can do in the Kiwi household, they are 100% on here for a top 10. They've got 45 minutes dead on now, exactly ready before the end of the race. And with this lap traffic, no, it's not. He's coming into the pits, so he's out of that one. Thank you very much, Mother for the Rabbits. Commentator cursed myself out of there. And on to Simon Phillips. Goodness me.
Had to pick one there from the helicam as they go into the pits. It from TV too. It just puts a nice little barrier of the grandstand between you and the car. So thanks ACC for that one. But down here, it's Daniel Wren now finally clear of the traffic, and he's got Heckinger there within sight and without any blue flags in between them. So we're going to see the true pace of these guys. Last time around, they were a 2:04.7. Of the 977 Aston Martin plays a 2:03.5 of the 296 there of Daniel Wren. So around about a second quicker around that final lap. So we might see this gap get mighty close by the end of this lap, which is the 151. The 151 laps around this beautiful circuit. And now the action is starting to heat up down here for the battle for 12th position. I reckon Daniel Wren's going to be right up the back of him by the time they get across the top. But now they're being joined by the race leader to come and spoil the party.
Yeah, second time this has happened now as well. Every time we see some cars get within 1 second or very close to within 1 second, here comes the leader, and boom, they're 3 seconds back again. As well. Was that a brush of the wall there from Red? That was like a little bit of a bouncing moment there off the wall, and that'll lose him a little bit of time. Actually, no, it looks like the brush has just kept him going, and he's just still flying around. Now within 1 second of Heckinger but it looks like he's going to have to get out of the way super soon, and he's going to have to hope that it happens at a point that's convenient to him, and then hope that Heckinger doesn't have quite the luxury. I think they might both get out of the way, but you never know. Ren has surely got to be thinking about it soon. Blue flag's waving all the time, but then it's really hard to put your ego aside as a driver and go, I've got to get out of the way, but I really want to battle this car.
Yeah, it certainly is. You'll see down the back here, you probably let him go down into the chase, perhaps, but that gap just maybe not too close enough for the Pennzoil car to think about it. And I think the Lexus is probably not going to think about putting too much pressure on. He's probably happy to sit there. Shows the nose in an act of not aggression, but just assertiveness, saying, you know who's behind you, don't you, Champo? So just keep that in the back of your mind. But the Pennzoil car hasn't been this close to the Aston in a number of laps, so does not want to give it away that easily, Zach O'Reilly, especially. He doesn't give a rat's toss bag to steal the words from your mouth, that the leader's behind him. But here he goes now, gets the jump on him up the hill, and maybe the Pennzoil car just to rip into the old slipstream and get a suck up the hill here might be the go. But now it's time to stay close to that Lexus as he wanks his way up behind the Aston, and maybe take advantage of that when it's time for him to return the favour.
Yeah, because at this point of the track, it's nearly like line of stern, and if that P1 car gets a little bit aggressive there and just tries to make an overtake through this section, that's going to be a massive pace disadvantage there to Heckinger. So I'll tell you what, Ren's still in for a chance here for P12. No doubts about it. He is right there once this sort of filters out and goes through. Heckinger just seeing that car coming, so I reckon he'll break into Skyline here, or will he just let that Lexus go past? We'll find out. No, he doesn't. He just keeps on going. Doesn't care. He's on the patrol here, dishing out defect stickers left and right. He's after a fugitive here. He's got one behind him, chasing him. It's like the cop car's been stolen, and the old rice burner behind him's having a good old crack. But at the moment, it's right into it. Now we're coming down Conrod Straight, and he still hasn't got out of the way, but he's going to do it now. It's probably the best place to do it without too much pace disadvantage. He'll give old Joe a suck down the back straightaway as well, and says, thank you very much, mother, for the rabbits. You can go, and I won't lose too many tenths of a second that I vitally need, because it's only 1.2 seconds now. Down Conrod, the race leader goes through. Heckinger's come out of it clean. Perfect opportunity for him to do so, and now he's got a rear vision mirror full of Daniel Wren, Lindsay Muddle.
Yeah, he does. So Ren will be on the push, and Heckinger needs to make sure that he just doesn't feel the need to overdrive. There we go, I got the words out eventually. I think that he just needs to keep his head down and not overdrive, but just very, very edgy there on the exit, clipping the outside curb, which can unsettle the car a little bit, but he will be getting a decent slipstream from the leader at the moment, although he might just be outside that slipstream range. The Lexus very quick in a straight line, so it's a nice hole in the air to be inside, but Ren is 7 tenths behind. No, now 4 tenths behind as they're heading towards the turn 2 braking zone. He's not quite close enough for a lunge, but it's getting really close between these two now, and Heckinger will just be staring in his mirrors, but he needs to keep his eyes forward. And speaking of eyes forward, as we go on board here with Daniel Wren, he'll be looking for a move as soon as humanly possible. This is now going to start to get really good between these two as they head over the top of the mountain.
Yeah, it sure is. No more blue flag commitments to be had. It's just clear view racing there as well. No one coming up behind, so it's all about man-o-man and skill on the racetrack here. Can the cops keep them behind? And this fast finishing Pennzoil Ferrari, you can see the differing lines there through. We got Ren with Bursa in the no, it is Ren. Sorry, I looked at the wrong one. Just with a tighter line through that section, but manages to keep the pace too. So a bit of downforce going on in that Ferrari, but the Aston will get to stretch its legs down the main straight here again. 7 tenths is the difference. Might be just out of the suck range to make any sort of valuable contribution to the overall top speed of that Ferrari coming in down Conrod, but every little bit counts. And I tell you what, he's got, after he gets clear of this, if he does, mind you, he's got about 30 seconds up the road to bank in the 5.38 in 11th position. So it's either now or never, because he is lapping, well, I'll tell you what, every lap here is a 2-second disadvantage to those cars up in front because of these two battling. He's just losing time over and over again. So really needs to, or wants to, clear that Aston. And the Aston wants to hold on to 12th position. Don't you worry about that. He's earned that spot outright. But the car in the 977 there, the Aston, has made 6 pit stops, whereas the 13 has made 5. So you might see that that yellow car coming into the pits anytime soon to maybe serve their final pit stop anyway. So we'll see what happens here. 3/10 of difference. Just can't get close enough to make a lunge. Very close though. Gets right up under the back of him under braking, but just can't get the job done yet.
Not yet, but that means yet. Ladies and gentlemen, it can be done. It's not over, that is for sure. And he's really, really pushing it hard under brakes. That Ferrari just looks so advantageous. It's absolutely beautiful. So we've got a little bit of something to think about. We've got 37 minutes and 22 seconds left in the race. Austeam Racing is coming to the chat as well and said, don't see any rain in the next 15 minutes. So it could be a dry finish to end this one off here at the Mount Panorama circuit for a 6 hour. Geez, it's been good so far. It's automatically one of the favourite events of the year on the calendar. Loving it. And we've got Craig Gallagher just chimed into the chat, bit of love to us. Not sure if it's the case this year, but in the the old chat's just disappeared on me, Christopher. You're gonna have to give me that one.
He says to the commentary team, not sure if it's the case this year, but in previous years it's been the rule for blue flags to not move out of the way over the mountain and wait for Conrod. High risk, etc., etc. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. It's a fair rule indeed. And I think that's sort of been the case for the most part. I think we saw a couple of incidents over the top of the mountain where blue flags were just coming to a stop almost. But won't worry about that because there's a battle kicking off down the back here as well. The 64 car on the back end of the 86 of Dario Bartoletti, and having a little look up the inside here. I don't think he's going to leave anything to the imagination, but the BMW just braking a little bit later, getting to the apex first, and that battle will continue to simmer for the foreseeable future here. And Michael Merritt says we were given this advice, confirming that in the chat. But here we go. Look at this. All right up the back there. The BMW steps to the left-hand side of the circuit. Not defensively either. Leaves a big hole up the inside, and there he goes. And the 15 car will also take advantage of that once he gets past. He does. Up the order goes Andrew Nicholson. Looking good. But back here, Ren. Oh, geez. It's just almost given it back. He has given it back. So that's back to square one. He goes back behind. Maybe just likes the look of the back of the BMW. It's not the worst looking car in the world, but rather see it in my rearview mirror, that's for sure.
Yep, definitely. I reckon these boys at the moment know where to go racing and where to get each other on a certain period of the lap. And that's what we just saw then, a big mistake from the lockup side of things, which sent him wide and just led Bartoletti back through again. So now they've got a full freight train behind them coming at a rate of knots as well. Yeah, the race leader's involved in this one too.
Of course
Jesus is now getting hairy. Of course he's involved in any little battle. Doesn't matter how far out he's in front, he always gets on the camera. That is how quick they are. Just unbelievable driving. Bartolotti. I'm going to say Gabriel Bortoletto, geez Louise, is in 17th place. Nicholson handing him like a rate of knots. Blue flag is coming through. The Coca-Cola car's involved. He's about to get done by the race leader. Race leader's on his way through down Conrad Straight. These two won't let him get past right now. They'll probably let him go on Mountain Straight, but that front bonnet of that BMW and the bumper, mind you, is about as pushed in as Mike Tyson's victim after a one-punch knockout in a boxing match for sure. Just punched in big time. Here comes the race leader. Lovely driving here from Joe. He's gone straight through. Thank you very much, he says. I'll take that one. Ren's getting back involved with this one, Maheshinga, because Wade's just on the back and chimes himself into the pits. But here goes Ren, trying to trailer park early move, and there's contact between those cars that we just saw on the screen. Oh, my goodness me. They've all come out in front of this battle pack here, too. One's gone right, one's going to go left. Or is the other one just going to get handed out? No, Ren's just gone straight back up the inside, and Heckinger's just seen him coming, but fails to give himself a blink, comes out the other side, unfazed, no worries about that. And then we've got another car coming out on the circuit of the old boys racing. This is on like Doggy Gong here for 13th and 12th. We've got 33 minutes to go. I've got 5 minutes left in the commentary box and it's starting to heat up. Goodness me.
Yeah, this is the time when it's all starting to happen. As you can see, up and down the field, we've got Mags getting involved somewhere up the order there as well in P8. So let's go and see what's happening there. He's just coming out of the pits. That's why that was going on. But Daniel Wren giving Hecking a heck of a time here as well behind. And trying to navigate through all the traffic that's coming out of the pits, in and out. It's dead set all happening. Bartoletto's had a bit of a gutser here as well. That BMW travelling very slowly across the top of the hill. Watch out for the pinball effect here. The car's coming through. Oh, the Austeam! No, he's lost it over the top. Smashes the wall. Takes off another car as well. The BMW's off. Everyone's off. It's absolute chaos here at the top.
Yeah, it's chaos, carnage, and destruction, and yellow flags absolutely everywhere. All caused by the mistake from Dario Bartoletti, and I've nearly done the same exact report in Bortoletto. But yeah, that's a big crash there over the top of the mountain, and that was not ideal there. And I think he's going to have to tow, surely. He can't even turn the car or keep it going in a straight line. Here we go. He just hits the grass, bang, and then comes back across. The BMW loses it on the quick direction change, and then the BMW drifts back across and into the McLaren. And then, they made contact again, just to add insult to injury, and that is not what you want to see over the top of the mountain. He has had to tow back to the pits, but quite a severe incident there over the top as now we bring our eyes back to Wren and Heckinger as their battle still continues here further into this race. Half an hour to go. Half an hour of action starting to heat up and down the order here as well. But these two guys have been the closest on track for quite some time now. And I think they will be for quite some time too as they come up behind another gaggle of lap traffic, or at least traffic not on their lap either. So we'll see how that plays a part. It seems to me like the Aston seems to be more adept at getting past these drivers than Daniel Wren, but then in clear air, Wren's able to pick up that slack and get that gap back down again under a second. But getting through the blue flags just seems to be a little bit of a thorn in his side, whether it's up to a skill issue or just where he ends up being on the circuit when they come across these cars. Like right now, that old rule of not needing to move over the top of the hill is really going to hurt Wren now, because that gap is just going to stretch out, and we might even see some desperation stuff here from Wren if it gets too heated under the helmet towards the end of this race. He really needs to get past these guys, but knows he can't. And sometimes it just plays on your mind, and you might go for something, a little gap there that opens up in front, and you never know what can happen after that. You might find yourself needing to tow back to the pits anyway. So he has to wait until he gets to Conrad, and now he can start to blaze the headlights, which he does. Tells the Ferrari in front to get the hell out of the way, or at least give me a suck and then a slingshot, and then you can get out of the way, son, which he does. But now that gap back out to 2 seconds, 2.2 to be in fact. So that's certainly hurt him across the top there.
Definitely hurt him. Definitely big time. But speaking of which, I know he'll come back at him at a rate of knots too. So don't you worry about that one. Just starting to get some clean air, get that rhythm back in the flow into that helmet of the Pennzoil Daniel Wren's car, and just make sure he can get onto the back of Heckinger, because as Chris said, there's been a heck of a time trying to get past the bloke. He's had everything coming his way, Daniel Wren. Still managed to come out of it unscathed. So that's just good driving standards from him. But he's got a mount to climb once again with 2.5 seconds now. Is the disadvantage to him and the cop car of the Aston Martin coming up the road. What is going on here? Bursa is actually coming quite closely onto the back of Michael Merritt here too. So a little bit of tomfoolery happening. There's a blue flagger in the way, just trying to get himself out of the way. Mustang flash of the headlights too. Does Bursa go? Oh my goodness me! Not the place you want to do it into turn one, because they can cut your nose off, come back at you, but they don't. He still hurts himself on exit though. Gets out the other side. The Porsche and the Mustang behind have just given each other a bit of a hip and shoulder too. Oh my goodness me! That Mustang today has also been in the wars, and every incident we've seen, he's been caught up in. He's been facing the wrong way or something. But let's race on again. 3 seconds is the gap between Bursa and Merritt. Now they're going for it hammer and tong style here. And speaking of hammer and tong, that is where I'm going to go to the big bangers, ladies and gentlemen, over on Simsational TV. Get involved with that one at the conclusion of this race. Flick your channel over. Get yourself some racing action with the big bangers They'll be kicking off from 5:30 race time will be then. And that's where I'm going to head off now. So I'm going to have to say goodbye as this battle starts to heat up. It's like when I go to the cricket. There's a bloody wicket every time I go and take a wee and miss out on the best action. I have a feeling it's going to happen here, boys. So thank you to everyone. Thanks to Gavin Chat for putting this on and for letting us host this event. And you two boyos, you two knuckleheads, I'll see you later on. Goodbye for now.
Certainly will.
Thank you. See you, viewers. Ciao.
All right, Zach's gone off now to host our next adventure in the old commentary world. We've got 3 today, so it's a big
day.
Big day on the mic. The old vocal cords will be feeling it tomorrow. But if you're in for the long haul marathon session with us, tune in to that one, which is, as Zach said, starting at 5:30 p.m. Melbourne time. But for the foreseeable future, we are here for the next 27 minutes. That is for sure. And then straight across. Yeah, what's happened here?
The McLaren, I don't know. It's a lap car that he's approaching, and that looks like the car that Justin might be Justin Griffin, who's a lap ahead.
No, hang on, let's find him.
Is it
Griffin? No, he's why not?
Yeah.
There he is.
Yeah, it was Griffin because he's ahead of theirs, but yeah. So Griffin's a lap ahead of Bursa and just made a mistake, as that is also Michael Merritt just trying to get past a car quickly. Who has blue flags, and I'll tell you what, Michael Merritt 1.5 seconds away from the Aston Martin of Simon Phillips, so we could see a battle between those two soon enough. And I'll tell you what, the Bentley and the Aston are my 2 favourite cars on ACC and in GT3 full stop, so definitely it's going to be a nice battle to look at. I think they're the 2 best looking cars in the grid.
Yeah, I mean, when I was in my racing phase in my career, I was all over the Bentley. That was my car of choice around any circuit, even though at the time it was fully nerfed and pretty much nerfed out of rotation in all the series. But I just rocked it anyway, just in case. It's like the old M6. I used to take that around as well, and it was probably never in contention, to be honest. But
never, ever been in contention.
No.
Interesting car choice, Chris.
Yeah, I love that thing. I don't know why. I think it was just the sound of it. Who knows? But
to be fair, I'd drive the V12 Aston given the opportunity.
Yeah, beautiful car indeed, and sounds fantastic. The sounds in ACC are just unparalleled yet, I think, by any racing sim.
I could think of R Factor 2.
R Factor 2.
Yeah,
turning back the clock.
Brilliant sounds. I think the most unmatched sounds in sim racing, and as well as a good Assetto Corsa mod as well.
Yeah, you get some good ones. Even the like the Gorilla mods are really nice in the old sounds department.
The bass sounds are terrible, but all of the mods seem to have pretty good sounds nowadays. There's a lot of F1 car sound mods, and I think they sound pretty good. But I think when it comes to base game sounds and just sound engine, I think R Factor 2 is unparalleled.
There you go. I haven't done much in R Factor 2 ever, really, so
I wish it was still popular.
Cannot confirm nor deny. Yeah, I mean, what's LMU is basically the same engine, is it not?
Same engine, but not the same feel. But I'll tell you what is, Michael Merritt is trying to get a feel for his brake pedal.
Yeah,
showing the nose on
nicely
Simon
done.
Phillips. And yeah, he is very close behind, 4/10 behind at the moment. And nearly flying into the back of him there. The Bentley does have a lot of pace, and he's pushing Phillips up the mountain. So these 2 cars, they're the best in the business under the brakes. I'll tell you what, they both stop basically on a dime. If you hit the brake pedal, it will just stop. And it looks like Michael Merritt knows more about his Bentley, but he's just scraped the wall there. He's really giving it everything. He knows this is the time. There's just under 25 minutes to go of this 6-hour race, and he's right there. He sees an opportunity to get into the top 7, and he really wants to take it.
Yeah, it certainly does. Only 7/10 of difference now. I think that wall rub kind of hurt him, not only in the pace department, but maybe just mentally as well. Just knew he was pushing a little bit too hard and thought, well, is it worth binning for one more position on the clock? But I tell you what, when you're in the hot seat, every position counts and you don't really have enough time to think about it that way. But here he goes now in hot pursuit of the Aston Martin, and look at the horsepower now pushing him down the hill. Decides to pull out, shows the nose into the kink, but Phillips goes defensive now into the chase. He's thinking about going around the outside here as he does, and Aston gets a little bit sideways. That compromises his exit. Here goes the Bentley up and goes defensive straight away, cuts the door off and says, thank you very much, son. I'll take that off you. It's P7 there goes Michael Merritt, and beautifully done, beautifully set up overtake there as well. But who's that chiming in back in here as well? Matt Burser as well. He's got Simon Phillips in his sights as well. Only a second up the road to him too. So now's the time to strike when he's feeling just a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, it's not done yet between Merritt and Phillips, because Merritt is dealing with a bunch of cars trying to lap him, and he's closing back up to the back of Burton, who's just put another lap on him. Then here comes Justin Griffin. Now he's on the inside of turn 2. He's going defensive against cars trying to get a lap on him. That's parking him up. That's allowing Burton to get away, but it's keeping Simon Phillips with him and allowing Matt Burser to get well and truly here, because I'll tell you what, Matt Burser 2/10 behind Simon Phillips. This is really kicking off here. Zach O'Reilly was right. He's taken a step away, and now it's all kicking off here towards the edge of the top 10. Yeah, we knew it was going to happen as well, but that was crafty driving there from the Bentley driver as well, just knowing the rules of not needing to yield over the top of the mountain with the blue flags. He knew if he could just get through Griffin's Bend, he'd be safe in terms of the rules, and does so, and now has made a little gap there to Simon Phillips, who is in turn backed up into Bursa now, and I think that's pretty much the end of the Bentley driver's worries here, because Simon Phillips is going to be full under attack here, coming down into Forest Elbow. By the GT3 Mustang as well. Both of these cars very slippery in a straight line as well. We'll see the top speed meter going bananas. But up front, we can see Michael Merritt finally yielding to the McLaren there of Justin Griffin, getting around him. And now the Bentley will say, I'll take a little bit of that suck. Not that there is much of a hole punched by that tiny little McLaren in terms of... look how big it is compared to the McLaren. That Bentley is huge. Yeah. I don't think there's much of a suck happening there anyway, but here we go, 2/10 of difference going down into Murray's. Yep, so this is now going to be close, and I'll tell you what, that Ford is an absolute rocket ship in a straight line, so he'll be hunting the move very, very soon. In fact, it could even be in towards turn 1. Phillips forced defensive now. Bursa's on the outside line, and they are going to go wheel to wheel briefly. Bursa, though, he's going to open up, focus on the exit speed. He gets the cutback, and now he has the run down the straight, heading towards turn 2, and you can see the Mustang straight line, and it's absolutely pulling up the hill, and it is just flying compared to the Aston Martin. But in towards the second corner, the Aston does have better brakes. Is he going to show the nose? Phillips just wanting to conserve his race, and there's another battle going on as well. Nathan Rowe is another car that's getting close to battling here. There's too many battles going on now. We've gone from a lull period to absolute pandemonium here on the track and in the commentary box. 20 minutes to go, and I think we're going to have an entertaining final 20 minutes. Yeah, sure are, and the minor placings are going to be where it's at. We saw it was actually Bank getting past Nathan Rowe there on that pretty much exactly the same time as the other guys were having their little battle. So we missed that one, but that's all right. We're there in the spirit. Oh, it looks like Bartoletti's been shown the red flag. What's going on here? Pit lane violation, who knows? Oh no, there's a car facing the wrong way. That's Forbes, Kobe Forbes down there in 23rd position, gets back out on the circuit, so he's all right now. But this battle here between Phillips and Bursa. Phillips has not really let him go since getting overtaken up the hill, so we'll see if he can stay in touch with Bursa and perhaps return serve in the next 19 and a half minutes. Yeah, we'll see. I think it'll be pretty close, as Merritt decided once he had the lead of the train, he was just going to absolutely book it. And he's absolutely gone at the moment, so unless he makes a mistake, I think the battle we'll be seeing will just be between Bursa and Simon Phillips, as they are heading onto the 163rd third lap of this race. So I'll tell you what, we've passed 1,000 kilometres.
Yeah. Yeah, they could stop it here. It's advertised as the ATR 1000. It's going to be the ATR 1200 by the time they're finished here as well. What have we got here? Oh, massive storm heading our way as well. So that is not ideal here in the real world up here in Brisbane. I just noticed out the window getting quite dark. So let's hope the power stays on and the internet stays on for the next run of broadcast, because straight up after this we have the Sensational Esports Big Banger Series. We've got the XE Falcon versus the VK Commodore, and they are going racing at
Sydney Motorsport Park,
Eastern Creek, as it was known back in the day. So a fan favourite there for lots of drivers and lots of spectators and lots of commentators as well. Yeah, I think it's it's one of my favourite tracks in the country as well. It's like. It's beautiful and perfect. It's a perfect racetrack. It's a minute 30-ish to get around, which I think is optimal for a racetrack.
Yeah.
These
maybe not optimal from the commentary box though. The overtaking zone is blocked by a pit building.
Oh yeah, if you're standing there in the real world, don't they give you a TV to watch or?
Only on the broadcasted races, and a different TV refuses to broadcast certain other series. So
yeah, right.
There are occasional moments where you can't see anything into turn 2. So you go into turn 1 when you start the race and you're really pumped up, and then everybody just disappears behind the pit building and you're just like waiting for them because you can't see them through turn 3 either. You got to wait until the entry to turn 4, and then you got to hope you remember the order they were in to comment on who was overtaking you.
Goodness me. Do they give you, at least you get a pair of binoculars or something?
No,
just straight out of the old eyeballs.
Box.
Yeah, there you go. Well, there you go. Your eyesight's probably better than mine anyway, so I'd be packing a little set of big knockers there for sure.
I think my co-commentator for the day, he probably needs a pair of binoculars here. And like when they do nights as well, some of the meets are at night. Apparently, he said he couldn't see a thing, and there are supercars that run.
Yeah, right.
So you can't see them at all.
Tell what's what. No, you just call whatever you want then, really. No one can see it.
Look at the timing board that you have and just wait for them to cross the sector lines.
Call it off the timing tower. Now that's a real skill to have, I'll tell you what.
That's how the F1 commentators have to do it, am I right? That's the spectating and commentary experience.
Well, you may as well. There's not much action to be called in an F1 race, let's be honest. They can call it off the timing board all they want. It wouldn't make one iota of a difference there to the racing. But that remains to be seen. I've always said it, ladies and gentlemen, the top tier of motorsport in real life is Formula 1. It just makes my head wobble when that gets the most viewership, and it's dead set the most boring category you could ever watch on TV. I don't understand.
World Endurance Championship is just so much better.
Oh, pick any category. XL racing.
Dead set, yeah. We have the same idea. Both have it in the mind from when we were talking to
Barton.
Burton. Yeah, you've been saying Barton.
Have I?
Yeah.
Sorry.
You've been saying Barton. He's not Hawkeye. He's not Clint Barton. It's Logan Burton.
That's him.
Ladies and gentlemen. So excuse Chris's inability to read.
I don't have my glasses on. Come on. Give me a break.
People excuses, mate.
I know.
Get a grip.
Yep. I've got a grip of reality just before dementia sets in. But look at this, through the kink. Here goes Simon Phillips up the inside of the blue flagger here. We're going to get a top view to see if he navigates his way through nicely. Does so. Oh, there's another car parked on the outside there. That would have been a little bit disconcerting for all involved. But still hasn't been dropped by Matt Bursa since that overtake. That the lead is now stretched out to as big as it has been. 1.5 seconds is the gap there between those two guys at the moment. So these guys have actually had a bit of a topsy-turvy days as well, Lindsay. I'll tell you what, they started off... Let's see if we can get the position delta again. They started off... Yeah, look at that, 16th position. I think they were up as high as P2 or P4 or 5 at one stage during the race. They found some trouble and had to get repairs as well. And then went back down the order, and then Simon Phillips has been... Well, he was picking off positions like fruit off a tree there for a little while, and now it's sort of leveled out and he's found himself in P9, so a pretty good overall day, but could have been better, could have been a lot worse, but they are where they are.
Yeah, 100%, and it is just the way that endurance racing goes. You know, you can have a set in stone plan. This is what we're going to do, and it just doesn't happen. Even the car that wins, they haven't done exactly what they want to do. It might look like it, but it just hasn't happened. Unfortunately, motorsport is not a scripted world unless you're talking about a McLaren in Formula One.
Oh, mate, don't get me started. I mean...
Yeah, mate, I could go on about it for the next 13 minutes, but we got a race to go.
Yeah, absolutely. 30 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. None of these guys are on the scripted strategy plan, considering that the rain opened up at around lap 3. By lap 6, everyone had come in to jump onto the wet, so an early pit stop for all the teams, and that would have just thrown their strategy plans.
User entered your channel. User disconnected from your channel.
Would have thrown their plans into the bunda there. I don't know who was jumping in and out of the channel there. Dino wants to get involved in the action. You can if you're listening.
Practicing for Gen 3s, mate.
Yeah, he's going to have to use the Discord until we're done. Maybe Dino jumping in on the comms there for the big bangers. We'll see that in just a moment. But the spectacle of the day is the 6-hour race here for ATR. That's Austeam Racing, ladies and gentlemen. They do during the week stuff as well on a Monday night. We heard from Gavin earlier on. If you want to get involved in that, the website is austeamracing.com.au. Go check out the website. All the details, I'm sure, will be on there. Get involved in the racing. It seems like a good community. Top of the line in terms of technologia. They're doing all sorts of stuff. The voice is going great, Hack, in the chat there, asking how we're going. We've got a couple of... Let's bring in a couple of the drivers, Lindsay. They've been sitting there in the waiting room for just a little while. So let's have them in for the last 12 minutes. Let's do that.
See if I can think of a question.
Well, you've got a few minutes, or you've got a couple of seconds to think of a question here. We've got D-Bar joining us. We've got Drew as well, back again for his second stint in the commentary box. How are we doing? D-Bar, what team are you from, mate?
So we are Nurofen Race.
Ah, yes. How's the headache going?
A headache just got a lot worse because we retired the car.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we had a big crash with 40 minutes to go, and the car was unfit to drive back to the pits without ruining everyone else's races. So unfortunately, we had to retire.
Oh, that's tragic to put in 5 hours and 20 minutes only to have that hiccup towards the end. It must be disappointing.
I'll say more like 2 months, 5 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, you forget.
Yeah, I know. That's racing. I really enjoyed it with my teammate. Very grateful for Gav and the team at Austeam to put this together for us. And crashes are part of it. Unfortunately, it happens in the real world and happen in sim racing.
Yeah, that's right. It's the unseen preparation, ladies and gentlemen. It's only a 6-hour race. It's quite the mountain to climb, literally and figuratively. But it's all the prep that goes into it as well, as you said, mate. It's 2 months of prep. You know, sharing setups, doing your strategy work as well, doing race stint practice, all that stuff, logistics. You know. Sweet talking the missus or girlfriend to have the day in the sim room. That's probably one of the most difficult ones to get through to the keeper.
Yeah, definitely. You know all about it.
Mate, absolutely. I'm under the pump. I'm in the com box for about 12 hours today, so I'm in the dog box tonight. Don't you worry about that.
Mate, he's in the comms box and the dog box at the same time here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
A man of many talents and a man of much trouble as the fastest lap goes to a 2:04.
Yeah, Skinny Luke turning the screws late. Now that Zach's out, I can say that.
Turning the screws. Oh,
yeah,
no,
I love
no,
it.
no.
Well, it's a
You're
good,
banned.
It's a good
You're
saying.
banned.
I've only said it 3 times today, so I'm going
Yeah,
all right.
because you've been forcing yourself not to say.
Yeah, I've been trying not to. I would have said about 10 so far. I'm going to keep a count, and that'll be that.
Add it to a new counter. Put it next to the curse counter.
Oh, yeah, we just have counters. We'll have on like Donkey Kong. Actually, Zach didn't say that at all today, so he's
grip adhesion.
Grip adhesion, yeah, and the point of
Zach's
not.
favourite
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, loves it. But yeah, who else we got here? We got Drew back for his second stint. How are you, mate?
Yeah, not too shabby, not too shabby.
That's the way we've seen. You're a part of the Igniter Motorsport team, is that correct? Or am I
run
dreaming?
the ACC side of Igniter Motorsports.
Yep, there you go. Tough day out at the office there for your team.
For the other guys, yeah, but for us, my co-driver, not too bad for us.
Oh, that's good.
Had a pretty good day.
Yeah.
We're back up to P22 now, which is good.
There you are on screen there.
We should finish the race in P22 if nothing goes wrong.
Yeah, that's good. That's good stuff. You might even get a free position here because the 64 car is travelling very slowly up ahead. It's just pulled off the racing line and going along the grass. I don't think he can get that car turned. I think there's massive damage there for that McLaren. Not looking very good at all. He might be able to get back to the pits here, but there's some cars coming up behind here. That's the Skinny Luke and one of the other Astons as well. Tough going. Where the other keys are. Sorry, I've had something come up in front of me. Lindsay, take over.
Yep. So you could make a position off of this, Drew. Are you good to hear that, or are you just thinking that maybe not? Like, how far behind P17 are you?
I think we're a couple laps down, so it depends on how long their pit is. Hopefully, we can get a free position about it. Get P21. That would be an awesome way to end. But yeah, I'd be stoked if we just finished P22 for the race. It's been a long day, up and down for us, but we're going to finish pretty strong. We're up 8 positions from where we started, so yeah. Not a bad day at the office for us.
Yeah, and I saw you. I think that I'm not sure if it was an Igniter, another Igniter entry, but there was a Mustang and Porsche that were both purple, looked like the same sort of team, and you guys made contact heading out of turn 1. Was that inter-team contact?
Yeah, it was. We were really confused, and we'll have a after-action review on that, I guess.
Have we got Igniter rules? Have we got rip-off papaya rules?
I don't know. It was me and Macari, or how you pronounce his last name, were really confused and a bit upset that happened because we lost quite a bit of time on the way to P22 with our other teammate because we were battling with him for P22. So we weren't too happy that happened. So I guess we'll talk about it and just see what happened there. But yeah.
Little debrief after the race, i.e. an ass whooping in the chat there for the other team involved.
None of that.
No.
That's what Zach Brown does to Oscar Piastri.
Yeah, just the old, the old assume the position, son. Grab the ankles and away you go. Bring in more sponsorship money than Lando, and you might get a championship. We'll see how you go.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, dead set. But it's good stuff out there in the only Porsche as well. It's a great looking car, great looking livery, and the Igniter Motorsport team well represented out there today.
Yeah, making our ATR 1000 debut.
Yeah,
today,
absolutely.
And we look to return next year.
Yeah,
that'll be the goal.
We actually call the Aussie Racing iRacing GT3 League, and there's the Igniter Motorsport team over there as well with Luke Fallon at the helm of that one. Who else is there? JJ Hamilton in that team too. So
I need to catch up with Lukey. I know him from the F1 days, mate.
Do you? There you go.
Yep.
You guys, I think you're a similar age as well. So probably know each other.
He was in the call with us earlier, watching on. So.
Yeah, his username on PlayStation used to be the boy Luke.
He's a bit on his high horse, always bragging that he's an A-class driver in iRacing.
Oh, A-class doesn't mean anything.
No.
And he rear-ended me at Silverstone Turn 1 and spun me off when I was going to win the race. Anyway,
there you go.
Live and we learn. It was 3 years ago.
Oh yeah, he hasn't forgotten that one, Lindsay.
Yeah.
Holding, living rent free, as they say. But yeah, that's well, it's good. That's Igniter all over Australian sim racing there, whether it be on iRacing and ACC. Are there any other platforms you guys get involved in as well?
Not at the moment, no.
No.
I'll need to talk to Senan and Powers, who who run the operation and founded it,
Mm-hmm.
run the team and stuff. But I would need to talk to them, see what they are doing in terms of if whether they're going to expand. But at this point, I would say it would be a no.
Yeah, that's you got
LMU's always waiting.
LMU, yeah, they've just opened a server in Australia as well, so that's good news.
Finally.
Yeah, so no more of that.
I'll go on a rant to you about that post stream.
Stuttery, yeah, we used to, well, not me, but our lovely co-commentators used to stream a series there on LMU, and it just, because they only had European servers available, it just looked absolutely crazy on the screen.
At the time, the game didn't run.
Yeah, the game didn't run on AMD machines. It probably still doesn't. I don't know if anyone's tested that recently.
I need to do Discovery now they have Aussie servers, because I'm going to need to get back into it now.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm on the hook.
It's quite popular as well out there in sim racing land. It doesn't do it for me. I just don't know. The faster the cars you get out there in sim world, the less exciting the racing.
The hypercars have good racing.
Yeah, if they're too quick, I don't know, man. It's like Formula One. It's the same thing. The faster the cars go.
F1's useless. The hypercars always have
hypercars. Pretty good. But there's such a big gap in skill there in the old sim department as well for these drivers. But 2 minutes to go. This could be the second last lap, ladies and gentlemen. And he's just set the fastest lap at 1:59.6.
Wow.
The fuel is out of that car now, running on fumes. And really pushing it to the limit.
Did he make an extra pit stop to do that? Because they're not a lap up.
No, they have. Yeah, they've done 6. The 2 cars behind them have done 5. And the car in P4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 all have 6 stops. So, yeah, an extra pit stop to the 2 cars behind him. But everyone else seems to be on that 6 pit entry limit there. So, yeah, there you go. Maybe, yeah, chucking on the new boots just to I don't know, feed the fire, I suppose.
do a Peter Brock back in the day when he went for the fastest lap on the final lap. Everybody got quite angry at him. But
why not?
I have stories to tell about that one from my co-commentator at Sydney the other day.
Yeah.
But that's for another time with 1:45 to go, and I think we need to say goodbye to our visitor here for the final minute 30.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for joining us, Drew. Good luck for the rest of the race, even though it's only 1 lap. But congrats on finishing the race. Yeah, finishing the race is good enough. But cheers for that, and good luck in the future.
Thank you very much. Have a good one, guys.
No worries, mate. Take it easy. And rounding the Conrod Straight for the second last time. I believe it is not a +1 event, so this clock timer will run out after Johnny Zhu gets past the start-finish line. And tell you what, they've just been on fire today in the consistency stakes, more so than the pace, even though he's just set the 1:59. Where is Nicholson? Down the order
18th.
Somewhere. Yep, let's see, 64. He's back out on the circuit.
3 seconds on his delta with a yellow flag.
Yeah, he's back out there on the circuit, so Kamagutsa there at turn 1, perhaps. But here we go. The final lap has begun, ladies and gentlemen. White flags are out. And he gets to chase down the cops, usually the other way around, I imagine, with the way Johnny Zhu drives. He's quick, he's mean, and here he goes up the straight, getting a nice little drag race there from the Aston on the last time around of calling. But Lindsay, they've been untouchable today. That car has only left the circuit once in the hands of John Zhu back there a while ago. We saw it, but apart from that, is scratch free. It can go straight back into the garage and get a little buff and polish, and it'll come out brand new. No need for any body work or anything. So these guys have been on it all day. Pace has been consistent. It's been quick towards the end here as well. Zhu just going absolutely nuts on that last lap of 59.6, but none deserving more than these guys today. They've avoided all the trouble and the carnage. They've had wet, they've had rain thrown at them, and they'll be looking forward to popping the bottle at the end of this one. It's been a hard deserved victory.
Yeah, it has been. They've been driving absolutely sensationally, you could say, here throughout the entire 6 hours. I mean, I know I've only been here for 2 hours, but you can just tell by the fact that by the time I joined the box, they were a lap up, that they have been leaps and bounds above the rest, and with a fastest lap 6/10 quicker than anybody else has managed to muster. You've just it just really is the proof in the pudding as they head into the final few corners. Now the relief will start to set in. The aches and the pains from driving for 6 hours might begin to disappear, maybe with a bit of Nurofen. And now, as they head into the final corner, I'll let you take this one, Chris.
Yeah, here we go. It's you rounding the final corner. Car 45 has been on top all day. There's no fitting way to say it, but here he goes across the line, takes the checkered flag in the 2025 ATR 1000. The green smoke off in the background. Vinny Carniero, John Zhu, absolutely unstoppable today. The Lexus is going to celebrate in style. Turn the traction control off, son. Show us a bit of smoke out of the rear and enjoy it, because that was absolutely brilliant stuff. Logan Burton rounding, well, he's right out there. He's still got a long way to go before he finishes, but P2 for the car 777, and what a comeback. And well, some questions asked, what could have been as well had they avoided some of that carnage earlier on in the race. They certainly had the pace to up there and battle car 45 for the victory, but we will never know, at least not until, well, no, we won't, because I was going to say not until next year, but they will not be competing next year. Unlucky. But here we go, the father-son duo rounding the final turn to take the final spot on the podium. P3 goes to Small Island Motorsport. There he goes. Beautiful moment there for the father-son duo in the 474. P3 for them, and that is your top three, folks. 45, 777, and 474. It's very confusing. Just make it 747 for me so we can get up there and celebrate in the air like we should. But Ferrari taking that one. It's a Ferrari 2, 3, and 4, mind you. So good showing there from the prancing ponies. But Lexus taking out the chockies today. A hard-fought victory, Lindsay Muddle, and well-deserved in the end.
Yeah, and they're taking a nice little victory lap just to, I don't know, just to enjoy it, I think. Just let the emotions set in.
Wave to all the fans around the track.
Yeah, all of the static fans and static marshals.
They're going crazy.
Move. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. As there we go. We have our final order. So it is... Zhu from Burton, then Bevis, then Hamilton, Griffin rounds out your top 5. Then Hendo gets 6, Merritt gets 7th. Then you have Bursa, Phillips, Bank, Rowe, Heckinger, Harnett, Gu, Wren, Luke, Murad, Nicholson, Stevens, and Dow. And there's more to the list, but I don't know if you can scroll down it. Christopher Munro.
No, I don't know how to do that. Sorry.
No.
No, we can bring up the... Hang on, we can bring up the results here if we go to timetables or race results.
Yep, so now you got to scroll down that page. There we go.
Yep.
Here we go. So we had Dow, then Macri, Forbes, Yor, Brazil, Bartoletti, Hudson, Ford, and then the people who didn't make it to the end with DSQs are Cooper. Do I want to try this last name?
Go on.
No. Oh, no. Hold on. Kujalek.
Beautiful.
And Blue.
Yeah, absolutely. Rounding out the top 30 there as well. Only 3 casualties across the whole race. That is a mighty effort from all involved. So fantastic racing all around. We've got the main man in the chat, Gavin Chat. If he can hear us, he can unmute himself, and we can congratulate him on an awesome event. Awesomely done all around, whether it be the racing and the organisation. Hats off to you, my friend.
Look, thanks very much, guys, and right back at you. That was quite an inspiring broadcast, and I noticed we had some live connections throughout the day. So welcome to everyone, and I'm sure you've enjoyed that, and we all look forward to watching it back.
Yeah, set aside a 6-hour block, I suppose. If you start now, you can get to bed by 11 p.m. and enjoy every minute of this race, because I know I did.
No, it's good fun, definitely good fun. And yeah, I unfortunately don't get to race, but I certainly enjoy putting it together and having everyone getting involved. And as Darius mentioned earlier, it is approximately 3 months worth of on and off works, if you like, getting the word out, advertising, the web pages, drivers lists, all of that sort of stuff. But to see it come to an end, and congratulations to John and Vinny for their end result today, and also Burton Ellis, and great work from the father and son team, Beavis and Beavis, being Hayden and Lockie. So great outcome for all in that respect.
Certainly was. Sim Racing was the winner at the end of the day. I think we can all agree on that. But mate, congratulations on a fantastic event. It was smoothly run the whole way through. So yeah, hats off to you and the whole Austeam team. And hopefully we will see you again next time around. But I'll tell you what, it's time that we come to an end here for this beautiful special event from Bathurst. It's the Austeam Racing. If you want to get involved, the website is austeamracing.com.au, Gavin?
That's correct. And not only Mondays, boys, we also do Friday nights as well.
There you go. Bookending the working week, ladies and gentlemen. So if you want to get involved in some of that, seems like a great community to be around. So go and check that out. Get involved in the racing. But it is time to say goodbye here from the sensational commentary box. It's been an absolute blast. My vocal cords are all but worn out, but we've still got a couple more hours to go in the old broadcast stakes. Coming up next, we've got the big bangers, and then after that, we've got the Gen 3 Supercars live from iRacing. So I'll be back around for that one in a couple of hours. But
yes, ladies and gentlemen,
Zach O'Reilly,
welcome once again to round 4.
Where is he? Hang on a second.
Banger series here at Sensational
Can hear Zach in my
Engines
ears.
rumble, tyres scream, and a big fleet of angry Aussie beasts are ready to shake the tarmac. We are here at it.
There we go. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. That was obviously starting the other stream, still in the team speak. Good on him. But thank you very much for everyone for coming out today. It's been an absolutely cracking event. I'm going to go and have a little rest. Well deserved, mind you. But my name is Chris Munro. Next to me in the commentary box for the most part was Zach O'Reilly. Lindsay Muddle here got us to the end as well. You can see him in action out there at Sydney Motorsport Park, commentating all sorts of weird and wonderful things in the real world as well. So look out for him.
Virtual world in a minute.
Virtual world in a minute as well. So we're all gearing up for that one. But thank you all for tuning in. Everyone that placed a comment in the chat, and everyone that subscribed, and who was it? Scallywagon that gave us the tenner at the start. Thank you very much, everyone, for getting involved. It's been a beautiful day. I'm going to go and have a rest. But everyone out there, take care of yourselves and each other. Keep it flat out. Sensational TV is our name. We'll see you again on the next one. Ta-ta very much.
Sensational TV YouTube channel. Don't fucking miss it.